Chapter 251. Chapter 251 Flesh is bitter and weak. Wang Chen thought about it and declined. I am used to studying alone, and leading a team is not my strength. It is better to step up technological breakthroughs than to participate in the research and development of this team. The idea above wants to keep the other party out of the earth. This idea is indeed very good, but the ghost knows whether the other party will bring his family with him next time. In the worst-case plan, if you want to build a complete and systematic space defense, you must not only have a strong offensive power, but also have a defensive power. Especially if he plans to build a space shipyard, if he has no defensive capability, he will become a living target. So this energy shield is even more important. At the beginning of June, Wang Chen had perfected the theoretical design of the energy shield. At present, Erguzzi is carrying out three-dimensional calculations based on this plan. As long as the calculations can be passed, the first generation of energy shields can be designed. According to Wang Chen's idea, not only battleships, interstellar fortresses, and interstellar fortresses all need this thing to increase their defense strength. As long as this technology comes out, their chances of winning will be much higher. At least you don't have to worry about not being able to fight back after being suddenly attacked. No, after more than half a month of continuous calculations, Erguzzi officially approved Wang Chen's design ideas on June 23. In 3D simulation, this design can indeed stimulate the shield within the ideal range. Looking at the result, Wang Chen also squeezed his fist. The first step has been taken, and then it is the stage of the actual hand. According to the usual practice, a model version of the shield excitation device is produced first, and after confirming that there is no problem, the technology is scaled up. Wang Chen looked left and right, pulled over a table of his own, and decided to design a complete set of energy shields with this as the goal. Through his own design ideas. There are 3 steps in the research and development of the energy shield that you want to complete. The first is to create a strong enough electromagnetic field around the object to be protected. Wang Chen intends to use graphene to make some specific conductive plates. These boards have sheets made of graphene on top. When the current behind them quickly passes through these plates, it will generate an electromagnetic force with a sense of direction due to the movement of the current. Electromagnetic force is invisible, but as long as it is a reversed nature, it can be merged. Through continuous fusion and acceleration, an electromagnetic protective layer can finally be formed on the outside of the object. Just like the rotation of the Earth, these electromagnetic forces will continue to rotate counterclockwise around the object. After the first step is completed, you can add some defensive particles to this electromagnetic force field. Because of the electromagnetic field has already been generated, so this step is relatively simple. That is, the charged particles are continuously emitted around through special equipment. These charged particles will continue to be attached to the magnetic field due to the rotating electromagnetic field and eventually form a rotating grid. By this time, the entire energy shield already has a strong enough defense capability. Because of the existence of this electromagnetic force and charged particles, no matter what weapon comes, it will be intercepted by the entire power grid. First, this kind of rotating grid itself has the meaning of 2 or 2, and secondly, it is aggressive and elastic. No matter what kind of weapon it is, the speed of kinetic energy to break through the defense network must reach the critical point of the equipment, while energy weapons need to blast the peripheral power grid in an instant. And Wang Chen didn't plan to have more than 1 layer, but planned to start the 3rd layer without a back cover, with the magnetic field as the core, and increase the thickness of the shield as much as possible. As for the 3rd step, that is how to make the internal weapons activate normally. Wang Chen's idea is to continue to inspire by binding a set of special equipment to the turret. This set of equipment will be bound to the firing position of the turret, and as long as the muzzle is aimed at, a strong enough electromagnetic current will be launched at that place. Is like sticking a stick in a waterfall. Opened another window for the railgun without affecting the entire energy defense field. After the launch is completed, the device is turned off. With the characteristics of electromagnetic field flow, this void will be filled quickly without the interference of electromagnetic current. 3 steps are not enough, and the most troublesome is naturally the first step. If a sufficiently strong and stable electromagnetic field is formed around the object, it depends on whether the equipment you design is powerful and accurate. Wang Chen immediately started the trial production of this thing after confirming the plan. Is still Erguzian the robot, and he is responsible for ensuring the data and the direction of research and development. The progress is not too fast, but it is also progressing steadily. This solution may be a bit difficult for others, but for Wang Chen, who has completed the research and development of the electromagnetic gun, it is only a matter of time before the breakthrough. Because the electromagnetic gun itself needs to pay attention to a stable magnetic field. To put it badly, there is no one in the whole Earth who understands the magnetic field better than himself. While researching and developing, Wang Chen thought of another thing, and that was about gravity. We all know that there is no such thing as gravity in space. Even if you wear a space suit, being in a state of weightlessness for a long time in the universe will have irreversible effects on the human body. Whether it is a space defense weapon, a moon base, or a space dock, this gravity problem must also be solved. Most of the solutions in sci-fi movies use centrifugal force to simulate Earth's gravity. But Wang Chen didn't like this method. This high-speed rotation to create gravity aside, the requirements for the structure alone are terrifying. And it is inconvenient to design in all aspects. Not to mention the gravity created by this scheme is also very inefficient. The best way is to simulate gravity without changing the original design. This is quite difficult. Originally, Wang Chen was thinking about attracting astronauts to the ground by electromagnetic force to simulate the gravitational environment. But to do that, the entire space needs to be filled with electromagnetic force. And the human body itself cannot survive for a long time in such a large electromagnetic environment. It will even interfere with the equipment of the spacecraft and even the space station. To be honest, the more I study Wang Chen, the more I feel the fragility of the human body itself. It's no wonder that there is a sentence in the novel that the flesh and blood are weak and the machinery soars. If human beings are all machines, then there is no need to consider anything like gravity at all, and the quilt floats when they float. As now, there are many things to consider when creating a universe. But the human body is not without room for evolution. But Wang Chen doesn't want to touch that aspect for the time being. Especially the technology on the side of mechanical transformation or biological evolution. Wang Chen advocates genetic evolution in his heart, and preserves the characteristics of human beings as much as possible while evolving. After all, Wang Chen doesn't know, if he really mechanizes himself, is he still a human being? Chapter 252 Space Headquarters. Chapter 252 Space Chief Department. Headache. He scratched his hair. There are too many technologies that need to be broken through in a short period of time to enter the universe. There is also a solution if you want to make a gravitational field with the current technology of the Earth. But you need to go to outer space to mine an ore called Black Yao. This kind of ore is not a very precious mineral. Basically, it is possible to find its existence in rocky galaxies without an atmosphere. Especially if the planet itself is still orbiting the star, it is easier to find. For example, Mars, or the Moon should have good minerals. This thing is, to put it bluntly, a kind of mutated iron ore, a special ore formed by the influence of the stellar magnetic field in the exposed space environment, and then squeezed through the crust. Its characteristics are not outstanding. Hardness, flexibility, corrosion resistance, etc. are not good. But this ore has a special way of using it. That is, after processing it, a special product called inert fixed point magnetic force can appear. To put it simply, if you want to add gravity to the spaceship, you can use the powder made from this ore to apply it to all the floor tiles. Then add a special inner armor to the astronauts that reacts to them. In this way, when walking, the inner armor will be affected by the fixed point magnetic force on the floor tiles, thus fixing the person on the ground. And the magnitude of this magnetic field can also be adjusted in a number of ways. The most important thing is that this inert magnetic field will only react to a few specific substances, and at other times, it will not impress the electronic components inside the spacecraft, nor will it endanger the health of the human body. Because this thing is not active at all, and even if he wears inner armor, the images received by astronauts in this magnetic field are actually similar to the magnetic field on the Earth. The most important point is that this ore is not difficult to find, and it is not difficult to process. Is cheaper than building a big wheel, or other solutions. And this crafting scheme will not be affected by the location, whether it is a base in space or an alien planet. It can be used to make gravity. Even through some special methods, the repulsive force can be output in the reverse direction. For some alien planets with higher gravity than the Earth, this repulsion can well offset the influence of excessive gravity on human beings themselves in long-term life. Can be regarded as a very economical solution. Originally, Wang Chen planned to wait until the spaceship behind him was built and then go to find it slowly, but now the situation has changed dramatically. Since the so-called outer space defense system is going to be tossed, the search plan for this thing can be made earlier. After the spacecraft is built, you can go to the Moon or Mars immediately. It would be best to have it on the Moon. If there is no Mars, it is also fine. I am afraid that neither of these two planets, then Wang Chen will have to go to the asteroid belt or Venus to find it. The difficulty and cost would be much higher. I can only hope that there is, otherwise I really have no good way to solve this gravity field problem. Otherwise, we can only use the method of rotation, and we don't need to change shifts. But the Earth doesn't seem to have so many astronauts now. Wiped his face, Wang Chen patted his head. Forget it, let's continue the research on energy shields first, and then think about this after the spacecraft lifts off. Is the days when Wang Chen started to actually study the energy shield. The already successfully formed Dilian also officially held its first press conference on July 1st. In addition to announcing the official establishment of the local alliance, it also announced some follow-up plans to the public. One of them is the integrated defense construction based on the Eagle Source global base. In order to better ensure that the next time you encounter this thing, you can have enough combat power, other than Yingjin will transfer their forces to form a joint army to settle in these bases. At the same time, the local alliance will also bear half of the maintenance cost of the original base of Eagle Source. In addition to announcing this, the Earth Alliance also announced that it will unite everyone to form an integrated sea, land and airstrike system. No, I heard that Eagle Source will dispatch 5 aircraft carrier battle groups, plus the above 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. The current number of aircraft carriers in the joint effort has come to 7. Eagle Source is indeed bloody, and the above is also out of the family. Except for the lining ship that continues to stay in the mainland for training in the academy, the other 2 aircraft carrier battle groups will rush to the designated location for rotation. It's no wonder that after the news came out, Yingjiang's netizens said with emotion that this plan was entirely supported by the Yingjiang family. The base was created by us, and the aircraft carrier was also created by us, not to mention the pile of Plan Hawk source that followed are the main force in the main force. The sense of pride that had collapsed at first also reappeared. The above doesn't have much opinion on this. This kind of thing that involves global deployment depends on your Eagle Source, after all. Everyone has less hands than you. Who said that Eagle Source provided so much, but didn't it also take out the purchase rights of cold nuclear fusion and the supply of electromagnetic guns? If I have to say, the main force of this battle is myself and Yingjiang. Demao is half, Nunu and Gall Chicken are added. A piece is half. Others. Just don't add clutter. In addition to these, NASA also announced the initial vision of the outer space defense system that night. The current NASA is high-spirited, not to mention the money on hand. It is the current space headquarters of the Earth Alliance. The headquarters of the Earth Alliance was set up on it, so the headquarters of this space defense was naturally taken by Eagle Source. This so-called outer space defense system was also developed by the aerospace departments of many countries. Is mainly divided into three parts. The first part of is to build 2 large space stations. How big is? Anyway, from the concept map, it is only about half the volume of the 3 gorges. One is controlled by Europe and the United States, and the other is controlled by the Top and Demao. The second part of is to build a large number of floating defense points. From the picture, it looks like an ice cream, with an electromagnetic cannon above and a living warehouse below. These turrets will be distributed in every corner of the outer periphery of the Earth, and it is expected that about 2,000 will be built. The volume of each has a height of more than 20 meters, and each is equipped with a cold nuclear fusion core and has the ability to move independently. These will be the first line of defense against foreign enemies. The third part is to build a large shipyard on the Moon, which is specially used to build all kinds of required spaceships and weapons, and is also the most important supply point in the entire outer space defense plan. The students who like it can click and follow. I love you. Your attention is my biggest motivation. Chapter 253 Arrangement. Chapter 253 Arrangement. The entire plan has already reached $2 trillion in the budget alone. Once unfolded, it is arguably the largest space program in human history. What Apollo, Tiangong and the like are nothing compared to this. In order to supply such a huge system, it is estimated that there are more than 100,000 participating companies, and almost all the world's halls are involved. Such a grand plan, once released, naturally attracted great attention from everyone. Anyway, just looking at it gives a sense of security. Wang Chen also got to know about it when he was resting. This plan has to be said to be pretty good. If you wait for the success of your own energy shield research and development, whether it is the base, the space station, or those floating guns, the survivability will increase a lot. And just when netizens were discussing this matter, NASA, which is currently the space headquarters of the Earth Alliance, has been monitoring a part of the Moon and suddenly detected a strange signal. The inside of NASA is now full of bigwigs. Almost all the elites from the Mao family and the upper family are gathered here. Once this signal was discovered, Li Jiangyue marked it as a symbol of focus. Because Li Jiangyue found that this signal was highly similar to the signal monitored by the little fat man at Yingjiang's house at that time. Since the establishment of the Earth Alliance space headquarters, everyone has completed a round of integration of the existing intelligence. Not only did the above show what happens to you to know. To and know. 3. NASA also internally unlocked the information sent back by Apollo when it landed on the Moon, as well as the signals recovered from the public when investigating the destruction of the spacecraft. Li Jiangyue only identified this newly discovered signal source for the first time because of the addition of these data. This time, it was the lunar rover of Yingjian's house that found the signal. The burst position of the signal source is far away from where Yutu was before. And the signal seems to be constantly being sent towards the Earth. The whole signal lasted for about 5 minutes, and then the lunar rover detected another signal source, which seemed to suppress the previous model, and after a few seconds, both signal sources disappeared. This phenomenon has attracted great attention from the entire headquarters. The last time Yingqian's spaceship was destroyed by the Sixth on the Earth, is it possible that there are still other people on the Earth? What is the meaning of this signal that is being transmitted now? Is it possible that you want to make a move against whom? The person who received the news immediately called Du Gang and asked him to protect Wang Chen's safety. If the opponent really has an attack plan, then Wang Chen will have bad luck again. Du Gang immediately contacted Wang Chen after receiving the call. There is something wrong with this situation now. Du Gang thought about it and hoped that Wang Chen would quickly withdraw. Once you come to the Modu area, it is not easy to defend the surrounding area by the sea. It is also because the population of Modu is too large. Once attacked, you will be in danger, and you will easily hurt others. Wang Chen, who received the news, was also a little numb. Opposite this is not the end, right? Frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Wang Chen agreed with Du Gang's plan. I will evacuate to a safe base, but I have to transport all my equipment. Du Gang was relieved when he saw Wang Chen's agreement, because he was afraid that Wang Chen's temper would come up and he would not leave. It is not difficult to transport things, and soon Du Gang began to arrange manpower for the transfer. Wang Chen, who was interrupted by the R&D plan, could only pause for a while. Then he gave Oguzi a few orders. First of all, the construction of the island cannot be stopped. The construction of the first phase there has entered the final stage. Once the headquarters is completed, all the production capacity of the current factory will be transferred. And to complete the production recovery as soon as possible. At the same time, in order to ensure safety, all robots except the original shipyard robots were put into the installation of defense facilities. Judging from the production of our own factory, we can produce 50 electromagnetic cannons a month, and multiplying by 3 is 150. It will begin to take shape within 3 months. However, after the equipment was transferred, in consideration of safety, the inland workers did not need to go there together. Anyway, the back of the house was driven by robots-based intelligent production. Since the opposite target may include himself, let Oguzi and the robots go there first, and the other employees should stay in the existing factory first. Even if the island will become the main production base in the future, the factories on the inland side will also exist as a subsidiary, so there is no need to worry about losing jobs. The ancestors have long said that eggs cannot be put in one basket, and everything has to be backed up. Last year, the supercomputing center on the island was built, which is far more tyrannical than the current supercomputing. Leave the island to Oguzi himself and feel at ease. After the equipment is transferred, in addition to the construction plan of the shipyard, the main production of the island also needs to focus on the production of exoskeleton mechas, robots, and defensive weapons. Especially the mecha. This thing came out too late. Even now all the tests have not been completed. But don't need it anymore. The single-soldier exoskeleton has become famous in the last World War. There is not much problem in performance, and there is no time to make more modifications. Because once the modification is made, it is necessary to change the drawings and redeploy the production line. These all require Wang Chen to toss in person. Now I have a lot of things on my hands, so naturally I don't have time to do this, so I can only use this drawing first. Wait for a bit of free time before doing a full upgrade. And the order has already been sent, and the Earth Alliance alone has the idea of forming a mecha army. The number of people is about 10,000. After the formation is completed, they will be dispersed in various bases around the world as the main force. Wang Chen has already decided that in addition to the island, he will also set up a special point for the production of exoskeleton armor in the base he is about to go to. This will not only ensure your own safety, but also use the power above to quickly complete this batch of orders. In addition to these arrangements, Wang Chen also called Qin Sanchi over. When he left the company, he had to take care of it all. Fortunately, with the establishment of Dilian, the technology alliance that has just developed in China no longer has to worry about being suppressed overseas. Just take advantage of this time to develop rapidly. No matter what, the gate of science and technology is our biggest backing. If you have any questions, you can contact yourself at any time. After this matter is resolved, everyone can move to the island to enjoy happiness. Chapter 254 Secret Base. Chapter 254 Secret Base. I have a cold these days, and I will resume normal updates tomorrow. The moving speed is very fast. It seems that he is afraid that the enemy will attack in the next second. Wang Chen just arrived at the secret base with his front feet, and the equipment was transported on his back feet. This base is located in a cave in the Bashu area. The surrounding area is heavily guarded, and De Gang said that there is only one regiment of people stationed here. And the best of the best. The surrounding mountains have also been hollowed out several times, and the equipment stored in it is almost a small production chain. It can even independently produce tanks and fighter jets, as well as various weapons and ammunition. The arrival of Wang Chen has made the alert here reach its peak. The above specifically give a death order to the head of the team here, and we must protect Wang Chen's safety. No, as soon as we got off the helicopter, there was a big man in his 40s or 50 years waiting in front of him. De Gang glanced at him and greeted with a smile, "Captain Qin, long time no see, are you getting fat again?" "Fuck off, you've only gained weight, and it's been a few years since you went out, and you already have that little belly." The big man called Captain Qin gave a blank look, looked at Wang Chen and asked, "This is Mr. Wang, right?" Yes, I'm Wang Chen. I'll ask Head Qin to take care of me in the future." Wang Chen smiled and shook hands with this man. "My name is Qin Feng, and I'm the general manager here. If you have any needs in the future, just tell me directly," Qin Feng said politely. "Captain, long time no see." Li Long next to him also jumped off the plane with something in his hand. Seeing that Qin Feng was chatting with Wang Chen, he also laughed. "Do you still remember my head?" Qin Feng glanced at this guy and couldn't help but punch him. Seeing that Wang Chen was a little confused, he pointed at Li Long and said, "This person was from our regiment's reconnaissance company before, and was later transferred to the special team. It turned out to be at the old club, so it seems that they are all acquaintances." Touched his chin, Wang Chen said in surprise, "Forget it, this guy was also a cadre of our regiment before, and he went to the National Security Bureau after working for a few years." Qin Feng pointed to De Gang again and said with a smile, "Okay, so why don't you have a good drink tonight? That's necessary. Mr. Wang is also here. You are our honored guest. Ouch, if you can't do it, you are here to take refuge." Quickly waved his hand, Wang Chen also said helplessly, "I'm not a distinguished guest, I'm being run around by a group of bastards who don't know where to hide. Boss, I'll go save the mecha first, and I'll come back to you later." Seeing that everyone is familiar with it, Li Long walked to a box next to him. This is the only set of individual mechas in the world, which was naturally brought over by Li Long. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "Is that the mecha? Can I see it?" "Of course you can, but it's not a secret thing. Go, let the head of Qin have a look." Li Long, "Okay, look at the head of the regiment, this is a big baby." After saying that, he found a crowbar to open the box. A few minutes later, with the sound of a melodious motor, Li Long had already put on the entire mecha and was standing in front of everyone with a little shyness on his hips. Qin Feng couldn't help but stepped forward and took a closer look. Although I have seen the video and pictures of this thing, I am still a little shocked when I see the real thing. As you get closer, You can clearly see that there are a lot of scratches and dust on the entire mech. This is the trace left after Li Long fought with those alien robots. Although it's a bit ugly, the battle-damaged version of the skin adds 3 elements of viciousness to the entire mech out of thin air. The romance of men is nothing less than that. Especially for soldiers, mechas are the dream lover. Not only Qin Feng, but also the surrounding staff in charge of vigilance, as well as the soldiers who were training on the playground in the distance also came over. Wang Chen's arrival here is not a secret to the people in the base. Everyone may just be a little curious about Wang Chen, but they are looking forward to the mecha in Wang Chen's hands. Good stuff, really good stuff. After touching it back and forth for a long time, Qin Feng gave out the same emotion as De Gang before. It's no wonder that the above will have a group of themselves to protect Wang Chen's safety. This is too siffy. Captain, have you touched enough? I'm getting goosebumps. Inside the mecha, Li Long, who had not moved the whole time, couldn't help but make a joke. This is the first time I have seen the head of the regiment show such an expression. But it's normal to think about it. I almost drooled for the first time. Get out, go to the warehouse to register. Qin Feng stabilized his emotions, and then kicked Li Long and scolded with a smile. Yes, I'll go right now, the boss will ask you first. Li Long said with a smile, it doesn't hurt to kick me in a mecha anyway. When he arrived at the base, Li Long's heart that had been hanging all the time was relieved a lot. This is his own family, so there is no need to say more about safety. Otherwise, Li Long would not have offered to go to the warehouse to register first. Mr. Wang, please, it's 6 o'clock soon. Let's go eat something first, and then I'll show you where you live. Ignored Li Long, Qin Feng made a gesture of please. Wang Chen also rubbed his stomach and said with a smile, then I'm sorry, I'm really too hungry. Haha, don't worry. My food is absolutely good, open to eat. Necessary. In a private room in the cafeteria, one meal after dinner, everyone became more familiar with each other. I live in a suite in the middle of the mountain, close to the cliff, and the scenery is quite good. Don't look at the inside of the mountain, but the ventilation is very good, and it is very dry. It is said that most of the people living in this mountain are the same researchers as themselves. After all, there is a small military factory here, and the research and development department naturally exists. Li Long lives next door and can be called anytime. Although it is isolated from the world, there are internet cables and everything. Before going to bed, Wang Chen contacted Erguzi. At present, the company's situation has been fully handed over to Jin Sanshi. Wang Chen is most concerned about the progress on the island. Wang Chen asked Erguzi to send a briefing every night. Especially the fortifications of the islands, which are related to the security of the subsequent headquarters, and must not be sloppy. After reading today's briefing, and giving Erguzi a few more orders, Wang Chen lay on a big soft bed and slowly fell asleep. While Wang Chen was sleeping, on the side of the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Earth Alliance was now brightly lit. Since the lunar signal was checked, in addition to NASA's increasing research, the headquarters of the Earth Federation has also begun to prepare for a large-scale screening of the Earth. Although I also know that it may be of little use, at least it can run in the newly formed Ground Alliance Army. In the event of an emergency, the normal operation of the Earthlink will affect the safety of the entire planet. Chapter 255 Signal Reproduction. Chapter 255 Signal Reproduction. An island airport on the other side of the world. This is the famous Hawaii, and it is also the most important island base of Eagle Source in the Pacific Ocean. Rather than a base, this is a group of bases centered on Hawaii. The famous Midway Island in World War II is here. Now it has become the command center of the Earth Alliance Pacific Theater. There were 35,000 troops stationed here alone, but now 10,000 people have been transferred to other areas, and the army headed by the above and Mao will fill in to make up for the vacancy in combat effectiveness. The plan of the Tianlin Association is to increase the number of people stationed in this area to 50,000 within a year. Today is the first batch of coalition troops to arrive at the military base. Eagle Source also specially organized a banquet as a welcome. There were even reporters who followed up on the incident. There is a picture that makes people laugh a little bit. Is a reporter interviewing Ying Chen and the officers above at the same time. Was originally a very normal interview, but the attention of netizens was attracted by the military's new combat suit above. The starry sky camouflage is matched with tactical props, and there is a big sunglasses on his face. The two stood together. If it weren't for the difference in race, it would be hard to tell that they were two soldiers with different identities. Sure enough, the biggest cent in the world is the above himself. This is the rhythm that will make Eagle Source bald. Eagle Source herself was a little speechless after watching the video. This Nima is too much. Technically it's okay to touch me, even if you don't let me dress up. Also, who despised this kind of local tyrant's behavior before, don't you like tactical interspersed the most? However, the above shrugged his shoulders, saying that only when he was poor he liked tactical interspersed. Eagle Source. This is true. Both of them lived the way they hated the most before. Just as the Earth Alliance was constantly deploying its troops on the moon, the Yuta-3, which had been out of control, had already run into a pit. This is not far from the far side of the moon. Although Yuta-3 is out of control, the Change satellite in the sky has been staring at it. After all, as the device that is most likely to come into contact with aliens, both the space agency above and NASA have maintained a high degree of attention. Judging from the current situation, this Jade Rabbit No. 3 is not wandering around, but is running towards a destination non-stop. Today, the movement speed of Yuta No. 3 has slowed down significantly. Director Nu, who discovered this situation, immediately shared the situation, and NASA immediately listed this incident as the first exploration target. In the joint command room, the real-time video of this aspect was put on the front-end big screen. It can be seen through the satellite's high-precision camera that Yuta-3 has stopped in front of an erected pillar after slowing down. This is a grey pillar standing on the ground like a stone. After the Jade Rabbit stopped in front, without pausing, he stretched out his mechanical arm and touched it. Percent and dash percent. Percent and U caret percent and percent. Immediately, the satellites in the sky immediately detected a familiar signal source, and the frequency was still continuously increasing. Quick, lock the signal source to read it immediately. How long will our satellites be in position after changing their orbits? The director of NASA immediately shouted when the signal source appeared again. 10 minutes to go. Hurry up. Yes. After discovering that the Jade Rabbit began to slow down, the director of NASA has ordered the Yingjiang satellite over the moon to start changing its orbit. But still a little too late. But you can see it clearly from the satellite of the rabbit. After the Jade Rabbit touched it, even if he couldn't hear the sound, he could still see that the whole pillar was shaking constantly. About a minute later, as a lot of dust fell, a black irregular spiral-shaped object appeared in front of everyone. This is not a natural formation. The length is about 10 meters, and the top looks very sharp. Fuck. Director Nu looked at the scene in front of him and took a deep breath. John. Have you found this situation before when you landed on the moon? John is the name of the director of NASA, and he is also the boss of the current space headquarters. Director Nu is the second in command. I don't know. I didn't participate in the moon landing plan that year. I have to ask the commander about this. John touched his forehead and said quickly. In this case, you asked me, who should I ask? Never seen it at all. Then hurry up and ask. This is not a good sign. Chief Nu swears in a hurry. There may be an alien base on the moon, which is too scary. Soon, the commander of Eagle Source, who was discussing the development of the Earth Alliance with several other leaders in the white box, also received John's call. The change in his face directly made people connect the interface screen to their own online meeting. Then he kicked the other people out of the conference room except Wu Chang. "What's the matter?" Big Mao, who was chatting, couldn't help but ask. "There is a new discovery on the other side of the moon. I asked them to pass the picture over. You watch first, I will find someone." Quickly explained the situation, and after leaving this sentence, the commander of the Eagle Source family hurried out of the house. "Prepare the car and go to the Secret Service. I don't know anything about Apollo's moon landing, so I have to let the old man come out and have a good chat." Less than half an hour later, the great commander came to the archives of the Secret Service. I saw the old man lying on a chair dozing off at a glance. He couldn't help but walked over and pushed it. The old man opened his eyes a little confused, and then he sat up slowly when he saw that it was the chief commander. "Is there anything you need to do with me? I don't know that it is very rude to disturb the old man's sleep. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. There is a new development on the other side of the moon. Did we find the same discovery when we landed on the moon before?" While talking, he handed the old man some photos from the space headquarters. The old man took it and looked at it, and his face became solemn. "Is this thing at the previous coordinate?" "No, the distance is very far." The commander shook his head. "Well, this matter is also a secret of the space agency back then, it stands to reason." "Don't tell me any secrets, tell me everything you know." When the commander heard this, his brain hurt immediately. When did the trademark people still tell me this? "Don't worry. Come with me." After glancing at his chief commander, the old man thought about it before he got up from his chair and walked slowly into the archives room. Follow your favorite classmates Stilda. Chapter 256, 3 years. Chapter 256 3 years. Everyone, this is the current situation. We did find something similar back then. These are the photos taken at that time. After dozens of minutes, the commander of the Eagle Source family who returned to the line silently released a bunch of information. This is a bunch of photos that look very vintage piece. Should have been taken on it after Apollo landed on the moon. Judging from the picture, it is also a black pillar similar to the one found on the moon. However, these close-up photos are a bit blurry but can be clearly seen. There are a lot of complicated lines on these pillars. It's kind of like a circuit board. All the lines are gathered to the top, the commander said. When NASA found this thing, it immediately blocked the news. I only found out about it today. Good guy, it turns out that there was a problem on the moon decades ago. Demao couldn't help but complain after hearing this. The great commander shrugged and said nothing. This is indeed the case. Back then, Yingjin chose to seal the news instead of telling everyone. There must be some other ideas in it. For example, after returning to the moon, you can rely on this information to explore first. Okay, don't bother about the past. The question now is, why do you run here non-stop after being controlled, and what is the purpose of this exposed black pillar? Touched his forehead and stood up and said. The events of that year will be discussed later, and now the most important thing is how to deal with this thing on the face. Ghost knows, you can't fly over to check without a spaceship, you can only take a step and take a look. Eagle Source spread her hands and said helplessly. Then we can't just sit still like this. The enemy may come back at any time. If their base is on the moon, then we will be too passive. Said so, but still find a way to inquire. To be honest, looking at the moon now, everyone feels both familiar and unfamiliar. The ghost knows what's going on with the moon now. Then let's launch more rovers, and then continue to speed up the research and development of spacecraft. Eagle Source thought for a while and suggested. That's the only way to go. Damao, do you have enough rockets on your side? After thinking about it for a while, he could only nod his head, then turned to Damao and asked. Okay, there are some. It depends on how much you are ready to launch. Damao, who was drinking wine, thought about it. His own rockets have always been in stock, but if it is a large-scale launch, some must still be produced. After all, the maintenance cost of the rocket is not low, and it is impossible to store it for a long time. Then launch 10 first. Eagle Source and I each prepare 5, within a month. Before the words were finished, there was no speech next to the screen. John suddenly opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Damn, it was invaded." Huh? Invasion? Before everyone could react, the screen in front of them suddenly disappeared. In the NASA bureau, looking at the picture that suddenly went black, everyone, you look at me, I look at you, you are all dumbfounded. Who invaded? I don't know. It suddenly got out of control. John, calm down, it's probably that guy. Director Nu came over and patted John on the shoulder. This feeling of sudden disconnection has a familiar taste. If nothing else. Sure enough, just after he finished speaking, a red icon suddenly appeared on the front screen. This is a marker similar to a bloody hand. Organisms meet again. As the icon appears, a mechanically synthesized sound also emanates from the surrounding speakers. Director Nu and John's faces suddenly sank, and sure enough, this was the thing that attacked Wang Chen at the time. Who are you and why are you attacking us? Director Nu immediately stepped forward and asked angrily. You don't know? What do you know? Oh, it seems that you really don't know anything, but it doesn't matter. As the last inheritors of Kurdilas, you are destined to die. Guldiras. Heard the name again. Director Nu frowned slightly and said directly, Your Excellency, I really don't know what you are talking about. But we humans are also easy to mess with. I didn't expect you to surrender. After all, I know you too well. I have killed nearly 300 billion of the remnants of Kurdilas over the years, and you are the last group. So what the hell is this Kurdilas? Chief Nu is a little numb. What kind of hatred is this to make the other side say such words? This is the rhythm of extermination. Okay, the chat is over, get ready, soon. I'll come. Seems to be disturbed by something, the mechanical voice suddenly disappeared halfway through. Then, another somewhat soft female voice came in again. It's just from the tone of voice that you can feel that the owner of this female voice seems to be a little bit angry. Dial, I'm not dead yet. Don't be too arrogant. My esteemed mother, how long can you protect them? It's just a matter of time. Roll. After the female voice cursed angrily, the mechanically synthesized voice never appeared again, not even the icon in the center. This is a double read. Not only Director Nu was confused, everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. Who the hell are you all? You guys. Hey. Maybe this is God's will. After a while of silence, the female voice came in again faintly. Compared with the previous one, it is obviously much softer. Who are you? Director Nu couldn't help asking. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you are going to be in trouble. What's the meaning? The owner of that voice is the leader of a certain mechanical force. It is now trapped in the moon. I can't stop it. You have 3 years at most. After 3 years, it will break. Open my defense, and then you will all die. 3 years. Director Nu was startled and wanted to ask something, when he heard the female voice helplessly continue to say, Okay, the communication will be disconnected soon. I have the coordinates of their location on the Earth base, you can put them first. Unplug this. As for the future, it is up to God. Even if their strength has been worn down by less than 10, it is still not something you can stop now. Wish you guys good luck. After finishing speaking, The owner of the voice disappeared without waiting for Director Nu and the others to speak. After leaving a coordinate, the owner of the voice disappeared. After a few seconds, the communication in the bureau returned to normal, but everyone's mood became extremely bad. 3 years. If what this guy said is true, then there is not much time left for them. Follow your favorite classmates. Tilda. Chapter 257. The matter of the mecha is up to us. Chapter 257. The mecha thing is up to us. Not only the space agency, but also the 5 big guys on the line who also heard the news. It's just that they couldn't speak and could only listen silently. Looking at the NASA center that has returned to normal, the commander of the Eagle Source family silently asked in a small group, "What's going on now? What else can we do?" "Fuck him," Damaozu said angrily. "I thought the other side was here to talk, but that's what happened. Do you really think the Earth is fixed? Let's not talk about the one in front. I'm more curious who the female voice in the back is. It sounds like it doesn't quite deal with the guy in front." The one above touched his chin and said, "Ghost knows, we don't know the origins of these guys, it's too uncomfortable to have no information." Iajijin held her head and said with some annoyance, "Now this situation is becoming more and more incomprehensible, but if it is assumed that what the female voice in the back is saying is true, can it be done in 3 years? Okay, anyway, the 5 of us can't mess up. If we mess up the Earth, it will be messy." The above was also a little headache, but he still opened his mouth to remind. If things don't come to the last minute, there is still a chance. At least stabilize your position first. The coordinates are out, Demao. It's on your side. Just when the above is true, NASA has already found the position marked by the coordinates. It turned out that the point marked by this coordinate happened to be in the Siberian area of Damao's family. "Why is the grass here with me?" Damao's face changed immediately when the corner of his mouth twitched. "Then you can ask them, but you can understand that there are no people in your Siberian area all the year round, and there are many mountainous areas. It's really not impossible to hide a base and go in." Ying Jiang saw that the coordinates turned out to be on the other side of Demao. The interest couldn't help but get a little better. He laughed and joked. Demao rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Instead, he looked directly at the top and said seriously, "If it's really on my side, then I need support, real support. Relax, this is for sure. If there is a base of alien life, it will definitely become the first target of the current Earth Alliance." The above also said very simply. Needless to say, the importance of Demao in the current plan of the local alliance goes without saying. Even Eagle Source nodded and said, "Don't worry, if there is, I'll send someone to order it for him." Okay, without further ado, let's discuss the next arrangement based on the existing information, and inform NASA that everyone who knows this secret must keep quiet. This news must not go out without our consent. Waved his hand, and quickly brought the topic back to him. Now the time is very close, not a minute or a second can be delayed. It was only the next day that Wang Chen knew about it. Listening to the information compiled by Urguzi, Wang Chen, who was debugging the equipment, also didn't know what to say. 3 years. Grass, this time the room is too tight. It was just that Wang Chen was a little surprised when he heard that the other side seemed to be trapped on the moon now. From the current situation, it seems that there are 2 unknown forces, and they are still fighting each other. And from the perspective of the Earth, the latter one is obviously much softer. But unfortunately, there was no chance for in-depth communication, just left a so-called base coordinate inside the Earth. This is a bit of a hassle. If the one who is very hostile to the Earth is really inside the moon, then it is too close to the Earth. Relying on the minerals on the moon, people can also continuously produce equipment for delivery. The strength of his own is not enough. If he fights a war of attrition with the machine on the opposite side, I am afraid that there is not only one dead word. What does the above say? Silently adjusting the screws of a device that had just been delivered, Wang Chen asked Erguzi next to him while holding the wrench. Now the 5 above have been fully united, and they are going to check the coordinates of that base first, and then it is about combat readiness. Several halls have already activated the first level alert. Now everyone is working hard to prepare the consumables needed for the battle. Well, is there any more? And these 5 are going to join forces to establish a scientific research institution, bringing together the world's top scientists, and the key figures include the boss. Really? Is everyone ready to open up technically? Yes, whether it is Eagle Source or Demao, they are all ready to take out the things at the bottom of their respective boxes. The above is also discussing whether to fully open up the technology related to cold nuclear fusion. TSK. Wang Chen rubbed his head. Sure enough, the pressure above was also great, and just 3 years passed in a flash. This cold nuclear fusion is the most important energy technology at present. If everyone wants to make some achievements in the past 3 years, open technology is the best choice. But the above is also hesitating, because it is not clear whether what the female voice said is true. If not, then his family would have lost a trump card in vain. But this has nothing to do with me. No matter how the above chooses, this is a decision at the national level. Wang Chen also believes that the above can make a correct judgment. What I have to do now is to speed up my research on shields. Be honest, Alexander. Erguzi, please report my research plan, and at the same time expand the originally planned 5 mecha production lines to 50, and then sell it to the Land Alliance at a gross profit. They are not planning to assemble an army of 3 million, then let's double it first. Touching his chin and thinking for a while, Wang Chen then ordered Erguzi to change the plan again. In any case, the first 3-year period will be used. The annual production capacity of this production line is 50,000 units, and the 50-line production capacity is only 7.5 million units in 3 years. Of course, these 3 million troops will not all be equipped with mechas, and should only be worn by elite troops. As much as possible, ensure that one person has 3 to 5 units in stock, so that it is possible to withstand the consumption of the battlefield. Wang Chen's decision soon reached the ears above. Hearing that Wang Chen was working on energy shields, whether it was true or not, at least he was relieved. As for the mecha's capacity expansion plan, the above was originally prepared to discuss with Wang Chen. As one of the few trump cards on Earth now, this thing is sure to be used on a large scale. Now that Wang Chen brought it up himself, the above is naturally very happy. However, the current situation is no longer something that Wang Chen's company can handle. This is not the case. He quickly told Wang Chen what he thought, and we have to deal with this mecha. You can pay attention to the children's shoes you like. I love you all. Momo Tilda. Chapter 258. Chapter 258 Crazy Busy. The meaning of above is very simple. If this thing wants to be mass-produced in a short period of time, it is necessary to use the power of the state. If you still go the way of placing in order and then producing it, it will undoubtedly be a waste of time. So the above simply decided not to take care of Wang Chen. You can do your research in peace, and leave the production to us. With the base where Wang Chen is located as the core, it was decided to build 50 mecha production lines within a year with the power of the state. Why do you want to spread so much? There are also considerations above. Even if it is to use the country's channels, Dow has reduced the cost to a minimum, but a complete set of individual mechas still requires nearly 2 million yuan, which is still counting the configuration of various weapons. Of course, this is certainly not expensive, but if there are 50 production lines a year, that is the output of a full 5 million units. Calculated, The cost alone will be 5 trillion RMB. What is this concept? The country's annual budget is less than 20 trillion yuan, and this time it will take out a full quarter. And this is only the cost of manufacturing. If you count the laying equipment and a large number of supporting facilities, at least 2 trillion must be added. Because the above is very clear. It is almost impossible to achieve such a large output in such a short period of time by manpower alone. Therefore, the production of robots must be increased. Relying on the characteristics of robots to drive the production capacity of the entire industry chain. So this is not something that Wang Chen's company can play at all, and must go through the national channel. Fortunately, this money can also be earned back from outside. Even if you don't make any money, you can sell the mecha to other halls at the lowest price. After all, the Earth Alliance's army is not the only one, and the local tyrants like Yingjiang should also share some of the pressure. The above calculation shows that the annual expenditure on mecha alone is nearly 7 trillion RMB, of which about 4 trillion can be transferred to the European and American tank coup. They will share their economic pressure by providing raw materials or purchasing finished products. This is the operation at the national level, and even the above is under a lot of pressure. Because not only the mecha, but also the electromagnetic gun is also a big money burner, not to mention that the world is still waiting for its own cold nuclear fusion core. It is estimated that the military spending in just 1 year may account for 60% of its own gross domestic product. This is unprecedented. But there is no way, the pressure is so great now. As the current leader of the Earth Alliance, they know very well that if they don't stand up and unite with everyone, then the Earth will really end. It is better to expect the enemy to retreat by himself if he expects Eagle Source to produce these things. There is no need to discuss this matter, and Europe and the United States will definitely not say half a word. The world knows that their own infrastructure is the fastest, and only their own can arm the entire land in such a short period of time. As for what they have to do is research and development and then give money. Wang Chen agreed quickly after knowing the above idea. Indeed, it's too much trouble to leave this to yourself, so let the above handle it. It doesn't matter if you make money or not, what kind of money can you make when the Earth is almost gone? Let's talk about it after this time. Soon, Wang Chen handed over the design drawings of the mecha. After getting the design drawing, it was not delayed at all, and De Gang immediately asked De Gang to start moving the base. Free up all the surrounding hills for me. Then I went to the people in Europe and America to give money to money, equipment to equipment, and raw materials to raw materials. After a month of intense arrangements, Dilian has now formed a relatively complete system. First of all, the European and American team headed by Yingjiang will mainly supply all kinds of equipment for the above and Demao, and also take into account the newly established Scientific Research Center. This Scientific Research Center is composed of 12 top scientific research institutions in the world, led by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But these are no longer divided. In this joint scientific research headquarters, all technologies are shared, and everyone has only one goal, which is to improve the combat effectiveness of the Earth as much as possible within 3 years. As for the other less powerful halls, they are mainly responsible for the supply of raw materials, and the consumption of raw materials by such a large action is unprecedented. Almost 70% of the world's freight force is concentrated, and what we have to do every day is to run back and forth in various halls around the world, collecting countless resources on it and the warehouse of the Big Mao family. And above and Demao are now the busiest machining centers in the world. Among them, headed by the above, Demao is mainly responsible for batch processing, which accounts for almost 70% of the workload, and the above is mainly responsible for the final 30% of finishing. It's not that the above wants to be lazy, but that the above is about to be crazy. Now they not only have to produce a new generation of equipment for the army of the Terrestrial Alliance, but also regulate the entire trade cycle. The most important thing is that we have to find a way to quickly expand the production line of robots and put these robots into various processing plants around the world as soon as possible. To put it simply, all the supplies and equipment from all over the world are gathering here, and then they are all waiting for them to be digested and then counter-supplied to everyone. In this case, even the so-called World Processing Factory can hardly hold it. The pressure of this trademark is much greater than before. Didn't you see that Yingjun, who had a little opinion before, is now silent? With the pressure on it now, it would be their turn to be paralyzed. In addition to the adjustment of production this month, the exploration of the coordinates of that base on the Demao side has already yielded results. Originally thought it would be a little troublesome, but maybe the other side also knows his basics. The ground has been exposed. Has no intention of continuing to hide at all, and directly relies on a mountain to show the entire defense force. There are nearly 300 machines patrolling outside, and the number seems to be increasing continuously. Demao understands all his temperament, and he is angry when he sees that he doesn't hide anything on the other side, so he dispatched his own White Swan to deliver a pile of bombs to the other side on the same day. However, the effect was not very good, and a layer of energy shield was opened directly on the opposite side to protect the entire base inside. Looking at this thing, Demao, who was still nodding his head, was helpless. This thing is too familiar to him. Before, he paid the price of countless missiles just for the shield of the large crab, especially the electromagnetic gun assists barely broke through the defense. But now, when fighting against the mainland, the shield is much thicker than it was at the time. You can't break it by your own abilities. So instead of wasting explosives, Demao made a phone call to ask for reinforcements. The already busy feet didn't touch the ground, and I thought about it, so I just let it go. This thing is a bit troublesome, and you have to wait for the mass production of the electromagnetic gun to kill it with one hit. Now, just surround yourself with it, as long as you don't let the machine inside run out. Chapter 259 Triangular Arrow. Chapter 259 Triangular Arrow. But the idea is beautiful. The reality is cruel. Although most of the machines on the opposite side are not out of the shield's defensive range, they also have an energy ball excitation device inside. Every day, there are several shuttles facing the surroundings, and Demao had no choice but to withdraw the army to a farther place. I thought it would be all right, but after a few days, the opposite side did not bombard them with energy balls anymore, but there were a lot of mechanical bodies in the waters of the world. They don't do anything, just hide in the water to find trouble with those freighters. When he found one, he went up to kill the people and then opened the valve of the ship's sinking. In just 2 weeks, several freighters have suffered. The local government immediately analyzed the matter, and quickly concluded that the opposite side was the sea that had submerged through the groundwater veins. No, Demao hurriedly sent people to block the 2 underground rivers. Let's not talk about whether it can be blocked. What should we do with the mechanical body that has now fled to the sea? These guys destroy the freighter every day and no one can stand it. After a lot of research, there is no big solution but to send warships for escort. Fortunately, all the small robots that can run out on the opposite side can still be eliminated by paying a little price. As long as the big crab didn't go into the sea before it was released, it would be fine. But with the size of that crab, unless there is a base in the sea on the other side, it is impossible to swim out with the underground river alone. Not to mention that the big hair has been blocked. In addition to things at sea, Demao has also monitored what seems to be happening in the surrounding underground these days. Through analysis, Demao suspects that the secret base under the mountain must be not small. It's just that the surrounding area is protected by energy shields, and they can't probe through the equipment. In the past 2 days, Dimao has been researching whether to put some unmanned equipment and try to sneak in from the underground water vein. Everyone now knows too little information about the enemy, and it's a little out of place to not know anything about this battle. I discussed it above, but I think it is feasible. This does not let Eagle Source be responsible for providing the necessary exploration equipment for Dimao. In the blink of an eye, it's already October. This year is destined to be an unstable year. Although there are still 3 years of news that the enemy may be calling, the Earth Alliance has not notified the world. But the whole Earth is mobilizing troops, especially the cost of various weapons, which is not enough to hide. Obviously, the Earthlink is preparing something. Netizens aren't stupid either. Dillian doesn't say it, but it can be inferred from various aspects. And many policies cannot be concealed at all. Fortunately, the core news has not been exposed, and the external explanation of the Dillian has always been prepared for a rainy day. And just 2 days before the National Day, Wang Chen, the boss of the Gate of Science and Technology, suddenly released a message. Said that it will officially announce its new generation of defensive weapons on October 1st. As soon as the news came out, it quickly attracted the attention of countless people. From electromagnetic guns to individual exoskeleton mechas, the Gate of Technology has long been invisible in everyone's eyes. It is a private enterprise, but a genuine arms dealer. And is a highly skilled arms tycoon. Didn't you see that many halls around the world are rushing for their electromagnetic guns and exoskeleton mechas? Even if there is no specific transaction amount, the number is not a small number. And now, the Gate of Science and Technology is going to launch a new defensive weapon. Both netizens and Tanku are very curious. Eagle Source also quietly asked the above to ask about the situation, but the above can only say that they are not very clear about this. That was researched by Wang Chen on the island, where people have absolute sovereignty. Well, Yingtian barely believed this. Anyway, if you say it or not, everyone will know it in a few days. After the news came out, in just 1 day, hundreds of media gathered on Wang Chen's island. These people are all flying in from all over the world. Although the construction of the island has not been completed, some important facilities, such as the airport, have been able to be used. According to the news from Wang Chen, this weapon was already hidden in the so-called No. 1 shipyard. Already, some reporters couldn't help but want to investigate, but they were quickly blocked by the surrounding security robots. After several exchanges with no results, everyone could only camp out and wait for the arrival of tomorrow. The next day was October 1st. In the morning, everyone still watched the military parade in China. Although it comes once a year, this thing is really not boring. And compared to the last time, the weapons and equipment taken out this time are undoubtedly more advanced. Especially in the sky, the new generation of pure electric drive Delta drone was shown for the first time. Light looks very similar to the F-117 of the Eagle Source family. It should be known that the F-117 of the Eagle Source family was second only to the existence of B-2 in terms of stealth ability. Although there is no exposure parameter, it seems to be a circle more than the F-117 of the Eagle Source family in terms of the volume of the exposed face. The above statement is that this drone, code-named Triangle Arrow, mainly performs bombing tasks. It will be matched with existing drones, and rely on its powerful ammunition load to become the most important firepower in the unmanned attack ranks. It has high appearance and great power, and it doesn't seem to be expensive. The appearance of the Triangle Arrow undoubtedly made the military fans hooked, and in the afternoon, there was a big meal waiting for them. In terms of islands, with the successful conclusion of the military parade above, almost all websites on the internet have switched their pictures to the island. Next to the No. 1 shipyard is the cargo port of the island. At this time, the cargo port was already full of reporters. All kinds of long guns and short cannons are facing the shipyard gate on the left. According to the official time given by the Gate of Technology, this weapon should appear at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When Wang Chen also opened the website to join in the fun, it was less than 10 minutes before 3 o'clock. A dull mechanical sound. When arrived at 3 o'clock, there was a sound from the gate of the shipyard ahead. Immediately made a group of reporters who were waiting a little dozed off to become smart again. The huge gate slowly slid upwards, and the interior space of the shipyard was shown to everyone for the first time. This is a standard shipyard with a dock in the middle, which has been filled with seawater. And the two sides are filled with countless utensils. At this time, a huge black battleship was lying quietly in the dock. Although it is not comprehensive, but just the exposed part, you can already feel the coercion brought by this weapon. Many netizens who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but scratch their heads. It turns out that the new weapon Wang Chen said was a warship. Chapter 260 Black Dragon Class Battleship. Chapter 260 Black Dragon Class Battleship. It took 3 minutes, and when the door was fully opened, a louder engine sound suddenly sounded. Uguzi, who has taken over all the authority of the battleship, is doing the final inspection of the complete system. After was sure that there was no problem, he issued an order to Wang Chen to leave his post. Wang Chen, who was watching the live broadcast, also waved the thug and typed the unlock command on the keyboard. Come out, come out. Holy crap, it's so big. Is this a battleship? Definitely yes, look at the fort, isn't that the electromagnetic gun? I knew the king the boss must bring the electromagnetic gun to the ship, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. My dear, 3 triples. The firepower of this battleship is about to go to heaven. More than that, didn't you see that there is a chocolate box on each of the front and rear splints? There may be truth buried in it. A warship that destroys the country. How many primary school students can this thing beat? Elementary school students? Wasn't that a one-shot thing? The battleship slowly sailed out, and under the high-definition cameras of various media, the entire body was displayed in front of everyone without reservation. Huge turrets, boxes with unknown firepower buried, and large and small anti-aircraft firepower around the hull. This is simply a huge monster born to kill. The heaviness that blows towards the face even shows its strong defensive power. Although everyone does not know the specific parameters of this battleship, but at first glance, no one doubts its survivability. When the whole ship was completely out of the shipyard, everyone discovered that in addition to the flying national flag, there was a black-bottomed dragon flag on the top of the conning tower. This is not the logo of any hall on Earth, but Wang Chen himself designed it for this battleship. Just after the battleship was launched, Wang Chen also posted some parameters of the battleship on Weibo. This battleship, code-named Black Dragon, is equipped with 3 triple-mounted 380mm caliber electromagnetic guns, and has 48 20mm caliber runner high-speed anti-aircraft guns. Carries 2 chocolate boxes. One is a 128-unit missile vertical launch system. The other is much smaller, with only 9 launch ports, but it can launch strategic missiles such as the DF-21. The entire hull has 3 layers of Grafton alloy armor, and its defense is terrifying. The overall length is 363 meters and the width is 52 meters. The displacement at full load is 150,000 tons. Can be said to be a real steel giant. Looking at the volume, this battleship has surpassed the world's largest Ford-class aircraft carrier. And the cold nuclear fusion device used can ensure that its power is extremely abundant. The limit speed can reach nearly 45 knots. What is this concept? A battleship of such a huge size runs faster than expulsion. Even the aircraft carrier of the Eagle Source family can run between 35 and 36. drove out from the dock, and drove around a few times. After an hour, the battleship returned to the dock slowly. At present, the completion of the entire battleship has reached 95%. Was originally completed, but some time ago, Wang Chen asked Urguzi to reserve space for installing energy shields according to the existing conditions. This adds some changes to the already determined follow-up design. So at present, this battleship has to stay around the shipyard for a while, waiting for the shield behind it, and also providing the most direct protection to the island. As the gate of the shipyard slowly closed. On the internet, the triangular aerodrone just launched above was slaughtered by this battleship called He long before it stood on the hot search for a long time. There are still many people chasing after Wang Chen to ask the specific name of this battle series. Because the Black Dragon belongs to the class, just like the Ford class or something, there should be a name that belongs to the battleship after it. Facing some questions from netizens, Wang Chen also typed a few lines with a smile when it was late. I think that the names of battleships around the world like to use famous people in history. I thought about it for a long time and decided to name it after the emperor in our history. After all, the status of battleships in warships is the proper boss. This He Long class no. One ship naturally has to correspond to the first emperor in our history. Black Dragon class no. One ship Yingxing, this is its full name. Just in history, the Qin dynasty also respected black, but it was not a violation of peace. This is Wang Chen's sudden idea. I have difficulty in naming myself, so let's name it after a famous person in history. Just like the Eagle Source family likes to be named after the president. Yingxing, this is not bad. In less than a few hours, netizens spontaneously added a nickname to this battleship. What is it called, Brother Zheng? There is even a picture of P, which is the picture of the battleship with the gun tube against the Eagle Source. Is also accompanied by the following text, Brother Zheng, beat him. Well, let's not talk about Wang Chen's name. The appearance of the Black Dragon class battleship made everyone drool. Especially Yingzhen, her eyes almost popped out. It is unimaginable, if not for the appearance of an alien, the first enemy of this battleship would have become himself. Fuck, this Nima is too scary. With this firepower configuration, we can properly single out a fleet. What, Rabbit, how are you going to arrange this thing? In the conference room, Yingzhen touched her head and asked. The guy above squinted at the guy and said with a smile, of course it's incorporated into the ground couplet. Why, do you have any opinions? To be honest, even Eagle Source likes it, so it's not blind. It was originally in the late stage of firepower, even though Wang Chen had long known that Wang Chen wanted to throw a battleship out, but he really did not expect this firepower configuration to have such a how brutal. When I asked them for a customized version of the 128 small bit and the 9 large bit, they still doubted that these two can really be put on the ship. Now it seems that I really underestimate myself, and I can get on the ship from now on. Judging from the aerial photography, there is still a lot of usable space on the deck. It is estimated that there will be no problem with a small set of 64 pits. And it's so beautiful, the pure black appearance adds a hint of evil. No opinion, absolutely no opinion. Why don't you send it to Damao to help catch the next person? Yingzhen quickly waved her hand. I mean to put this thing in the ground connection, so high-end combat power can't be displayed outside to look good. Not yet, Wang Chen said that there is still a bit of finishing work to be done, so we have to wait. He waved his hand to explain, and then thought for a while. I have a proposal, let this Black Dragon serve as the entire land. What do you think of the flagship of the United Navy? Flagship? Eagle Source's face darkened. Originally, the flagship of the local alliance navy was pre-selected by their Ford, but now you are telling me that you want this battleship to be the role? Grass, I don't want face. Chapter 261. Chapter 261 Sending you. But in the end, Hawkjin agreed. Mainly considering that the Black Dragon's combat effectiveness is indeed very strong at present, if it can join the Earth Alliance Navy, it will definitely be a lot of benefits. A flagship is just let go, it doesn't matter. Now, what Eagle-Ettin is more concerned about is whether he can develop his own battleship through electromagnetic gun technology. Although only one type of large E-caliber electromagnetic gun is currently produced, that thing is to put the ship's cannon on land. So Yingjin wondered if he should deduct some of his own output for the research and development of battleships. Anyway, the energy core of cold nuclear fusion can now be purchased from above, and there is no need to worry about the problem of not being able to carry it. Combining this idea with, it is also very calm and casual. But I still reminded Eagle Source, you can study but you can't divide too much. Ground defense is the top priority now, and the overall arrangement of defense integration cannot be delayed. Not only Eagle Source, but even Damao is eager to try. During this time, the days of Harry can be said to be getting better and better. With the appearance of this alien, the original blocked economy of the family was directly unlocked. And with the above as the first shopkeeper of the Dillion, a large number of orders poured in from all directions. In addition to heavy industry, there are also a large number of orders for light industry. This made the Mao family's economy experience a terrifying growth during this period. Although most of Dillion's orders are not very profitable, they can't hold a large amount. Besides, everyone knows that now, if you want to fight against this alien, Damao, is a very important fighting force. If you don't let yourself earn some money and continue to expand production capacity, then it will be your hindrance. No, Damao recently launched a plan called Recovery. Prepare to take this opportunity to vigorously develop domestic light and heavy industries, especially aerospace and shipbuilding. The idea of the big hair with bulging pockets is naturally a lot more. No, after seeing this battleship, Damao immediately had his own thoughts. After just thinking about it for a long time, the boss of the Damao family gave up the idea. Now that the economy has just recovered a little, it is really not appropriate to spend money. Let's wait for this to pass before making plans. And there is an alien base at home now, the ghost knows what will happen next. It's not like Eagle Source and above, the family has a big business. Don't have any money in your pocket when you fight. What did you say? Send? Du Gang's voice couldn't help but rise a bit. Why, no. Wang Chen asked with a smile. It didn't cost a lot of money for this thing, so you gave it to us like this? Du Gang touched his head a little confused. Today, he was ordered to talk to Wang Chen about the battleship. Originally wanted Wang Chen to put this battleship on the ground and put it in a position. But before he finished speaking, Wang Chen smiled and told himself that he planned to send the boat to the top. Fuck, Du Gang was really stunned when he heard this. Even a layman could see that this battleship was expensive to build. Even if the above is really eye-catching, I'm not embarrassed to open this mouth, after all, there are tens of billions of things. Haha, this is something I've thought about for a long time. Before the alien thing came out, I had already decided to give this battleship to the Navy. After all, this battleship is not very useful to the universe, it is more a symbol and a display of force. It's too overkill to stay with me, so it's better to leave it to the top to deter the ocean. Now it's even more necessary when there's an alien thing going on. Is also an example. But let me say it first, although it is for my sister to play with, it will guard the island for me until the second battleship comes out. Wang Chen waved his hand and explained. This is something that I have decided a long time ago. It's good to say, this is for sure, the island is also a very important defensive place for the Earth Alliance, there is absolutely no problem. Du Gang saw that Wang Chen didn't seem to be joking and immediately said with a serious face. Even if Wang Chen didn't say anything, they would try their best to protect the safety of the island. They knew very well how many belongings Wang Chen had placed on it. Once the war reaches a stalemate, there will be an extremely important supply point for the Earth Alliance Navy. That's fine, I will ask Herguzi to hand over the authority to Li Jiangyuo tomorrow. Seeing Du Gang's happy promise, Wang Chen didn't say anything. At first, I thought that this battleship was a bit untimely, but now that there is a war, it is natural that it has to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, what are you doing? Besides, he didn't panic even if he was sent away. The interstellar cargo ship over the island had already entered the final stage. Although it is only a mine ship, its firepower configuration has already surpassed this warship that can only wander in the sea. Even if there is a problem with the moon, it is difficult to go up and toss, but even if it just stops in orbit, it can give the enemy a heavy blow at the fastest speed. Thank you, I really don't know what to say. It's nothing, the safety of the Earth is the most important thing. Wang Chen waved his hands and smiled. Okay, I'll tell you about it now, don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Don't worry, since you're here, let's look at one more thing. Seeing that Du Gang was in a hurry to leave, Wang Chen was stunned and said quickly. Anything else? Yes, you don't want to see it? Then you have to think about it. What Wang Chen made is not simple. Seeing that Wang Chen seemed to have something to say, Du Gang could only stand on the spot and smiled. You, Wang Chen, have opened your mouth, and I can still walk. Ha ha, come, go downstairs. Wang Chen also smiled, not in the ink, and walked out of the door first. Took the elevator, and soon, the two came to a very empty research center. This is the -9th floor in the base, and it is also a research point specially allocated to Wang Chen. Located directly below the mountain, there is basically no possibility of being attacked. At this time, the empty experimental center was filled with all kinds of equipment shipped from the headquarters of the Gate of Technology. This way, let's take a look. Wang Chen led Du Gang around these devices quickly, and stopped in front of a large wooden table that had obviously been changed. Yo, mahogany? It's a waste. Du Gang said regretfully, looking at the disgraceful solid wood table that had obviously been tossed around. This is the desk in my office. I'll use it when I see fit. Wang Chen touched his head and smiled. I see, then. Du Gang was just joking, and looked at the table carefully. Its interior is already filled with a large number of circuits and various incomprehensible instruments. This is a defensive weapon I'm researching. Wang Chen pointed to the table and explained. Oh? What's it called? Du Gang immediately became interested. Defensive weapons are good, but now there is a shortage of good defensive weapons. Energy shield. HMM? What? Energy shield? Change the outline. Chapter 262 Don't sleep. Chapter 262 It's a big deal not to sleep. Looking at the wooden table in front of him, Du Gang really didn't see anything strange about this thing. Is nothing more than a few more lines. Seeing the doubts on Du Gang's face, Wang Chen also smiled and pointed to the wooden table. Don't look at this strange thing. I set this wooden table as a protection target, and these surrounding lines are directly connected to the energy source of the base. See the 8 black strips around the wooden table, these are used to control the energy-oriented magnetic field generator. Wang Chen pointed at the wooden table and explained seriously. After hearing what Wang Chen said, Du Gang twitched the corners of his mouth and shook his head honestly. I don't understand. You can understand that these dozen or so nozzles are used to spit out charged particles. Wang Chen scratched his head and turned on a switch next to him. Soon, a bunch of equipment under the table began to operate, and in less than 10 seconds, a large number of light blue dots could be seen in the surrounding nozzles. These are separated charged particles, and they are also the most basic substances that make up the energy shield. Well, go ahead. Du Gang nodded and said, "This is understandable. But these charged particles are now in a disordered state. If you want them to form enough combat power, you must use these magnetic field generators to constrain them." Wang Chen spread his hands and continued to speak. "Oh? Let's show it." "I can't see it," Wang Chen shrugged. "Why?" "No reason, I haven't finished my research yet. It will take some time to get everything done." Spreading his hands, Wang Chen said with a smile, "This is only a semi-finished product, and there is still a long way to go. I thought you had already studied it." Du Gang was also a little speechless. "Brother, you asked me to come and see if you didn't study it well. What are you looking at? If it weren't for this bunch of things, I guess I'd already be up and running, and I just priority read for my sister first." Wang Chen also said helplessly, "I wanted to research this thing quickly, but I didn't see a lot of things happening to me during this time. I can only remind you first. How long is it expected to take? It will be done by the end of the year. Let the Research Institute prepare to take over. They are not researching new weapons." After calculating with his fingers, Wang Chen still left more time for himself. Even if the 3-year time limit is very tight, you can't be in a hurry to study this thing. "Okay, I see. Do you have relevant data? Here's a USB flash drive, everything you want is here." After digging in his pocket, Wang Chen quickly handed a USB flash drive over. Carefully put away, Du Gang asked, "Is there anything else?" "No, why don't you invite me to dinner?" Wang Chen laughed. "Ah, come on when these things are done." Du Gang quickly waved his hand. "I am so busy now that I have no time to delay." "Okay, then even if you owe me a meal." Okay, whatever you say, I'll go first if I have nothing to do, I have to let the above know." "Well, let's go, I'm going to continue my research." Waved his hand, Wang Chen also asked Du Gang to do what he should do. After Du Gang was gone, Wang Chen sat on the chair and touched his chin. "I don't know if the so-called General Research Institute can withstand the pressure. Hey, let's take a look after this shield technology is researched. If they can't come up with a suitable plan, they can't say they have to go and help. Although I don't like places with many people, it is related to the safety of the Earth after all. Even if you know that this battle is not easy to fight, there is no way out now. You must find a way to save the Earth no matter what." At the Research Institute, after Du Gang brought the USB flash drive with the parameters of the energy shield here, the big guy looked at some of the parameters listed above, and was basically dumbfounded. "Darling, how long has it been since then? Has even the clueless energy shield already made an appearance? Is this the so-called genius?" A group of bigwigs, you look at me, I look at you, somewhat speechless. They are also considering the energy shield. But a group of people pondered for a long time and still haven't found a way to get started. As a result, Wang Chen is about to research it. Grass, is the gap between people really that big? Anyway, I've solved the urgent problem. Since Wang Chen has already researched the energy shield, let's focus on the development of new weapons. We must come up with a few feasible solutions before the end of the year. There are so many of us, and we are still leaders in various industries. Do you really put the pressure on that little boy? The boss of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is also the current director of the General Research Institute, and said with some emotion, touching his beard. In the past, Wang Chen was the lucky charm on the top, but now it seems that it is not only the top, but also the luck of the earth. This research and development capability is comparable to those genius monsters of the last century. But we are not bad. Although the R&D capability may be a little bit worse, it is still no problem to take Wang Chen's things and change them to use. If you want to ask Wang Chen to help with this, then why do you need this research institute? Let's all wash up and go to sleep. No, hearing his dean say this, the surrounding group of bigwigs from all over the world also touched their heads in embarrassment. Indeed, the most cutting-edge technologies now rely on Wang Chen to make breakthroughs. Although it is a loss of face, sometimes you have to recognize scientific research. But although they can't develop it, but you can always design it. It is the responsibility of everyone to protect the Earth. How can Wang Chen be able to occupy all the limelight alone? They don't eat porridge. That's right, we also have to show our results. We must make an upgrade plan for the next generation of weapons this week. Yes, it must be done. Damn, it's a big deal not to sleep. Who's afraid of who? For a while, there was a lot of voices in the institute, and everyone was gearing up for their enthusiasm. Okay. Then according to the current progress, temporarily abandon the research on energy shields, and focus all energy on the upgrade of existing weapons. Especially the next generation aircraft, more use of electromagnetic guns, and upgrade plans for mechas. Everyone should remember that this time it is a global adaptation, and the rationality of the weapon must be considered carefully. Don't worry, Dean, there is absolutely no problem. Well, I believe everyone, after all, they are all elites in the world. It would be too embarrassing to do something wrong. Don't talk nonsense, just go to work. Dean nodded and waved his hand. After speaking, he walked to the research room with his assistant. The students who like it can click and follow. I love you all. Momo. Chapter 263 One of the 5 major missions on Earth. Chapter 263 One of the 5 missions on Earth. It has only been a few months since Wang Chen was attacked to the present. But for netizens, it seems like the sky has changed. The 5 families who were originally fighting each other have now become almost like brothers. The formation of Earth Alliance has changed the global landscape. Especially above, he also sat on the throne of the first treasurer of the Ground Alliance. This is obviously a compromise by Europe and the United States for this situation. They are very clear that this situation must rely on the top to stabilize the situation. In just a few months, it has gone from being somewhat chaotic to being well organized, and the above also fully demonstrates its overall view. The process of global integrated production has also been fully implemented, and many top companies are also rapidly transforming into military use. For example, Jai has already received the above order, requiring more research and development in drones. The supply of various technical equipment is also fully opened, which can greatly increase the overall strength of Jai. In particular, the scientific research institutions of their own military drones are also allowed to cooperate with them. Not only fixed-wing AVs, but also the Fraxis AVs for individual soldiers are also the focus of subsequent upgrades. As most mainstream court policies in the world begin to shift towards the military, there are more and more gossips on the internet. The world is undergoing military expansion, and Eagle Source has even begun to repel the sealed warships. Especially in their next plan, they will pull out the 4 battleships parked at their home for modern modification. It can be said that these 4 are the only surviving World War II battleships in the world so far. Is also the famous 4 Sisters of Iowa class. From the eldest sister Iowa to the second sister New Jersey, to the third sister Missouri and the youngest sister Wisconsin, the most famous of these 4 battleships should be Missouri. The current plan of Eagle Source is to send these 4 warships directly to the shipyard, and then upgrade them with the help of the existing cold nuclear fusion core and electromagnetic gun. Perhaps these 4 refitted and upgraded battleships will not be as powerful as the Black Dragon class, but they can form a strong combat force in a short period of time. Is at least a lot faster than rebuilding. Is also currently the only vessel that can accept electromagnetic modifications. It is said that when the 4 warships left the port, the shore was full of people seeing off. These are the pride of the Eagle Source family. Taking them all out in one breath is undoubtedly a desperate rhythm. Not to mention that Yingjin has also unsealed a large number of ships that have been sealed. In addition to Eagle Source, Dimao is also in constant motion. Sister Chi, as the only aircraft carrier in their family, is able to form the Earth Alliance, and has now come to the shipyard above, where she will accept the new ship with her sister lining. Modification. Now that the situation is so difficult, the lining ship, which exists as a training ship, is naturally required to improve its combat effectiveness. They will be the first aircraft carriers in the world to be refitted with cold nuclear fusion cores, and they will also install electromagnetic rapid-fire guns to strengthen their defenses. The only aircraft carrier went to another home, and when Dimao gritted his teeth, he also moved to the port. The god of the North Wind, which was sealed in the middle, was taken out. As the legacy of his father, known as the world's largest nuclear submarine, Dimao looks uncomfortable when he thinks of it. I'm poor, I can't even sustain these things. Most of the North Wind gods have been dismantled, and only 2 of them can recover their combat power. Fortunately, his attention was not focused on the sea. Ocean. This piece has Hawk Source, and staring on it is enough. What Dimao has to do now is to concentrate financial resources on the development of a new generation of electromagnetic tanks. Especially now that other people's bases are on their faces, the outbreak of land warfare is inevitable. Mechas, chariots, bombers, these are the things that I desperately need. Every family has their own actions, but they have not disclosed much related news to the outside world. But everyone is not stupid. In the face of the attitude of each court, it is obvious that something big is going to happen. Many people have gathered in front of the doors of various halls in Europe and the United States, demanding more explanations from the local officials. They have the right to know more as the people. Even the white box of Eagle Source was surrounded for a few days. In the face of this somewhat chaotic situation, after discussions within the Earth Alliance, the matter about the unknown base of the Dimao family was officially unlocked. The 3i thing still exists as a top secret. This thing can't be said, and it will be messed up. But you can use the alien base on Dimao's side to divert everyone's attention. We did this to deal with the enemy at that base and to protect everyone. Anyway, things at the base over there are about to be hidden. Big Mao surrounded the place so that anyone who was not blind could see the problem. So if that's the case, let's go out and turn your eyes away. After this news was announced, it really eased the anxiety of many people. Although I know how uneasy it is to have an alien base on Earth, it is after all in Dimao's house, and it is still far away from my own side. This is how people are. After having a comforting excuse, many people can find a few reasons for themselves to relax. But Dimao's side is a little annoying. He can't laugh when others can laugh. Even in the wasteland of Siberia, it is a very direct threat to its own citizens. But fortunately, Dimao's family is special. Compared with the panic in Europe and the United States, although some chaos broke out on Dimao's side, he was quickly appeased. Followed by the craze for being a soldier and the awareness to fight to protect his family. Those who can join the army can join the army. But what they can't join is to practice marksmanship in a gun shop. For this kind of natural disaster, they did not choose to sit still. After many people took a video of this situation and posted it on the internet, many people complained that it is not good for these aliens to go to Dimao. No, activate one of the 5 missions on Earth. But anyway, the situation on the internet has barely stabilized. Seeing that most of the people did not continue to make noise, the leaders of the local alliance were also relieved. The people cannot be chaotic. If they become chaotic, it will affect production. A total of 3 years, which is really a waste. Now that the situation has stabilized, Let's continue to concentrate on expanding armaments and preparing for battle. According to the current plan of the local alliance, there is no way to deal with the base on Damao's side. Need to wait a year before we can concentrate our superior firepower on it. So now it is necessary for Damao to stabilize for a year, trap him in the mountains with force, and wait until the big guy is ready to help you raise it. In addition to the base, the exploration of the moon must continue. The two apparently discordant voices at that time were likely to hide the key to breaking the game. If possible, everyone hopes to continue chatting with the person behind. The female voice obviously knows a lot about the Earth. Chapter 264 Large-Scale Mecha. Chapter 264 Large-Scale Mecha. The year 2027 is coming soon. A few months flies by. With the arrival of January, Wang Chen finally heard good news. The first phase of the project on the island is finally over. At present, Jin Sanchi is transporting countless pre-ordered equipment in the warehouse to the factory there. Especially the number of robots has reached nearly 50,000. Due to the unknown situation, for security reasons, Wang Chen did not ask Jin Sanchi to move the headquarters there now. At least until this matter is resolved, it must be mobilized. In other words, all the operations on the island have to be carried by Urguzi alone. Fortunately, the supercomputing center over there has also been built, and the scale is almost 3 times that of the current company headquarters. Supercomputing is also the most powerful civilian supercomputer in the world. Maybe the only one who can compete with Urguzi is the military represented by Li Jiangyuo. However, on the island, Urguzi has absolute initiative, and even Li Jiangyuo cannot pose any threat to Urguzi on the island. Of course, the two of them can't fight, and now is the time to agree to the outside world. The completion of the island not only relieved Wang Chen, but also felt a sigh of relief on the top. It is no secret that Wang Chen is now replacing traditional labor with robots. Even some important factories, such as the mecha production point where Wang Chen is currently based, and the electromagnetic gun production center that is being built rapidly, the main force is the robots produced by the Door of Science and Technology. If it weren't for the fact that the island had allocated too much production, the above even hoped that the entire military system would be upgraded temporarily. Now that there is an island, the Earth Alliance is equivalent to having an extremely powerful supply base. At present, the defense network on the island has been completed by 60%. The nearly 70 triple-mounted electromagnetic cannons alone are enough to give everyone a strong sense of security. Not to mention that there is also a Black Dragon-class battleship hanging around nearby. Wang Chen has ordered the island to start producing the electromagnetic guns and mechas needed by the local alliance at full speed. At the same time, continue to increase the supply of raw materials. Especially in terms of batteries, chips, and alloys, the gap is too large. In addition to arranging production, Wang Chen has also been paying attention to the construction of the space cargo ship. At present, the nearly 80% completed space cargo ship has also been transferred to Dock No. 1 at this time. The follow-up battleship production plan has been stopped by Wang Chen. Instead, the plan for the space-aimed battleship was officially launched. After constant revisions, Urguzi finally optimized all the designs of this battleship. Compared with the parameters given by Wang Chen before, the actual drawing of this ship has reached a very terrifying parameter. The length of 994 meters is already amazing, not to mention the width of nearly 430 meters and the height of 180 meters. This is a complete war machine. In Urguzi's design, there are 5 full layers of fort on both sides of the ship's side. According to the interval of 10 meters, there are 60 guns on the first floor, 300 guns on the 5th floor, and 600 guns on both sides. And this is just the 2 sides. There are a full 120 electromagnetic guns on the deck. If you count other things like missile launchers and high-speed railguns, it will be even more. With this firepower, squatting in the sky can directly destroy a country. In order to propel this cruiser-class battleship, there are 6 supergenergy cores alone. 4 of them are used to power the engine, and the remaining 2 are used to power the weapon system. Not to mention there are 12 smaller fusion cores. In addition to these, there is a runway inside the battleship for launching small space fighters. Although there are not many, there are hangars that can swallow 80. Even if there are no fighter planes that can fly freely in the sky, it is only a matter of time. It can be imagined that once this cruiser is built, it will be a proper space overlord. The funds invested in this ship are as high as $40 billion. And only Wang Chen and a few people in the 5 permanent members knew about this plan. Such a large sum of money must not be advanced by Wang Chen alone. Don't look at this ship has just started construction, but the Earth Alliance has already decided that they will definitely buy it as long as it comes out. The cost of $40 billion, including other miscellaneous items, $50 billion a knife, Wang Chen can even make some money. Originally, after seeing this plan above, I even thought about whether to get 8 or 9 ships in one go. Even Eagle Engine is definitely a good suggestion. Compared to mechas, this kind of big baby is the weapon that can determine the direction of the war. But unfortunately, Wang Chen simply broke their fantasy. Not to mention the shipyards needed to build this kind of warship, it's just too late. Don't look at Wang Chen's side to hand over the ship in 2 years, but that's the benefit of eating robots. It takes time to build an intelligent shipyard, and so does the production of robots. If there is no robot for production, let alone human beings alone for 3 years, it would be awesome to be able to come out with the next one in 5 years. Therefore, Wang Chen has been able to produce high-speed warships of this level so far. But Wang Chen only has 3 shipyards. Even if the cargo ships from the No. 1 shipyard are about to be shipped, within 3 years, there will be 2 more cargo ships. Although it's better than nothing, but compared to the huge size of the cruiser, the original cargo ship that was still somewhat amazing is immediately not enough. But anyway, 2 years from now, if all goes well, you'll have a cruiser and 3 cargo ships to support from high altitude. Even if you don't know the enemy's military configuration, it can be regarded as a boost to morale. No, the above has ordered that the General Research Institute must produce a fighter jet that can fly into space within a short period of time. As far as current technology is concerned, this is not difficult. Even Eagle Source shared his spaceship technology. The purpose of is to complete the development of space fighters as soon as possible. But at the beginning of the year, Wang Chen, who was studying energy shields here, also received a piece of information. It is said that the Research Institute is pondering the possibility of large-scale mechas in order to carry more combat weapons. After all, only if the bottom is large enough can a larger equivalent of energy be used. Especially now that we have mastered cold nuclear fusion but cannot miniaturize it, large-scale design is the best idea at present. Whether it is flying in the sky or climbing on the ground, the first parameter of the study is to stuff it into the cold core. Only in this way can a weapon such as the electromagnetic gun be transplanted. Otherwise, Grafton batteries alone will not be able to meet the needs of firepower at all. Wang Chen was also a little hesitant after watching it, a large-scale mecha. That's not the kind in the movie. To be honest, Wang Chen personally thinks that super mecha is really useless except for being handsome. Chapter 265 Unstable Moon. Chapter 265 Unstable Moon. These people are afraid that it is not because they have watched too many science fiction movies, such as War Mammoths, or other crawling mechs. After all, a big problem with humanoid mechas is that they require high precision. the crawling structure is much simpler. The larger the vehicle, the more simple and efficient it needs to be. The war machine in the movie is not without reference value, but for the current Earth technology, it is thankless to build that thing. It costs money, time and effort. Wang Chen thought about it for a while and also wrote down his own suggestion and passed it on to Du Gang. As for whether it will be adopted or not, Wang Chen believes that there are so many bigwigs in the General Hospital, and some people will definitely agree with his point of view. Although the Spring Festival is coming soon, but for the big bosses, there is no feeling of Chinese New Year at all. Wang Chen Base, countless equipments have been shipped one after another for almost a month. These are the equipment needed to produce individual mechs. By the way, many robots have also been placed here. Uguzi has placed a clone in the small server in the base, and remotely controls all the equipment and robots through the constructed channel. And the army at the base where Wang Chen is located also did not have the Spring Festival this year. The reason is very simple. This is where Wang Chen hides and the production center of the future individual mecha, and the safety here must be guaranteed. Even though this base is far from the coast, it seems that the robots lurking out of Damao can't directly attack it. But don't forget, the world's water veins are actually connected to each other. There are several groundwater veins in the Asian continent that lead directly to the interior. Therefore, security cannot be relaxed. In addition to security reasons, there is another reason that this will serve as the army training ground for the follow-up alliance. And the reinforcement regiment responsible for the security mission here is also the first key unit to receive individual mechas. Now the selection of personnel has been started in the camp. The first batch of 2,000 people will be recruited for the entire reinforcement group, and 300 of them will be selected as instructors for training. In the future, they will follow these mechas to various bases around the world to undertake teaching and maintenance tasks. So now everyone can't go back to celebrate the new year, but the atmosphere in the camp is extremely high. Li Long has also perfectly acted as a pretend task during this period. Every now and then, I wear a mecha and go to the playground to toss back and forth. The countless young guys who saw him were jealous. Now I finally have the opportunity to fly the mecha. Do you think these young people can work hard? During the assessment, everyone it is to take out the strength of breastfeeding, and no one is convinced. Even if Li Long had already told them, wearing this mecha would require facing even more dangerous situations. But still can't stop the enthusiasm of the big eye. They are all newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers, so who are they to scare? And everyone knows that the Earth is facing an alien attack now. This is where the duty of protecting the family and the country lies, and there is nothing to back down. The whole screening work was not completed until the day before the Spring Festival. The specific announcement will have to wait until after the Spring Festival, and take advantage of these 3 days to give everyone a good rest. Although I can't go home, I have been offering delicious food and drink for the past 3 days, so I let it go. Li Long also followed Wang Chen's intention and let some people with similar body types experience the feeling of a mecha. Everyone was very happy about this, but Li Long had a stinky face and an expression like his wife, and people ran away. Wang Chen could see Li Long's little resentful eyes when he came out occasionally to breathe. Shook his head helplessly. Wang Chen has no time to take care of this guy now. In addition to continuing to research energy shields, the debugging work of this robot production line naturally falls on himself. But this time, Wang Chen didn't hide it anymore. No one can tell what will happen in the future, and Wang Chen can't guarantee that he will survive until the end of this matter. So this time, a team of 100 experts was sent to study. Is mainly about how to maintain the equipment and the daily maintenance of the mecha. In this way, even if you have an accident, you will not cut off the technology. Taught them that Wang Chen can also relax and focus on the most cutting-edge technologies. Originally, The above wanted to arrange for some assistants to come, but Wang Chen refused. It's not that there is any grudge, the main reason is that these arrangements can't keep up with his own thinking. And it's not easy to show your research methods like this one. After all, scientific research is a very serious business, and it takes a lot of time to conduct reckoning tests. Wang Chen's research speed is a heresy. If anyone sees it, he's afraid that it won't cause too much trouble. On the day of the Spring Festival, Wang Chen also gave himself half a day off. In the evening, I ate dumplings with the big guys in the military area. Not to mention, they tasted great. After eating, I went to see the New Year's Eve at Station B. Although the world is a little bit unstable now, at least the internet is still relatively harmonious. Over the past few months, Dillian has basically stabilized the online situation, and there are no major problems for the time being. Maybe the only ones who are a little anxious are the netizens of the Mao family. But the Big Mao family has a lot of martial arts, and many people are a little relieved after purchasing weapons. Anyway, there is no way to avoid this incident, and the local alliance said that it will do its best to get rid of this den. If Yingjun said it, they probably wouldn't even believe a single fart, but the above is very convincing. After all, the reputation accumulated over the years above is still very impressive, and the rapid and stable development of Dillian from its establishment to the present has a lot to do with the above operations. However, when the Spring Festival is being celebrated in China and the world is on guard, in terms of the moon, the recent situation has become more and more bizarre. Since the last call, NASA has not received any communication from the other side. But during this time, the surface of the moon has been bursting with energy shocks of various degrees. While it is not clear what exactly happened, what is certain is that two sources of signals are constantly fighting. One of them was able to suppress the other but was somewhat unstable. From time to time there are fluctuations leaking out. And there are several dark holes on the surface of the moon. No one knows what it is, but it is obviously not a good sign. After observing for several days, NASA immediately decided to continue launching exploration equipment in March, and we must find out what tricks the opposite side is playing. Like students can click and follow. Chapter 266 It's not fair. Chapter 266 This is not fair. This time, it's not the kind of play that it used to be. With the help of Dema's rocket, NASA was able to drop 6 rovers into the moon in one go. These exploration vehicles will carry a variety of specialized equipment for expeditions. And this is only the first. In NASA's plan, during the period from March to May, they will launch 4 rockets in one go, that is, a full 20 detection cars. There are the above Jade Rabbit, the Eagle Source Explorer, and even the lunar rover provided by the European Union. Originally, the third brother wanted to join in, saying that they could use their rocket to launch. Because there are only 6 rockets in the Mao family, and new ones are still being built, it is too small to launch 4 rockets in one go. Although he said it well, he was still rejected by Eagle Source. Indeed, there are only 6 on the Big Mao side, but this is not the reason why we use your rocket. It's okay if this kind of thing didn't happen before. In this situation, what I want is to be able to send the car up as soon as possible. Who dares to use your rocket? Who knows how many parts are missing? It is better to use my own. Eagle Source is quite unsympathetic for what he said, but the third brother refused to accept it and said that he would take Neon and Dahan to investigate by himself. I don't have any opinion on the local alliance, just don't come to harm us anyway. Of course, there is still a restriction given above, that is, the 108 stars, plan similar to the previous one is not allowed to appear again. It doesn't matter if a single rocket blows up, but if this thing also carries a lot of explosives, it's too bad. The third brother was very angry at the above distrust, saying that he looked down on them. But unfortunately, the above has no energy at all to talk to him, so he should have done it earlier. If you have any opinions, you can come to the local federation or the village committee to raise them. As soon as these words came out, the third brother was completely blocked and didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the third brother's incident was just a small episode. The spring festival just passed. In addition to the unstable side of the moon, the ocean on the surface of the Earth also made waves again. It turns out that Deimos interception is still useful. By digging holes, a large number of intercepting devices are placed directly inside several underground rivers. Once the presence of a mechanical body is detected, a large amount of voltage will be released. Has been successfully intercepted several times, and the effect is good for the time being. But it seems that because of this action, the mechanical body that was already lurking in the sea has a new action. Recently, the ships of the Eagle Source family frequently found traces of mechanical bodies near the Neon House, which undoubtedly made the big guy's nerves tense. But before the Land Alliance could react, these machines suddenly attacked a nuclear power plant in Neon's house on the night of February 8. Fortunately, there are not many, only less than 20. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of Eagle Source and the deadly blocking of the ground troops, it did not cause much damage. But afterwards, they found some objects that should be bomb-like from the bodies of these machines, which undoubtedly made everyone's face even worse. Opposite this, is this going to blow up the nuclear power plant? The above analysis is absolutely quite possible. Although is very different from Neon, there is a saying that the technological strength of one family is also real. As one of the most developed halls in the world, its status in the local alliance is also quite high. And many high-precision encrypted things need to be coordinated through them. For example, all kinds of production equipment are urgently needed all over the world. The opposite of must have taken a fancy to the reason of the narrow terrain of Neon, so he decided to use this product first. Just cut off a supply chain. Once the nuclear power plant is detonated, the surrounding area will not be safe for decades. It will even affect the production of several important cities and the daily life of the people. Fortunately, it was blocked this time. Even if more than 1,000 people died, the result was good. But next time may not be so lucky. Neon is an island, facing the sea on all sides. Even if this is the defense focus of the Earth Alliance, it cannot stop the entire coast. So after discussion, it was decided to let Neon close all current nuclear power plants. Although this will affect industrial production, it is better than being bombed. What else did Neon want to say? After all, their family lacks materials. Once the nuclear power plant is lost, the rest of the power generation means will be completely unable to supply local use. But after discussing it several times, Yingjin still asked them to do the same. The lack of electricity can be solved slowly, but if the nuclear power plant is detonated and the land is polluted, it will be a big problem. You can't expect a Godzilla from the bottom of the sea to help you clean up the radiation. So first shut down the current nuclear power plant, and then provide support through technology. Is nothing more than taking some time to change the method. Anyway, there is cold fusion technology on it, which can solve the instability caused by nuclear fission plants in one go. Although it was a little uncomfortable, I could only nod my head. This is normal. Neon can get cold fusion products unless Lao Tzu is caught in the door. But although it can be provided, it has also been decided that they will not be allowed to master any related technologies. Even if this Earth is really going to be destroyed, it can't be cheap for them. Lao Tzu, no matter how generous he is, will not let go of this matter. However, what I didn't expect above is that the Neon side is quite interesting. They took the initiative to express their hope that the newly built cold nuclear fusion power plant could be fully managed. Seems to have no idea about this technology. After thinking about it above, I can understand that this is advancing by retreating. It seems a bit of a loss of face, but everyone has stated that they are the head of the United Nations University and can make it difficult for them. And considering the developed industrial strength of Neon, there are still a large number of orders waiting for them to complete. Without the risk of technology leakage, Dalian will naturally speed up the deployment in their power plants. Not only can you quickly update those unstable nuclear fission factories, but also further improve your status in the Earth Alliance. After all, Thistle has spent so much money to build a factory here, so isn't that more of an order? If I get attacked, do I need to protect me first? The small abacus is crackling, and although it can be seen through, it doesn't say anything. Now is not the time for infighting, so let's do it first. Soon, the upgrade decision about Neon passed the internal audit of the Ground Union, which will help Neon restore all power within half a year. But this seems to stimulate another cohesion of himself. Seeing that Neon got so many benefits from this incident, Dahan couldn't sit still. Why, I'm not bad, why can they use cold nuclear fusion, and we have to use unsafe nuclear fission? Who is not a developed country? It's not fair. Chapter 267 Shield Test. Chapter 267 Shield Test. In the face of Dahan's shouting, the above are all lazy to explain. After all, compared with Neon, the so-called light and heavy industry of the Dahan family is really only a little bit. And the technical aspects are also highly overlapped with the European and American halls. It can be said that some of their families have them in Europe and the United States, and even better than theirs. I understand why. Besides, they are not currently a first-line supplier. The world is waiting for the supply of cold fusion power plants, and they must be close to the first-line hall. There was no sound from above, but Yingjin stood up and stopped the angry Dahan. Let them talk less and do more things. If you don't see that you have to wait here, why do you think you can get the goods before me? Eagle Etchin said that, even if Dahan wanted to say anything, he could only hold back for a while. Neon next to also sneered when he saw it. A group of weak chickens, still want to compete with me? Is the size of Lao Tzu you can touch? At the beginning of March, the upgrade plan for Neon has started step by step. Most of the fusion plants along the coast have been shut down and proper disposal has begun. The construction team led by China Construction also began to look for a safe place to build an alternative cold nuclear fusion power plant. It turns out that there is nothing wrong with the above decision. Just entered March, the mechanical body launched 3 more attacks on the power plant along the coast, and even entered the power plant once. Fortunately, the nuclear fusion power plant has been shut down, and all the dangerous items have been transferred out, so there is no catastrophe. In addition to the attack on the power plant, even the base of the Eagle Etchin family stationed here was attacked twice. Fortunately, it has been included in the management of the Earth Alliance. The number of coalition troops stationed here is as high as 30,000, and it is very close to the top. At the moment of being attacked, the top dispatched troops to support. Although he had repelled all the opponents, the fighting power displayed by these guys still made the big guy look very ugly. These guys all have the ability to shield radar. At present, it is difficult for everyone's reconnaissance methods to find them at the first time. Is basically a reaction after being attacked. This led to the fact that although the attack was blocked, the overall casualties were not small. The 2 attacks directly killed more than 130 people and injured more than 300 people. Especially if the opponent can't be beaten, it will self-detonate. Once it can't act, it will completely ignite the core, and the energy that bursts out is extremely powerful. After a battle, the morale of the Terrestrial Alliance was also a little low. Fortunately, this situation was discovered in time, and a special person was directly sent to maintain morale in the army. However, Although morale can be maintained temporarily, the problem is really for everyone. These guys are all mechanical bodies, in short, they are recycled products. And those who died in battle were all living beings. Such a high displacement rate, it's not good to change anyone. Not to mention that these people are elites drawn from various militaries around the world. If the other side kept changing heads with him like this, I'm afraid they wouldn't have to fight head-on, and dragging them would drag everyone to death. Therefore, the top priority now is to find a way to reduce the damage of soldiers. The reason why the opponent can cause such a large amount of damage is that the armor-piercing ability of the weapon is too excellent. These machines carry electromagnetic weapons that can support individual use. Even if the power is not as violent as that of their own electromagnetic guns, they are extremely effective against individual soldiers. There is absolutely no way to provide effective resistance to traditional armors on the market at present, and although Grafton alloys can block them, the output is still too small to be assembled on a large scale. The most important thing is that the opponent is also very accurate, and he can hit the head and never hit the body, and even attack directly at your exposed weak parts. It's not as good as the face or the neck. In addition, the speed of the electromagnetic weapon is too fast. Once it is aimed, it is basically a dead end. That's why the casualty rate remains high. After a long discussion, we felt that the only way now is to speed up the production of individual mechas and use full coverage defenses to block opposing attacks. Well, after discussing for a long time, I returned to the single soldier mecha. Seeing everyone looking at him, the top is also numb. I want to make that thing quickly, but it has to take time. Reminders are useless. But now there is more good news, that is, the energy shield that Wang Chen is developing seems to be almost completed. According to Wang Chen himself, this thing can be used for large-scale defense. Let's not talk about it. If the entire base is defended, at least the buildings and barracks can be defended. Then use the electromagnetic turret to call these mechanical bodies one by one. Use the current vehicles to exchange fire with each other to reduce the possibility of direct conflict between soldiers and machines. Is to use the super visual range to strike the set, and use the firepower advantage to kill the opponent. This method does not say that it is 100% effective. At least it is better than sitting and waiting now. Judging from the current situation, there is obviously no way for the opponent to attack several bases at the same time. Because Damao is already blocking the underground water veins, as for those machines that have already flowed to the high seas, there is only one less one dead. As long as you can hold on, and when the mecha starts to be installed on a large scale, the advantage will slowly return to your own side. So now, Damao's task is very heavy. It must be ensured that the opposite side can't continue to cast power to the sea, and they must be trapped in the mountains. Dashom. In the empty room, with a slight noise, a light blue light quickly began to gather in front of Wang Chen. An invisible force attracted the surrounding charged particles, and a clockwise semicircular light curtain was slowly taking shape round it. Wang Chen looked at the rising energy next to him, and took a few steps back nervously. After several months of continuous improvement, the research and development of the energy shield has entered the final stage. In order to ensure sufficient energy for the base, 2 new cold fusion power plants were built in the mountains at the end of February. Now the energy used by Wang Chen is directly connected from the power plant. I have to say that with the addition of the power plant, I can finally test the energy limit of the shield with my hands and feet. And the scene in front of him is a precursor to the energy gathering about to form a shield. The high-speed moving charged particles are constantly gathering under the constraints of electromagnetic force, and the shield that looked a little weak gradually became deeper. Don't look at this thing, it looks a bit illusory, but at present, the energy bound by this alone cannot be underestimated. The classmates who like it can click and pay attention. Chapter 268 Strong Defense. Chapter 268 Strong Defense. Li Long, gun. Watching the energy parameters on the tablet gradually stabilize, Wang Chen also quickly greeted Li Long next to him. Soon a small pistol was handed to him. A wooden board had been placed on the wooden table in front. After Wang Chen checked the magazine of the pistol, he pulled the bolt to open the safety. "Boss, can this thing really prevent it?" Li Long asked worriedly while standing aside. "You'll know after you try it. Is the camera ready?" "Okay." "Well, stand farther away." Wang Chen glanced at the high-speed camera that had been placed beside him, and then signaled Li Long to take 2 steps back. When Li Long backed away, Wang Chen directly aimed at the shield and pulled the trigger without ink. Bang! There was a crisp gunshot, and the bullet shot out instantly. Rushed forward at a speed undetectable to the naked eye. Was almost visible to the naked eye. A point on the light curtain suddenly brightened a lot, and then eyes, ding dong, was heard, and the bullet fell directly to the ground. Didn't get in? Li Long squinted and looked over in surprise. The board on the table didn't move at all, obviously it didn't break down. Turned off the insurance, Wang Chen handed the gun back, and then shouted, "Erguzi, put the video out and see. It's the boss." Soon, the video captured by the high-speed camera was processed by Erguzi and placed on the display screen. It can be clearly seen from the slow-moving footage that the warhead is entangled by high-speed moving charged particles the moment it hits the light curtain. Countless tiny currents filled the whole body of the bullet, and the constantly rotating light curtain played a role in unloading the force, dissolving the impact of the bullet through rotation. In just a few breaths, the bullet was released from its strength and bounced out by the light curtain. After watching the whole picture, Li Long couldn't help but snorted, "Dude, let's put it in a little bit, it doesn't seem to be even normal." Normal, that is, the shield is not big enough. Otherwise, the warhead would have been melted away by the high-speed charged particles at the moment of impact. Wang Chen had a calm expression on his face. "The result is similar to what I thought. Even if it is just a small energy shield, its effect is still there. The defense of the energy shield is never rigid, but flexible. Like the ancient so-called Fudwo punches, not only the shield itself is flowing, but the rotation of the warhead itself will be quickly braked after being entangled by the charged particles. Without the rotational force, the penetration effect of the bullet is naturally insufficient. There are only 2 ways to break through this situation. One is to use a large number of saturation attacks to make the shield's defense reach the saturation value, or to break the surface a little and directly punch a small hole with extremely fast speed. Just like before, in order to break the shield of the big crab, it used a saturation attack and used a large number of missiles to force a gap. Although the effect is there, it is too expensive. This is also the reason why the above is now vigorously building electromagnetic cannons. I just wanted to go the second way, relying on the high speed of the electromagnetic kinetic energy weapon to break open directly. But this also has its drawbacks. Even if a kinetic energy weapon can exceed the peak of the opponent's defense, the lethality caused by breaking the surface is limited after all. It takes only a few seconds for the shield to recover itself for such a small hole, and even if it can pass through the shield, if there is no great generation difference, the speed of the kinetic energy weapon itself will be greatly reduced. Therefore, it also requires multiple kinetic energy weapons to carry out precise attacks. It is best to wear sugar gourds. The front breaks the defense, and the back directly attacks the main body. But that itself has high requirements for precision. Anyway, no matter what the solution is, it is quite tricky to face the energy shield without a business trip. Not to mention that there are tons of variations on the shield itself. The energy shield of himself is actually used to defend against energy attacks and ranged attacks, not the kind of shield that is specially designed to defend against kinetic energy weapons. In the library, Wang Chen learned that some advanced civilization warships carry several types of shields for cross-defense. For example, the repulsion shield that can greatly limit the kinetic energy weapon, which is similar to the use of magnetic force, like the repulsion of a magnet, can greatly block the speed of the kinetic energy weapon. The technology contained in this is something Wang Chen can't even think about. It takes time and has no effect. So, the emergence of the energy shield marks the beginning of a new era. It is also a standard thing to want to enter the universe. You can't really rely on structure to carry everything, right? Li Long, go get your rifle, let's continue the test. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the shield, Wang Chen waved again to signal Li Long to continue bringing the weapon over. The test to be done today is to measure the upper limit of defense of this energy shield. Then rely on the parameters to zoom in equal proportions, and relying on a set of special conversion formulas, Wang Chen can get the specific data he wants. The test lasted a full 3 hours. Wang Chen's shoulders were a little numb, but the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be stopped. After passing the test, only 12.7 mm caliber armor-piercing projectiles can pass through this defense, but even if they penetrate the shield, they only leave a small hole in the wooden board, which greatly reduces the power. As for conventional weapons of other calibers, they are basically ignored. In the end, Wang Chen even found an open place to test with grenades and grenades. It turns out that this thing has a stronger defense against area kills. Even a rifle the grenade he carried could not be blasted away with one shot. In the end, Li Long did not believe in evil. He went to the army and borrowed a grenade launcher. He shot all the 8 grenades in the magazine in one breath, and found some on the wooden board. Fragments. But like bullets, even if they pass through, the lethality is basically worn out. This is just a shield to defend against a wooden table. If it is enlarged to defend a battleship or a building and a base, Li Long can't imagine how strong the shield's defense will be. Even he knows that the strength of this energy shield is proportional to the input energy. The previous thing is only normal power. If it is overclocked, it is estimated that the defense power can be increased by about 3 layers. Boss, you're awesome. He couldn't help showing his thumb, and Li Long could only say that. Wang Chen also touched his chin with a smile. That's necessary. When has the stuff I made out worse? And when it's time to install the battleship, the safety should be guaranteed. Follow your favorite children's shoes Dilda. Chapter 269. Chapter 269. The test is almost done, so Wang Chen uploaded all the data to Erguzi. Let it immediately customize the current battleship based on the existing design. With the idea of the follow-up improvement does not need Wang Chen to do it himself. And it is estimated that soon the above will know that he has researched the energy shield. Wang Chen didn't plan to hide it. Naturally, this design plan will be shared with the above. Shun took Wang Chen to call Jin Sanchi and asked him to be ready to cooperate with them at any time. The current situation has become more and more wrong. In addition to harassing the Neon military port, these machines are also frantically attacking passing cargo ships in the 4 oceans. In order to ensure safety as much as possible, the Earth Alliance has notified all cargo ships to accept the unified deployment of the Earth Alliance, and do not go out to sea when there is no warship escort. Fortunately, the sky is still in everyone's hands, and air transportation has not been affected. Recently, the local government has passed a proposal to build a large-scale ferry in the Bering Strait. Use this to connect North American and European freight. Originally wanted to build a bridge, but considering the current situation, it is somewhat unrealistic to want to build this bridge within 3 years. And the bridge is too easy to be attacked. It is far less appropriate than the ferry. Many people may not know where the Bering Strait is. After all, It should be one of the least known straits in the world. But anyone who has seen the world map should know that Damao's territory and Eagle Source are very close to each other in the Arctic region. That place is the Bering Strait. Although it is not famous, its geographical location is very special. Once this place is open to traffic, the whole world will no longer be blocked by the ocean. You can take a car or even drive to any place in the world except Oceania and Antarctica, and 90% of the world's people will be connected together. As long as this ferry is completed, North American materials can be continuously transported to Europe and Asia through this ferry. This plays an extremely important role in improving the speed of global logistics. And once there is turmoil in the alien base inside Damao, Yingtian can also give military support as soon as possible. The proposal of construction has been approved by unanimous votes. Since the infrastructure on both sides of the Bering Strait is very bad, this matter has to be taken by the construction team above to get through this route as quickly as possible. Now the construction units of several major countries in the country are already busy and crazy. They all know that the construction speed above is very fast. At this fucking time, many halls have a basket of defense plans. Many people in the hall are asking for help from above, hoping to get enough help for the construction. The above did not refuse too much, and while allocating manpower, the construction team headed by China Construction began to recruit people on a large scale. The treatment is higher, anyway, someone will pay for us. On this day, in the headquarters of the Earth Alliance, several leaders were conducting daily analysis on the current situation. Now there is basically no one there at the village committee, and the 5 permanent members are almost all located in the local union. After all, the village is now tied up, and no one will jump out to find something at this time. And just at noon, the above received a message from De Gang. Wang Chen's energy shield has been studied, and the parameters and settings have been completed. The statistics are also uploaded. The boss of the Chinese Academy of Sciences wants to ask what to do next. Will this technology be made public? The above thought for a while and then shook his head. Although the situation is very bad now, his whole cards cannot be given out. Moreover, the energy shield is a test system, so it is still according to the operation method of the electromagnetic gun. Count the orders you need, and then we will produce it independently, and some unimportant things can be handed over to others for OM. After ordered to go down, the above did not hide it, and told everyone about it at the afternoon meeting. Hearing that the energy shield has been researched, everyone's faces showed a smile. This is really good news. But soon, after listening to the above arrangement, the smile on everyone's face disappeared immediately. Yes, you know that this guy won't teach the technology so easily. Eagle Source thought about it for a while before she said euphemistically, now that there are enough projects undertaken above, do you want me to share some of it? Technology is really important, but the most important thing now is to guard against aliens that may appear in 3 years. Yingtian's words have been supported by many people, but the above is completely unacceptable. Directly said that this production volume is a trivial matter for our own population. You don't have to worry about it. If the pressure is too great, I will release it myself without you telling me. Seeing the above, I have a firm attitude, everyone can only give up. Who said that the above has mastered the latest technology now? They have taken advantage of this matter, and even Eagle Source cannot force the above to release more technology in this matter. It's not because of his face, but because he was afraid of angering him, and he just quit the job. To be honest, the current development of the Earth Alliance is very good, even if Yingtian looks at it with glasses for a long time, he can't find too many mistakes. And relying on the suppression of technology, all the hall mouths in the ground can't breathe in front of the top. This is not a good thing to put on hold, but it is in a very good state now. Asked himself, anyway, I guess it would have been messed up by now. Then let's do this first, As long as the Land Union does not disperse for a day, these finished products will always arrive at their own site. There are opportunities for research. Dispelled everyone's thoughts. Seeing that no one was talking, he changed the topic to the arrangement of the energy shield. Since the shield already exists, it will inevitably be extended to the entire army at the fastest speed. Considering the reasons for production capacity, the best way is naturally to give priority to the protection of the fort and the barracks according to the previous thinking, and to speed up the upgrade of warships. They already knew from the news from De Gang that Wang Chen was asking Urguzi to adjust the battleship. It is very likely that this shield will be installed on the battleship in a very short time and become combat power. Since Wang Chen dares to install it directly, then naturally I will arrange for the shipyard to improve everyone's ships as soon as possible. It is best to complete the upgrade of the capital ship within a year. However, once the main force is transferred, it will inevitably lead to a vacancy in the defense of the sea, so this matter still needs to continue to add more warships here. In exchange, the above can give priority to providing upgrade services to Eagle Source's warships. Chapter 270 The Key is the Moon. Chapter 270 The Key is the Moon. Eagle Etchen agreed after thinking for a while. The current terrestrial navy is, to put it bluntly, the Eagle Source and the top support. 60% of the main force is provided by the Eagle Source family, 20% of the top, 10% of the Big Hair, and the rest of the EU and other younger brothers together account for 10%. Even so, Eagle Source still retained 5 aircraft carrier battle groups that were not incorporated into the Earth Alliance army. Their mission was to defend the homeland, and now they are all on duty around the homeland. After listening to the above suggestion, Yingjin knew that she couldn't run away. As the leader of the global naval power, at present the only one who has spare naval power on the bright side is himself. Don't mention the Big Hair, there are not many warships that can be mobilized on the hands. Fortunately, the exchange is also given above. It will give priority to the system upgrade of its own warships. Not only will it install cold nuclear fusion cores, but also lay energy shields. This temptation Yingjin really cannot refuse. Everyone knows that the most troublesome thing about alien machines now is their attack methods. In addition to the energy shield, there is currently no other way to effectively defend against the opponent's attack. Although there are many aircraft carrier battle groups at home, if they are not upgraded, they are likely to become targets. It is better to leave it to the top to operate it. At least these warships are provided by themselves. Although they are incorporated into the Earth Alliance, Eagle Source, as the deputy leader, still has great power. So after a discussion, Yingjiang decided to take out 3 more aircraft carrier formations to join the Earth Alliance. At this point, Yingjiang's power has been squeezed to the extreme, and there are only 2 aircraft carrier formations left in the mainland for coordinated defense. For this reason, Yingjin also took the opportunity to ask for more turrets for the electromagnetic guns in order to strengthen the defense of the coastline. Especially those big cities. The main cities of the Eagle Source family are basically on the coast, and these places must be well defended. After the meeting was over, after sorting out the situation in hand, with a stroke of a pen, the 8 shipyards were included in the upgrade plan in one go. Requires the Chinese Academy of Sciences to complete the transformation of the shipyard within half a year, and to complete the upgrade of all aircraft carriers and main expulsion within 1 year. At the same time, 3 battleships were started using the Black Dragon-class battleship as a template. Not only himself, but also Dama and the AU will also start building battle lines at the same time. The modding potential of expulsion is too small, and even if the core is replaced, it cannot carry too many weapons. Especially the railgun, which is the main attack method now, cannot be installed on the small body of the expulsion. Even if the Chinese Academy of Sciences is already developing small-caliber electromagnetic artillery, But the power is naturally small if the caliber is small. For each hall entrance, the problem of insufficient firepower is already very serious. If the power that is not enough is reduced, it will be a fart. So the construction of battleships is imminent. Eagle Source has already driven 4 of his own antique battleships to the above shipyard, and it is expected that the energy and weapon upgrades will be completed in half a year. In addition to these, Eagle Source also shared a full set of design drawings of the Iowa-class battleships that were not completed during World War II for reference by OMAO and the EU. Not only Eagle Source, but even Neon on the EU side has come up with their own original battleship design ideas. These drawings will all be concentrated in the headquarters of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and optimized with the assistance of artificial intelligence. It is expected that within 2 years, the number of battleships in the world will surge to about 15. This has basically been developed at any cost. In addition to the battle line, the cruiser category has also returned to everyone's eyes again. Now there are battleships in terms of heavy firepower. Firepower is not needed, and the positioning of cruisers is directly assigned to continuous output. If battleships are heavy gunners, the kind that kill with one hit, then the design idea of cruisers is to attack continuously like waves. Like Cleveland or Des Moines in the World War II world. Can bombard a target with a barrage. But everyone is still thinking about the cruiser, and now the focus is to build a battleship first. Wang Chen just uploaded the information, and soon received a call from Du Gang. After listening to the arrangement, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Sharing technology by yourself is not just for everyone to watch, but to move. The efficiency above did not disappoint. With these production plans, it is only a matter of time before that so-called alien base is taken down. In fact, the current Earth has the ability to do something with them, but that requires a lot of mushroom eggs. In the case of a last resort, even OMAO is reluctant to use that thing at home. After all, environmental pollution cannot escape. The best way is to use conventional weapons to solve it. Mushroom eggs are the last resort of the Earth. After completing the energy shield research, Wang Chen also had a little free time. However, the situation is tense now, and Wang Chen didn't take much rest. After adjusting his equipment for 2 days, he began to pay attention to the production of mechas in the base. With the assistance of Urguzi's clone, the entire production center has begun tentative production. It is estimated that it will be on track in April. Originally, Wang Chen was thinking about whether to install energy shields on the individual mechas, but after thinking about it, let it go. That thing consumes too much energy, and there is no miniaturized fusion energy that can't be carried by batteries alone. In addition, the individual mecha will not be disadvantaged by the defense power of the body alone against the alien robot. The individual electromagnetic weapons carried by those robots cannot cause serious damage to Grafton alloys. Although the piercing attack is fierce, if it cannot penetrate, it is really scraping. After spent more than 10 days confirming that there was nothing wrong with the mecha production base, Wang Chen returned to his room and began to think about what to do next. From the current point of view, with the energy shield, as long as the opponent can give him a little time, he can at least have a certain advantage. But want to decide the battle in the end, it is necessary to block the enemy in outer space. Judging from the current information, the main force on the opposite side is likely to be on the moon. If the enemy cannot be blocked in space, then the minerals of the moon on the opposite side can also fight a war of attrition. In his own library, Wang Chen had already read too much information about mechanical bodies. It is very clear that it is absolutely stupid to fight and consume with these mechanical bodies. The best way is to kill them with one blow, and directly raise their nests. Therefore, the key to breaking the game now is the moon. You have to fly up. Chapter 271 Big Ivan. Chapter 271 Big Ivan. although he is already developing a spaceship capable of space combat. To be honest, 1 or 2 ships are not enough. The Ghost knows how many things people have buried under the moon. Wang Chen never denied that he likes to think about things in a more pessimistic way. But that's not a bad thing either. As long as I think badly enough, anything wrong is a good thing. But it's unlikely that more ships will be built in 3 years. This is also the reason why Wang Chen did not let the above concentrate on building the battleship. The current situation is that since the time is tight, it is indeed necessary to do a good job in the defense of the homeland. As long as you block the enemy's first wave of attacks, you can slowly seek opportunities for development and counter-attacks. On the contrary, if you are wiped out by others in one wave, you will be blind to any plan. In terms of force, it is difficult for Wang Chen to improve the defense of the Earth in a short period of time, so Wang Chen thought that he might be able to strengthen the exploration of the moon. Especially when the enemy came to pretend that day, it was obvious that someone from another force was intervening. This point is not only valued by Wang Chen, but also by all the people who know about Dillian. Now everyone is most puzzled about why the opponent has to fight with himself, and from a few chats, we can feel that the opponent's determination to kill himself is quite firm. This is very confusing. We have been huddled in the earth and have never been out, nor have we sinned. Why did a mortal enemy suddenly appear? And it also mentioned a lot of things that I didn't understand at all. But since the last time, no matter what NASA people try to do, they can no longer communicate with the other side. Wang Chen also tried to let Urguzi reversely invade the other party through the communication channel of Utano 3, but unfortunately, although the channel could be found, it could not pass. Urguzi couldn't pass the opposite firewall at all, so it could be said that he had no clue. This undoubtedly made Wang Chen's anxiety even more serious. Your own artificial intelligence cannot invade the other party, but the other party can enter your own communication at will, which is not a good sign. If the opposite party directly attacks the means of communication, wouldn't the so-called integrated communication become a decoration? Fortunately, this issue is also clear, especially since this group of people is still from space, and the safety of satellites has plummeted. So it is necessary to set up a special communication network. For example, Dillian has begun to allow global operators to renovate all current military bases. Even if the wireless communication is cut off, they can only rely on wired command. Even in the combat rehearsal, the military think tank of the Earth Alliance was already planning for the worst, that is, losing air and sea superiority, and could only rely on the army for defense. Strive to find a more complete battle plan as much as possible. However, in Wang Chen's view, this is all a matter of luck. The biggest problem now is the lack of understanding of the enemy. How strong is the other side's military means, how much military strength, and where are the points of conflict between the two sides? If you don't understand these things clearly, it's just a few blind fights. Whether you can win or not depends on God's favor. But how to detect the truth of the other party? Wang Chen thought about it for a long time and didn't seem to find any feasible method. This Nima froze a bit. While Wang Chen was thinking about how to detect the enemy's situation, in March, the NASA authorities had entered the intense launch period. In just 1 month, 4 rockets took 24 lunar landers into the sky, and then fell to the place where Yuta-2 discovered the problem. They decided to take this place as a starting point and proceed towards the surroundings. Do a Dragnet-style investigation. Thanks to the advancement of technology, this time the lunar rover is all equipped with the latest Grafton batteries, which has greatly improved the battery life. Even some large devices can be carried around. At the moment when the rocket was launched, the alien base that was originally surrounded by big hair suddenly moved. The inspection team found that the energy shield over there seemed to be weakening. NASA's bosses were also taken aback, and immediately let Demao launch a large number of missiles. This bitch doesn't want to open the shield and give the rocket to hits, right? Fortunately, Demao's attack came quite in time, and the opponent might really want to intercept the rocket, but he didn't dare to open his shield in front of so many people. It's a pity for the Terrestrial Alliance. To be honest, if they can, they are really willing to use those rockets in exchange for a chance for the other party. Isn't this group of dog days just doing whatever they want with their shields? As long as they dare to open the hole, within 10 minutes, if I don't level your mountain, we will lose. Don't look at everyone staring at each other across the shield, but the missiles they need have been assembling inside the Earth Alliance. Especially penetrators. The time given above is 1 year of preparation, which means that once this year is over, the Earth Alliance will launch an attack on this base. Assuming that the opposite party really called after 3 years, then they had to pull out the nail in the house before the opposite party called. Otherwise, there is a fight in the front, and there is an enemy base at home to play a hammer. 1 year to prepare, 1 year to destroy, and then another year to restore combat effectiveness. The above idea is very simple. No matter how powerful the opposing shield is, there will definitely be a limit. As long as Lao Tzu prepares enough missiles in one go, he can definitely open a gap. The only thing to think about is how many missiles are needed. But everyone has already thought about this matter. No matter what the preparations are after a year, the attack will continue as usual. It's really not good. Even if you use mushroom eggs, you will have to raise the opposite base. Although Demao's face was ugly, he also knew that he had to make a decision on this matter. It's not just the Earth Alliance that doesn't allow this base to exist on Earth for a long time, even he himself doesn't agree. This Nima is next to this thing every day, and she can't sleep well. Demao has already stated his position. If he really wants to use mushroom eggs, then let him ask him to do it himself. Dare to play like this on your own site. As a hospitable local, you have to invite people to taste their own local specialties no matter what. In terms of the power of mushroom eggs alone, not to mention the top, even Eagle Sauce can't compare to himself. Dad's inheritance is indeed not much, but there are still a few Ivan things. When he heard that Demao was about to take out De Ivan, he quickly pressed Demao on it. Brother, don't get excited, there's no need, that kind of big killer should be kept in the house. It's not bad for me to throw a few hydrogen bombs in the past. It happens that cold fusion can replace the previous ignition procedure. The current hydrogen bomb is not only powerful, but also has little pollution. When your big Ivan blows up, let's not talk about the enemy first. The light Nima shockwave can circle the Earth 3 times. Chapter 272 Black Hole. Chapter 272 Black Hole. But no matter what the above said, Demao still decided to drag one out. Let the above hydrogen bomb tried first. If it doesn't work, Ivan will blow it up. I still don't believe it. That Goober shield can block the power of 50 million tons of TNT explosives. If you can really block it, then you don't have to fight, just vote and forget it. Demao's attitude is very firm, and the above can only agree. Indeed, I have to put this shit on myself. I'm afraid it has already been arranged by Dongfeng. That is, in Siberia, where birds don't poop. If you want to change the land, I am afraid that the big hair will not blow up early. The enemy's base did not dare to make a move. After being frightened for a while, it returned to calm. The rocket launched into space quickly sent the rover to the designated location. In late March, as all the 24 trolleys reached the predetermined coordinates, NASA officially announced the start of the exploration plan. This time, I have to find some clues. It's better to be able to talk to the opposite side. No matter what, I can avoid war. Do your best to think of a way. Although the possibility is not high, it is always worth trying. It's just more than a week of tossing. but nothing useful is found. Nothing was found except the prominent black pillar. This is undoubtedly a big blow to the enthusiasm of the Big Eye. But the car has been launched, and it is impossible to give up halfway. And there is no discovery, as everyone expected. After all, the space project has been going on for so many years. If there is anything conspicuous, it is estimated that it has been discovered long ago. It's just that so many detectors have been launched with great fanfare this time. Not only the ground connection, but also many people on the internet are waiting for news. The pressure is too much. But fortunately, there is no way out. Although there is no useful information to find out, they can't help but run away. Just when the exploration was at a loss, on April 2nd a large number of signal riots appeared on the surface of the Earth again. One of the main flashpoints is on a plane not far from these profilers. NASA made a decisive decision and asked all the probe vehicles to rush to the incident site for inspection. These signals cannot be riots for no reason, there must be something wrong. At the same time, the satellites in the sky were also mobilized to prepare for high-altitude photography of this area. However, when the satellite passed by, everyone was caught off guard. You don't need to take pictures anymore. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see a dark circular hole. The area of the hole is quite large, almost the size of a football field. This sudden appearance of a black hole undoubtedly made everyone's nerves tense. Clearly, this thing already conjures up something bad. For example, will this be the passage for the mechanical body inside the moon to prepare to attack the Earth? But there is still a period of time before 3 years. Could it be an accident? In the face of this situation, NASA did not dare to delay, and quickly reported the situation to the above. The ground connection also attaches great importance to it, and asks to investigate the situation here at all costs. No matter how many profilers you lose, you won't hesitate. 3 days later, all the probes arrived around the black hole, and began to carry out various explorations around the black hole with various instruments. The first thing that can be determined is that this black hole is artificially excavated. The reason why was not discovered originally is because the switch of this black hole is hidden under the ground. In other words, originally there was a cover with sufficient thickness, but now that the cover is gone, the dust originally covered on it is naturally gone. This exposes the entire black hole. Therefore, this must be a man-made channel, and it cannot be formed naturally. Stood on the rock wall of the black hole, and it can be clearly seen that the inner wall is a very smooth metal material. But although I know that this black hole is artificially excavated, I have no clue why it appears now. Around the black hole, although the profiler detected a stable signal source, it was not attacked, and no useful information was found under the black hole. Unless you use a drone to investigate, or relying on these cars alone will definitely not help. No, after 3 days of discussions, NASA immediately asked the cooperative manufacturers to start developing the unmanned equipment needed for this black hole. At the same time, let DeMau get ready, and a new batch of drones will be delivered in May at the latest. And will deploy more exploration satellites on the lunar surface in order to find more useful intelligence. And the news of a black hole on the moon is naturally hidden from the media. That black hole is so big that even civilian equipment can find it. Not to mention that since the exposure of the alien incident, the eyes of space enthusiasts around the world have been fixed on this side. I don't know how many telescopes just keep watching, it's almost impossible to hide from everyone's eyes. So NASA generously admitted it after the incident was exposed. And stated that, as far as the current situation is concerned, it has not caused any form of threat to the Earth. NASA will probe the inside of this black hole as quickly as possible, so please have confidence in them and don't spread rumors. At this time, Wang Chen, who was thinking about things in the base, also saw the news. Wang Chen's view of this black hole is similar to that of NASA. This thing will never appear out of thin air, no matter what it is. There must be a way to explore it. It's just that his spacecraft has not been built yet, and he has no ability to directly probe the moon within this year. I hope nothing will happen. Wang Chen could only pray. There is too little time left for the Earth. 3 years are fleeting, and no one knows what the future road will be like. Shook his head and threw the thoughts out of his mind. Wang Chen also refocused on his own research. At present, the energy shield has been taken over by Guzi, and the production of individual mechas at the base is also on the right track. Wang Chen, who had nothing on hand for the time being, also decided to start a new round of research. But what to study specifically, I haven't been able to make a decision after thinking about it for a few days. It takes 3 years to study, and it is impossible to study things that are too troublesome. Considering that it will take time to put into production after the study is completed, the finished product must be produced within 1.5 years at most. But after only 1.5 years, good things can't be studied, and bad things can't be studied. Wanting to quickly improve the combat power of the Earth, I really want to break my head. Wang Chen is even ready to give up research on a new generation of technology first, and instead use the current technology as the framework for comprehensive expansion. Like classmates to follow. Chapter 273 Disease Outbreak. Chapter 273 Disease Outbreak. But there is a saying, when you can't decide, God will help you decide. Just when Wang Chen didn't know what to do next, a problem suddenly appeared on Demao's side. During this time, Demao's interception had a very good effect. With a few water veins, it is difficult for the opposite mechanical body to go underground and enter the sea. The number of interceptions recorded is as high as more than 300 times. The ground connection is definitely very happy. As long as the source intercepts the opposite side, it is difficult to do evil on the ocean. But in April, things changed again. Since the beginning of April, the number of water crossings has plummeted. 2 weeks down, less than 3 attempts in total. Makes the big hairs wonder if these guys have other means to enter the ocean. But judging from the feedback from the drones thrown into the water veins, there doesn't seem to be much abnormality in the water veins. The opposite side seems to have no intention of taking the water. And just when everyone was at a loss, an unidentified scent suddenly appeared around the base, which was surrounded by water. This smell is a bit like rose and a bit like jasmine. It smells good. But strangely, there are no signs of flowers blooming around. When things go wrong, there must be demons. Just when everyone found out that something was wrong, a sudden disease broke out in the military camp. Many people suddenly found that their bodies became weak, and in less than 3 days, some people could not even get out of bed. There were even drowsiness and high fever. The sudden outbreak of the disease caught everyone off guard, and after examination by experts, this disease was different from any disease known to the Earth. It should be related to the surrounding fragrance, and it is also contagious. But so far, no matter what equipment it is impossible to strip this unknown ingredient from the surrounding air. In less than a week, nearly 60% of the people in the entire military camp were infected with this strange disease, and the scope and outbreak rate were still increasing rapidly. In desperation, the local alliance can only isolate the people in this area first. Fortunately, it is a deep mountain and an old forest, and it is not close to the city. The timely blockade does not appear to have brought the virus to other cities. And although the origin of this disease has not been detected, but with a full set of protection and special oxygen cylinders, medical staff can safely enter the military camp for treatment. But as time goes by, things are far from that simple. Not only is the number of infected people more than 40,000, but the most important thing is that the strange scent is still spreading around. Although this is Siberia, although the spread of this fragrance is very slow, it is still going out. Some people predict that this fragrance can spread to the nearest city in up to 3 months. And once you enter the city, the lethality of this disease will be infinitely amplified. The Earth Alliance has urgently named this disease asthenia. Although no death has been caused so far, the condition of each infected person is constantly declining. No drug can stop this downward trend. Obviously, this is a biochemical weapon that is completely beyond everyone's current understanding, and I don't know what the principle is. Wang Chen knew about this through Urguzi, and because of fear of causing chaos, this matter was strictly controlled. After knowing this, Wang Chen's brows also wrinkled. I was worried about whether this civilization, which is obviously higher than the existing Earth level, would use biological technology to attack. Because the lower the civilization, the less protection it is for oneself. The weaker. Compared to war, biological attacks are the most effective and convenient means. This is a method that directly affects the race, and it is also an existence that is shamed by many civilizations. But it is undeniable that if you want to exterminate a civilization, the best way is to kill everyone in this civilization. Although it seems that the opposite thing is not enough lethality, it makes everyone powerless and makes the whole world panic. After 3 years, the large army came over. Isn't the Earth just left to be slaughtered? And from now on, it seems only a matter of time before the dead. The condition of all infected people is constantly declining, as if their vitality is constantly being consumed. If you don't do something, sooner or later this thing will spread all over the world. Even Wang Chen can't make an exception, because no matter how powerful his own security is, he can't stop this method of directly acting on biological individuals. Grass. Rubbing his forehead, Wang Chen also knew that he couldn't think about it anymore at this time. This matter must be resolved, or the Earth will be in danger. Although biological aspect is not Wang Chen's strong point, but now he can only use the Pelugin to bite the bullet and move up. No, after making a decision, Wang Chen immediately called Du Gang. Hearing that Wang Chen wanted to go to the base, Du Gang's first counterattack was that you are crazy. Emperor Mijie and the sedan chair, what are you doing there? But Wang Chen's attitude was very decisive. Brother Du, I'm not kidding, I'm serious. I also tell you very seriously. Impossible. What are you going to do? Disinfection? It's not enough for disinfection, but I also have some research on biology. If I go there, maybe I can see something. Wang Chen smiled and comforted. Have you ever studied biology? Don't fool me, you can't do it. Du Gang on the other end rolled his eyes and refused. I didn't fool you, I have to see this matter, whether you agree or not, I have to go. Wang Chen also said helplessly. No, you are the most valuable scientific researcher on Earth right now. What if you die there? Who will be in charge? Du Gang also felt a pain in his forehead. Big brother, how important are you? Still in the past? I dare to tell the above about this, and you guess they will kill me. Officer Du, let's be honest, I did study biology, this is no joke, and my biological level is not below my physical level. I can tell you responsibly that the things released this time on the opposite side are very good. Probably against our entire human race. If I don't figure it out, then even if I hide in the ends of the earth, there will only be one dead word in the end. I will definitely not be able to hide. Maybe I can find a way to go. You have to believe everyone, so many biologists have passed by, and you are not less than one. Du Gang also persuaded him earnestly. It's not good to put it, my technical strength is not comparable to them. No matter how many they go, it may not be useful to me alone. Even if you don't report, I will call the above directly. I will go to this place. No. I'm okay. You are awesome, I'll go and report to you. Don't say I didn't persuade you. Wang Chen does have the ability to communicate directly with the above, but he rarely uses it. Du Gang is also very clear that if Wang Chen is really determined, there is really nothing he can do. Can only be angrily left a sentence and hung up the phone. Hey Li Long, pack up, I'm going out. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Wang Chen also sighed and shouted. Where are you going? I'm going to prepare. Just prepare mine, you don't have to follow. Li Long, who had just run in, was stunned. After a while, he pointed to himself in disbelief. What? I'm not going. Chapter 274 Very Clean. Chapter 274 Very Clean. Seeing that Li Long had some doubts, Wang Chen also told him about it. Hearing this incident over there, Li Long immediately quit. What a joke, how can I not go in such a dangerous situation? What should you do if something goes wrong? I'm not going to war. Besides, what can you do as a security guard in the past? Kill the virus with one shot? If I have an accident, it's an infection, and you can't save it. Wang Chen waved his hand in a funny way. Boss, what if someone shoots at you? Li Long is in a hurry. Who is going to shoot me in this situation? Eagle Source? Or those consortia? Don't worry. Waved his hand, but Wang Chen looked relaxed. Now in this situation, there is no need to worry about your own safety. The global situation is like this, who dares to take action against himself? I didn't see that the 5 permanent members were already wearing a pair of pants, and those consortiums now have to count on us who are engaged in scientific research to save their dogs' lives. Li Long wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Chen. Okay, I know what you think, but you really can't follow this matter, and I'll tell you if I can come back alive. I will let Erguzi give you a sum of money later. Take your girlfriend to travel around while the world is still in chaos. You have followed me for so many years and haven't been home much. Go back and do your filial piety. If you can get away with it this time, and the Earth escapes disaster in 3 years, if you are still willing to be a small security guard, then I will welcome any time. Needless to say about the rest, just pack my things for me, and treat it as the last thing to do for me. After Wang Chen finished speaking, Li Long was completely speechless, and nodded after a while. I know the boss, I'll go clean up now. Indeed, the situation over there cannot help Wang Chen. And since the two have been working together for so long, Li Long knows what kind of temper Wang Chen is. What is decided is generally not going to change. It took more than half an hour to prepare things for Wang Chen skillfully. In the afternoon, Du Gang's phone calls came in. After discussion, it was decided that Wang Chen would go there to help, but he needed to bring a medical nurse along with him. As for Li Long, he also received a notice to end the mission when it was late, so he doesn't need to continue protecting Wang Chen for the time being. To be honest, Du Gang has not yet figured out why the above would agree with Wang Chen to go there. This is a national treasure, the backbone of the future to resist aliens. What if it is infected? But the above order is also very clear. If Wang Chen is willing to go, then go. This matter has reached a very dangerous level. Not only Du Gang, but after the order was given, the one who jumped first was Ying Jiang, who was eager for Wang Chen to have an accident. Directly confronted the headquarters of the local alliance and asked loudly, and asked him if he was crazy. If you or you don't want it, I want this talent. You know better than me what's going on with Demao. Now who is responsible for letting Wang Chen pass by and die? With so many projects in his hands, who will take over? Although I don't want to admit it, everyone knows that many things can't go away without Wang Chen. After Ying Chen finished the question, the answer above was also very simple. If the disease over there cannot be controlled, then everyone will have to die. Is there any difference between who comes first? The above decision was made with great perseverance. If Wang Chen didn't say that, they would definitely not send Wang Chen, but this was what Wang Chen asked for, then they had to think about it. The situation over there is very bad. Although there is no intuitive progress, it has been determined that this damn virus is directly targeting genes. The biologists over there have no clue about this at the moment, and the expansion rate of the fragrance is still accelerating. Once you enter a big city, the consequences are unimaginable. You don't have to wait for others to call the door, you can wipe out the earth with this thing. Faced with the above answer, Eagle Source wanted to say something, but in the end they could only sit on the sofa in a decadent manner. Indeed, this kind of attack completely exceeded their previous expectations, which is far more terrifying than any direct attack. It is not that many people do not have the courage to face death, but that does not mean that everyone is willing to lie down and wait to die. As far as the current situation is concerned, unless humans evolve gills to hide in the sea, death is only a matter of time. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about it. Wang Chen's departure time was set very quickly, and he took his own private jet to fly directly to the research center on the Damao side. The only ones who came to deliver were Li Long and Gin Sanshi. Now, Wang Chen doesn't need to worry about the gate of science and technology, and Gin Sanshi has completely reached the level of what he said before, that he is on his own. And Li Long came to see Wang Chen on his last journey. It's all men and no nonsense. When boarding the plane, Wang Chen turned around with a smile and said, "Don't cry and be sad, wait for Lao Tzu to come back." After finished speaking, they ignored them and entered the plane directly. 10 minutes later, the Gulf Stream soared into the sky under the command of the tower. To be honest, without Li Long following, Wang Chen was a little unaccustomed to it. But soon, Wang Chen realized that it was a good thing not to have Li Long to follow. No, inside the plane, there is a beautiful comrade with him. She looks really beautiful, typical of Oriental beauties. If it wasn't for this guy holding a guinea pig, Wang Chen would really want to go up and talk to him. This girl's name is Sun Meng. She has a cute name but is a genius in medical school. It is said that she has a high genetic talent. This time, he was also ordered to go to Damao to investigate the virus. No, it's very close to Wang Chen's base, so I took him along with Wang Chen. What did De Gang say to himself before? The assistant is also this girl. To be honest, isn't this more comfortable than Li Long's coming? Although this girl looks a bit sturdy, she can't stand her cuteness. Well, yes, it was a wise decision to let Li Long stay home. The peach blossoms that haven't bloomed for a few years are here. It seems that the ultimate reason why he has been single for so many years is because he has a big light bulb. Every time he wanted to hook up with a girl, Li Long would look at the other side with his unique eyes, making the girl feel wrong. How to communicate? Without communication, where will the next development come from? Just when Wang Chen was thinking about how to chat with his sister, Sun Meng first said generously, "Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Sun Meng, from the medical school, and also your personal assistant." "Hello girl, this plane is a bit small. Please forgive me if there is a place where the reception is not good." BFFT, Mr. Wang is joking. Your plane is considered the most luxurious private plane in the world. It looks quite clean. Clean? Wang Chen, who was thinking about it, touched his head. Can it not be clean? I haven't sat down twice since I bought it, so it's hard to think if it's not clean. Chapter 275 Unknown Fate. Chapter 275 Unknown Fate. Cough. Why did the girl think about going there? I heard that the situation there is not optimistic. After coughing a little, Wang Chen shifted the topic numbly. Sun Meng nodded and stuffed the guinea pig in his hand back into the cage. Then he looked at Wang Chen and asked, "A boss like you who is worth over 100 billion can go, why can't I go? You are not the only one who is not afraid of death." "Wrong, I'm afraid of death. If it wasn't for this incident, I wouldn't take the risk." Rolling his eyes, Wang Chen said sincerely. What do you mean by not being afraid of death? Lao Tzu came over and worked hard to make money. After the money was earned, the world changed. Finally got a bit of an advantage, and this happened again. Trademark's mentality is better, otherwise trademark will collapse. You're a very interesting person. Few people speak up so confidently. Sun Meng was also amused by Wang Chen's straightforwardness. What's the point of this? I'm just honest. Besides, a man with a flamboyant mouth is unreliable. Wang Chen also said with a smile. Okay, big straight man, what do you think about this guy? Sun Meng asked amusingly. Do you really want to listen? Touching his chin, Wang Chen raised his brows slightly. Of course, let's analyze it. The result of the analysis is that we are basically dead. Well, now Sun Meng can be sure that this product is really straight, and he doesn't know how to answer it. I originally thought that Wang Chen would say something encouraging, but this is the result. Then what? Don't be so pessimistic. No, I'm just so pessimistic. You are studying medicine yourself. You know what the situation is. Anyway, the probability of getting infected is very high, and it is difficult to find a solution. Wang Chen spread his hands and said. Yeah? Gene-targeted virus. To be honest, if it wasn't true, I would have thought I was watching a movie. Huh? Has it been determined that it is a gene-targeted virus? Wang Chen asked in surprise. You don't know? It was just posted today. Lao Kankian was also a little strange. This is not something that everyone who went there knew. That's right. After all, I don't work in the general hospital. Maybe my channel is missing a bit. Wang Chen waved his hand and didn't care. Can you show me the latest information? Look, it's all here. Sun Meng took out a stack of documents from her pocket and handed it to Wang Chen. Took it and looked at it. It was really the information that was sent out this morning. It can be seen from the above tests that this is indeed a virus specially developed for human genes, just as Wang Chen himself expected. After monitoring, all the genes in the infected population showed a certain degree of infection. After the infection, the division rate of the internal cells apparently increased several times, which is why the infected people showed varying degrees of weakness. The number of cell divisions in the human body is limited, and this unusual division is, to put it bluntly, depleting the vitality of the human body. And the human body itself realizes that there is something wrong with it, so it uses the method of hibernation to find a way. Stop this virus. But unfortunately, this virus is directly based on genes, and it is difficult for the guards in the human body to find them. According to current calculations, it will take at least a long time for the human body to recognize this virus by itself. And the infected people won't last long at all. This loss of vitality cannot be made up for by any food. Even if is rescued, the lost lives cannot be replaced. After watching, Wang Chen also lost the mood to continue chatting with the girl. The situation was indeed expected by himself, but he didn't have too many clues on how to solve Wang Chen. Although there are many technologies related to genes in the bracelet, this thing pays attention to the right medicine. Wang Chen didn't dare to act rashly until he found a way to attack the opponent. How is it, do you have any clues? Seeing Wang Chen frowning, Sun Meng couldn't help but asked softly. She was also very curious that Wang Chen, a genius in physics, even understood biological techniques. This brain is so good, so I don't fear it will explode after learning so much. I'm going crazy with just a single genetics. Go to bed first, let me think about it. Shaking his head, Wang Chen slowly exhaled. You need to rummage inside the bracelet. This damn virus is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Even if it is a temporary gramming, it has to be hugged. Mankind has evolved to the present, relying on the correction of nature. Although there are still many bugs in the genes, but it is not something that can be solved by any civilization. According to Wang Chen's inference, although the opposite technology is superior to his own, there is no generation difference. How long will it take to develop a virus that specifically targets genes? Are you off? The opposite is a mechanical body and not a biological civilization, so it shouldn't be so fast. But now the situation is in front of me, even if I don't want to believe it, I can only bite the bullet. Creatures are indeed not the best at him, but fortunately, the data absorption in the bracelet does not require any cost. It's just that if you absorb too much at one time, it will give you a headache. But now Wang Chen can't take care of that much anymore. If he wants to live, and he wants everyone to live, then he has to work hard. His genes are also completely undefended, and he cannot be sure when he will be infected. So you have to find a solution before you get infected. Otherwise, the Earth is really doomed this time. Wang Chen went to check the information with his eyes closed, while Sun Meng next to him was stunned. My dear, you're going to sleep when you say sleep? Or is this the so-called romance of science students? Sun Meng, as a medical student, can easily tell whether Wang Chen is in real sleep or fake sleep. Looking at Wang Chen, who was clearly relaxed, Sun Meng could only ask the flight attendant to bring a blanket over. Lightly covered Wang Chen, Sun Meng glanced at Wang Chen, then took out her notebook and began to check it. These are all my experience in researching genes over the years. She knows how dangerous it is to come here, but for the safety of her family, she must take this risk. Study of medicine is to fight against the god of death. Don't say that he is afraid of death, but Sun Meng doesn't want himself and his family to become the same as Damao's. And this is a mobilization for all top biologists, and there is no escape from racial danger. Maybe Wang Chen took such a big risk because of this. For a while, the inside of the plane was also quiet, and it quickly flew towards the unknown destiny ahead at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Like students can click and follow. Chapter 276 Knee Below. Chapter 276 Knee Below. Wang Chen woke up faintly when the plane was about to land. To be honest, my head hurts a bit, and I feel a little dizzy after filling several books in one breath. But after waking up, Wang Chen obviously felt something was wrong. He seemed to be lying on something very soft, and there was a mountain-like object blocking his vision. Are you awake? Just when Wang Chen was still a little confused, Sun Meng asked calmly. Wang Chen raised his brows and quickly got up, turned his head and saw that he was lying on this girl's lap just now. Good guy, lap below? Cough cough. What's going on? Wang Chen was a little confused. Seeing that your brows were furrowed when you were sleeping, it seemed a little uncomfortable, so I gave you a massage. Did you have a dream? Sun Meng didn't think there was anything wrong. She was a medical student. Seeing that Wang Chen was uncomfortable, she helped to relax. But it's a little strange that Wang Chen's sleep quality is obviously very good, and there is no response when he asks him to lie down. It's just that he kept frowning while sleeping, and he sweated a lot. Not to mention that looking at Wang Chen now, his eyes are obviously a little tired. It doesn't look like a person who just woke up. Forget it, I dreamed that the Earth was gone. Wang Chen touched his nose and said half-truth. You can't say that you look like you're sleeping, but you're actually cheating, right? It's really unlucky. Sun Meng said with some disgust. Ha ha, thank you so much girl, we're almost there, right? Wang Chen smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand, which changed the topic. Well, it's about to land. So fast? Wang Chen glanced out the window. As expected, a dense forest can be seen below. It's because you slept so soundly, it's strange. It is reasonable to say that having a nightmare will greatly increase the activity of the brain, and you should wake up soon, but it's too outrageous for you to sleep for a few hours in one breath. Sun Meng still looked at Wang Chen strangely. Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then I'm not sure, actually I think it's okay, just pack up and get ready to get off the plane. 10 minutes later, the plane stopped steadily on the airport runway. This is a secret base of the Mao family, which has now been converted into a biological research center. As soon as they got off the plane, someone sent 2 new sets of protective suits, requiring them to be neatly dressed at all times. After changed in the plane, this man drove himself and Sun Meng to the military camp not far away. Although it is a military base, Wang Chen can clearly feel that the atmosphere here is very tense. The passers-by around all wore one-piece protective clothing, and someone helped to disinfect at intervals. The original base headquarters in front has now been turned into an experimental center. Wang Chen and Sun Meng first went to the place where they lived and put things in place before being brought into the laboratory. As soon as they entered the door, the two saw various equipment being continuously installed and debugged. The original base headquarters had a total of 5 floors. Now the 5th floor has become a resettlement room, where the 6 most seriously ill patients are received. The 4th floor is the conference room, and the experts who have arrived so far are all meeting and researching here. The rest of the 1st to 3rd floors are remodeled test rooms. There are even 3 experimental areas under construction around. The world's top medical equipment and experimental equipment are constantly being delivered here. Originally, Wang Chen planned to ask the manager here to say hello, but he was told that the boss who was currently in charge was doing an experiment and would not be able to come out in a short time, so he could just let Wang Chen figure it out. The person who sent the message naturally knew Wang Chen, and knew that this person's origins were bigger than theirs. The order has already come from above. After Wang Chen comes over, he doesn't need to care about what he does, and he has to cooperate fully. Wang Chen nodded but didn't care. The situation was urgent now, and he was racing against the god of death every minute and every second. Since the leaders here are busy, let's start working too. Sister, go get me something. After finding an empty laboratory, Wang Chen took out a pen and paper and started writing quickly. If you want this thing, you must have the corresponding equipment and related specimens. There are all kinds of equipment, mainly this specimen. Not only the gas spread over there, but also the cells and genes of the experimental subject. Only when all of these are in place can we experiment to find a solution. Sun Meng didn't have any ink, and she nodded secretly when she saw a bunch of things written by Wang Chen. This connoisseur knows that it is a mule or a horse as soon as he makes a move. What wrote is fine and detailed. It can be seen that Wang Chen has indeed been researching in this field for a long time. Since there is no problem, Sun Meng naturally took the time to go to the warehouse to pick up what Wang Chen needed. And Wang Chen stayed here to start debugging his equipment. The first thing to do is to call out Urguzi. This base has been connected to the server of the Earth Alliance, and Wang Chen quickly heard Urguzi's voice on his laptop relying on the line. With the access of Urguzi, Wang Chen also needs to quickly let Urguzi build data for simulation and control and access the surrounding equipment. Although some biological devices do not support network cable insertion, fortunately, key devices have access ports. This is because Wang Chen imported relevant data. About half an hour later, while Wang Chen was still busy, Sun Meng ran back with something. Holding a bunch of bottles and jars in his hand, he began to place them according to the specifications. Wang Chen, have you thought about how to study it? Sun Meng also asked while putting this thing down. I don't have any clues for now, but I plan to let the uninfected genes come into contact with this gas, and then make plans after observing the situation. Wang Chen wiped his face said. That's a way, but I heard that this experiment has been done several times, and it seems that nothing has been found. They can't find out it's them. I haven't done it yet, but since you said that they have done it several times, then go and transfer all the information. I'm going to let Erguzi build a database first. Wang Chen waved his hand and ordered. Sun Meng glanced at Erguzi, who was busy working on the notebook, and then nodded. Indeed, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, maybe you can really find something. When Sun Meng ran out again, Wang Chen shouted to Erguzi again, "How about the things you were taught before?" When came, Wang Chen had already filled Erguzi's database with a lot of biological knowledge. It is an inevitable step to ask Erguzi to help, otherwise Erguzi can't even understand what cells are. Almost analyzed. Okay, then follow what I said. Let's go through the process first. Chapter 277 Enzyme Protein. Chapter 277 Enzyme Proteins. Wang Chen didn't plan to take a day off before starting. After tidying up the things on hand, he began to restore the so-called genetic infection according to the plan. In a sealed semicircular space, the air inside has been polluted, and cells carrying genetic information are smeared on the glass slide below. There are also a lot of inspection equipment in this space, and Wang Chen can accurately view the entire process of cell infection through a high-precision microscope. Soon, under the influence of the gas, there was a certain degree of restlessness in the cells. Then began to split and die in a frenzy, as the information said. Because the number of cell divisions is limited, after about 50 divisions, there is no movement at all. Wang Chen, who witnessed all this, nodded secretly. Sure enough, the human body can die quickly by consuming the life of cells. And the roots of these are in genes. Genes are the basis for controlling all functions of the human body. Once there is a problem with the gene, it is like a bug in the computer system. If it is not able to boot, it will directly burn the motherboard. This is apparently by tampering with genes to make cells take the wrong orders. It is also very simple to solve it, that is to use the same method to plug and correct this loophole. But for the current Earth technology, the prerequisites for completing this plan are not met. Not to mention modifying genes, there is no means of how to add codes to genes. Is equivalent to patching the system, but you don't even know how to program. Let's not say what method I will use to solve this loophole. The first thing to do now is to learn programming first. But now there is a problem that time does not allow oneself to come step by step. Not only must learn programming as soon as possible, but also find a suitable solution. Determined that this is indeed a genetic problem, Wang Chen also slowly exhaled and began to ponder. If you want to solve this matter quickly, you must have more manpower. We have mature gene intervention technology in our own hands, but we need people to carry out the culture vector. It is best to cultivate the carrier simultaneously after finding a solution to this loophole. Sun Meng. Frowning, Wang Chen turned his head and shouted at Sun Meng, who was also conducting research. What's the matter? Sun Meng, who was startled, quickly turned her head and asked. This is indeed a virus that attacks genes. Although I don't know the composition of this virus, but even if the virus is found, once this thing is infected, it cannot be solved by conventional medicines. So now the focus is not to find the original virus, but to find a way for the opponent to attack the gene. As long as the genetic loopholes can be blocked, the virus will naturally fail. Wang Chen said quickly. Sun Meng nodded after listening. That makes sense. What are you going to do? I need to be in trouble. Now time is too tight. I don't have time to make something, so I can only leave it to you. You say. I need you to help me cultivate a vector that can intervene genes. I will give you the relevant technology, and I must cultivate it as soon as possible. Wang Chen said and put the notebook on his lap, ready to write this technique out. You know how to intervene gene? Sun Meng was taken aback and asked in disbelief. I already had this technology when I was studying, but it has not been released. Is there any problem? Wang Chen glanced at Sun Meng and said with a smile, "You're as cool as you are." Sun Meng didn't know what to say after hearing it. It may be that you, the big guy, can suppress this technology for so long with such carelessness. Wang Chen's face was calm to Sun Meng's surprise. He quickly tapped on the keyboard with both hands, and Wang Chen typed out the technical documents that he needed to use. If you want to repair a gene, you must not only understand the gene code, but also know how to intervene in the gene. Especially the way of intervening genes, which is like the editor of the system. Without this thing, no matter how good you are, you can't enter the inside of the system. Wang Chen now wants Sun Meng to cultivate a special protein specially designed to intervene in human genes. Her name is enzyme protein. This enzyme can not only be cultivated in the human body but also exist in the human body itself. Its origin is as a special substance for repairing DNA. In simple terms, it is the PARP3 enzyme in the human body, which can mark the damaged part through molecular signals after locking the damaged DNA. However, the enzyme protein studied this time not only contains the PARP3 enzyme, but also has a photolytic enzyme for repair. The combination of these two substances can open an injection gap in the gene. The gene code contained in the photolyase is then injected into the specific position of the original gene sequence. Is like a customized version of the patch package, through precise positioning, and then fusion to repair the original problem gene. The cultivation of this kind of protein is not troublesome, as long as the code is edited to add an infection feature, and after injection into the body, only one cell needs to be repaired, and this cell will quickly infect all the cells with problems, so that they can self-check according to the added code. Repair, naturally can solve this problem. First save the lives of these infected people, and then Wang Chen will find a way to plug this damn loophole. To plug the loopholes, the genes need to be modified, and the previous self-check and repair is to directly extract cells from the human body itself, make a copy of the uninfected DAN, and then cover the infected cells. Is like redoing the system. Although this method cannot cure the root cause, there are still loopholes, but it can save the lives of these people first. Researching genes takes a certain amount of time, but the speed at which these people's lives are passing obviously can't be carried for too long. Wang Chen can only treat the symptoms first and then the root cause. Anyway, as long as there is this special protein, it is equivalent to having an editor, and it is only a matter of time before the loophole is plugged. It took most of the day, and it was not until about 12 o'clock in the evening that Wang Chen wrote the entire training material. During the period, Sun Meng watched silently from behind. As a genius in genetics, she could understand what Wang Chen wrote. The cultivation method is not complicated, but this idea is indeed different from ordinary people. But it seems that it is in line with what he has learned. Anyway, Sun Meng is completely convinced. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the entire experimental building was still brightly lit. After Wang Chen finished writing, he asked Sun Meng to find a man, while he was preparing to take a nap on the chair in the room. Starting tomorrow, I will start to decipher the genes. This is a big project. Even if it is assisted by artificial intelligence, it will take a lot of energy. If you don't get a good night's sleep, you will lose your hair. I'm taking a leave of absence. I have something to do at home. Take a leave of absence, something at home. I have something to do at home and will start adding updates tomorrow. Chapter 278 This trademark is called life. Chapter 278 This trademark is called life. Everyone is very clear about the current situation. If there is any way, say it and let everyone discuss it. Just when Wang Chen was about to go to bed, in a conference room upstairs, a group of bigwigs in white coats were gathering here for a meeting. The people led by are the world's top biogenetic giants. They have been here for a while, and after this period of investigation, They are quite troubled by the current situation. No, after completing today's lab, I immediately convened the big guys to discuss solutions. Now it has been confirmed that this thing is indeed an attack on genes. It is because of this that everyone feels a little bit of fear. Gene, that is the forbidden area of life, representing the most primitive form of life. With the current research and development progress of the Earth, it can be said that there is no way to deal with this kind of direct attack on genes. It is also quite difficult to make a breakthrough in a short time. Although it was early in the evening, the meeting room was quite lively. Everyone is constantly exchanging ideas to find the latest solution. While the discussion was in full swing, outside the side door, Sun Meng was running here with a pile of documents. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted to a big guy in the front stand, "Teacher, I have something to show you." "Teacher?" The sudden voice caught everyone by surprise. Turning their heads to look, they saw a girl running at an old man in Wang Chen. Zhilongyi was a little helpless when he looked at Sun Meng, who came running. "You still come here? Is Wang Chen here yet?" As a big guy in the genetics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, even though Zhilongyi is almost 70 years old, his body is quite good. As soon as this incident happened, the elites of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were dispatched to rush here, and Zhilongyi was the leader of the team. Wang Chen went to rest. He already found a solution in the afternoon and asked me to give this thing to you. Sun Meng said urgently. "Have you found a way?" Zhilongyi couldn't believe it. He had been tossing around here for so many days, and he only came here in one afternoon to find a way? Teacher sees that this is a genetic technology in Wang Chen's hands. By cultivating this protein cell, the injection window can be genetically opened. Putting the notebook on the table, Sun Meng quickly clicked on the training manual written by Wang Chen and displayed the information line by line. Many of the big guys around are equipped with translators, and when they heard that there was a solution, they rushed around. At present, this virus has threatened the safety of all human beings. Not only them, but also their families are shrouded in the shadow of death. Enzyme protein? Zhilongyi has no ink, no matter who it is, as long as there is a way now, they will discuss it collectively. Wearing glasses, I spent more than an hour reading the entire document carefully. Not only Zhilongyi, but everyone around was a little speechless. Don't be stunned, what do you say? Zhilong let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that everyone around him was dumb, he quickly asked. It was like opening a chat box, and the group of bigwigs came back to their senses. I can buy karma. This technique is too powerful. It's hard to imagine. I've only heard about the ability to extract enzyme proteins from the human body. It turns out that, my dear, if it is really possible, then the genetic programming will have an entrance. God, finally there is a turning point. Quick, whoever is strong, let me extract it and see if I can cultivate it. I'm coming too. All of them are big men in biology. Although they don't have the strong research and development ability as Wang Chen, their judgment is not a problem. The light is written on it, and the logic is clear and interlocking. It is not the kind of fake PPT. After reading it, there is only one sentence left in almost everyone's mind: this may work. Quick, everyone put down the things at hand and start cultivating as written above, and strive to get the carrier out as soon as possible. Zhilongyi stopped writing ink, and waved his hand. Immediately, more than a dozen people consciously stood up, copied the data, and rushed to the laboratory in a hurry. Can I see Mr. Wang? Seeing that someone was going to work, Zhilongyi looked at Sun Meng and asked cautiously. He had already slept and said he wanted to replenish his energy. But before he went to bed, he said that as long as the vector could be cultivated, the uninfected gene could be found from the patient, and all cells could be covered by replication. Although it cannot solve the genetic loophole, it can stop the current situation. Sun Meng shook her head and repeated everything Wang Chen said. Zhilong nodded again and again after hearing this, but he was still a little puzzled. Although copying genes is not difficult, what should we do with coverage? I don't know about this, why don't I ask Wang Chen? Sun Meng shook her head and said. Don't, let Mr. Wang have a good rest first, let's cultivate the carrier first. The assistant who is eager to talk about the stubbornness, then I'll trouble you to ask about this matter tomorrow, and then at noon we invite Mr. Wang to have a meal. Although he really wanted to arrest Wang Chen now and ask him clearly, Zhilongyi still suppressed the idea. Don't worry about these few hours, let's talk about it during the day. After all, it's not easy for a boss to come over to fight for his life in person. And only after a good rest will the mind become clear. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. That's good, you go to rest first, I'll go to the breeding room to see. The next morning, when Wang Chen woke up, he smelled a tempting fragrance. As soon as he got up, he saw Sun Meng scribbling something on the table. Are you awake? Hurry up and eat. Sun Meng was putting the things in her hands on the table one by one, and she hurriedly greeted Wang Chen when she got up. Thank you. To be honest, this is somewhat unaccustomed. After all, it was Li Long who used to do the work. What does it mean to be unaccustomed? There is no way for the mother to call it. I have to quickly correct this idea. My boss of the dignified door of science and technology, the light of mankind. Is there a problem with a beautiful woman helping with meals? Definitely no problem. This trademark is called life, it used to be shit. Wang Chen, I had given them the breeding method, and it is estimated that there will be results soon, but my teacher asked me to ask, how can this gene be copied to cover the cells of the entire human body? Sun Meng didn't know what Wang Chen was thinking, and he said what happened last night while greeting. Then it has to involve genetics. I have a clue, but it still takes time to verify that they can cultivate the carrier first. Sitting on the table, looking at the small but exquisite breakfast, Wang Chen said with a smile. The meat porridge and the small pickles are all my favorites. Chapter 279 Genetic problems can only be solved genetically. Chapter 279 Genetic problems can only be solved genetically. You still understand genetic programming? Sister Luo stared in shock. She is not a novice. Although Wang Chen said it vaguely, she could understand the meaning of what he said. There has been some research, but it's not really genetic programming, it's just a reboot. Wang Chen shook his head and said. Real genetic programming has not yet been studied, but it is not difficult to cover cells. What do you mean? Luo Kangqian didn't understand. I ask you, how are the infected people? Wang Chen grabbed a meat bun and took a bite, then asked with a smile. Luo Kangqian thought for a while and said, very bad, the high-speed separation of cells is consuming their vitality. Yes, but why are these people not dead? The reason is that the human body itself knows that it has been infected with the virus after being infected, but because there is no targeted method, only through rejection, different dividing cells want to suppress the number of malignant cells. Isn't that a disservice? No, those infected cells have lost a lot of functions. If the human body does not increase its own cell output, it will eventually be a dead end. Therefore, the infected cells are constantly dividing and dying, and the human body itself is still increasing the number of cells output, which is why their life force is draining so fast. Drowsiness and weakness are all because the human body's system is fighting against this foreign virus. Wang Chen analyzed while eating steamed buns. But what does this have to do with overwriting? Of course, as I said, the abnormality of cells is due to the invasion of viruses. A cell can only divide 50 to 60 times before dying. If we use foreign injected proteins to restore these mutated cells to normal. For the human body, isn't it just knowing a solution? Cells will die. Originally mutated cells can continuously infect cells produced by the human body itself, resulting in a vicious cycle that eventually consumes all the vitality of the human body. But if the mutant cells are continuously restored to normal by external means, as long as the injection volume is large enough, the infection rate of the mutant cells cannot keep up with the death rate, then the overall number of infected cells will drop. And once the overall number begins to decline, it will enter a virtuous cycle. Because this virus cannot directly infect the production system of the human body, it can only infect the cells produced. If can't maintain the consumption, then they can kill themselves just by splitting themselves. After listening to what Wang Chen said, Luo Kangqian finally understood. It turns out that the so-called coverage is not as high-end as they thought, but it is just that the proteins that they have cultivated can recognize the cells. Directly restores the original mutated cells to normal so that the number of infections continues to decrease. Because the mutant cells themselves are constantly dying, as long as this situation is maintained, there will be only one way of death for the remaining mutant cells in the end. It cannot infect more cells, and it is constantly depleting itself. Although it will still consume a lot of vitality, at least life can be preserved. Are you really self-taught? After figuring out Wang Chen's thoughts, Luo Kangqian held it back for a long time before shaking her head and asking with a wry smile. What's the matter? I'm so slapped with ignorance. Yes, it hit me. I have studied biology and genes for more than 10 years, and I feel that I have learned it for nothing. Luo Kangqian nodded and said seriously. Haha. Actually, I was lucky, and I happened to make these discoveries while doing experiments. Don't console me, I understand. Wang Chen laughed twice and didn't know what to say. If he didn't have a plugin, he really couldn't compare to you geniuses. Wang Chen, who is very self-aware, drank the porridge silently. Sun Meng next to also recovered after only a few seconds of depression. Then I will tell the teachers about this method later. If it is just to cultivate and replicate, we can do it ourselves. That's the best thing. If you guys can do this on your own, I can focus and start working on a real solution. Wang Chen nodded and said with a smile. The real solution? Sun Meng looked at Wang Chen curiously. Of course, as you know, the current solution is to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. If you get infected again, you will be in trouble, so the final solution must be to fill this genetic loophole. Genetic programming? Is there any other way besides this? After drinking the porridge in one gulp, Wang Chen asked with a smile. No. Genetic problems can only be solved genetically. That's right, so, this gene editing still needs to be studied. You can tell your teacher about this method and then come to help me. Help you? Luo Kangqian couldn't help tilting her head. Gene editing research is a big project. Even if we only conduct targeted research now, it will take a certain amount of time. I need someone to help me do some things. If you want, come help me with some work. Wang Chen smiled and said, of course, if you are busy. No, not busy. I'll come. Before Wang Chen could finish speaking, Sun Meng stood up and said eagerly. What an international joke, this is genetic programming. And Wang Chen's willingness to play with himself is a great luck. People all over the world know that Wang Chen's research and development ability is very strong, but they rarely hear that he leads people to research together. I can follow Wang Chen through the process. If I can really solve the virus problem this time, it will definitely help me a lot to improve my strength. It's a bad thing to say. Sun Meng now feels that no one can solve this trouble except the one in front of her. The reason for is quite simple. Even his teacher, Sun Meng, can roughly see his bottom line. But only Wang Chen felt like a bottomless pit. It was really hard to imagine that the main research direction of this guy was physics. Okay, then it's settled. I will give more advice later. Wang Chen said happily. Being able to have a beautiful girl to accompany you will also make you feel better. The ghost knows how long it will take to study in this base. For the sake of her own mood, this beautiful assistant will not let Wang Chen go. Besides, this girl's own strength is also very good, and research may not be possible, but it is still no problem to fight. Then when do we start? Luo Kangqian was already a little excited. In the afternoon, I guess those big bosses may want to visit me, so let's arrange things first and then start serious research. Wang Chen pondered that after putting up the technology from yesterday, it is impossible for the bosses here not to find their own. Yes, I almost forgot, the teacher said to invite you to dinner at noon. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Sun Meng slapped her forehead and said quickly. I was so happy that I almost forgot my business. It's okay, anyway, I'm thinking about meeting them, noon at noon, I'm fine. Chapter 280 Global Archive. Chapter 280 Global Archive. Mr. Wang, thank you very much, you have helped us a lot. It's good to be able to help, I'm afraid that there will be problems and delay the research. It's just that I have a lot of things in the future, and you may be responsible for cultivating this carrier. You can rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. I heard that my apprentice said, what is the reason for programming? Do you need manpower? I don't need it for the time being. I still prefer less people. There is no shortage of artificial intelligence to help. Well, if you need anything, whoever needs me will come to me. There is an order from above, let us cooperate with you as much as possible. At noon, in a private room that had just been disinfected, Wang Chen and these bigwigs had a light meal. It can be seen that these big guys are not in a good condition, and the dark circles under their eyes are quite deep. It seems that they have not rested for a long time. Zhilongyi had a detailed chat with Wang Chen about the virus on behalf of the above. Especially for this intervention technique. He grabbed Wang Chen's hand and thanked him a little excitedly. Let's not say anything else, as long as there is a technology that can intervene in genes, it is a good start for the current research. This is a very strong booster for the R&D team whose morale is somewhat depressed now. Wang Chen was also very polite. After chatting with them, he also discussed the follow-up matters. Is mainly focused on the research assignment of technology. I definitely don't have time to start cultivating enzymes and proteins, and it is imperative to study genetic programming. Fortunately, Zhilongyi also understands it very well. As far as Wang Chen's skills are now displayed, it definitely surpasses all of them. Since that's the case, let's get started. Anyway, they don't have much clues about studying genetic programming. Then first cultivate the enzyme protein, build the gun and wait for Wang Chen's bullet. It didn't take long for lunch, and the party broke up in just over an hour. Everyone's tasks are very busy, and Dillian is highly concerned about this matter, and the corresponding progress report must be submitted every day. And require all research data to be uploaded to the artificial intelligence database synchronously. The Federation will form new R&D teams in other safe places, and these teams will conduct corresponding research based on the uploaded data. In this way, even if all the personnel of the Frontline Research Institute are killed, the results of this research and development will not be interrupted. The above even wanted to transfer Wang Chen back to the rear, but Wang Chen refused. A lot of things need to be looked at to study. Although the risk factor here is high, it is the closest place to the experimental subject. All data can be verified as quickly as possible without errors and delays due to various reasons. After lunch, Wang Chen's authority was directly given to the highest base. At the same time, a main laboratory on the first floor was also assigned to Wang Chen as a private room. Sun Meng also prepared everything needed to study genetic programming, and Erguzi also took over most of the equipment in this room in the afternoon. Everything seemed to be in order. After everything was almost ready, Wang Chen officially started the research on genetic programming at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In Ergoozy's server, a brand new database has been created separately according to Wang Chen's request. There are many directions for genetic research. According to the plan, Wang Chen will first analyze this loophole according to the current situation. Let's plug this loophole first. Viruses that can spread on a large scale are bound to act on general-purpose vulnerabilities. Although there are no small differences in the size of people, genetically, everyone can find some commonalities between them. This commonality is the so-called core program in terms of computer programming. And any virus that can act on this core program can basically cover more than 95% of human beings. Although he has only just started his research, according to the genetic technology in his brain, Wang Chen is basically certain that the virus intrusion should be the section of the core program that is responsible for adjusting the balance. Because the cell division of the human body is responsible for this section. According to the technology in the gene, the area where this section is located was quickly determined by Wang Chen. The next thing to do is to pass a test to check the DNA that has been infected. Determine which part of the forum is infected, and translate the code of this part through extraction and comparison. Only by doing this, Wang Chen can use the enzyme protein to repair the loopholes. And the so-called repair is not as simple as copying and pasting, but actually adding new code to the original code. Originally, there was a simpler way, and that was to find the lucky 5%. Because their own genes belong to the normal category, they only need to cover their genes to make targeted vaccines. But now the ghost knows where the lucky one is, so we can't let all human beings be infected and then study it. So, this way is impossible. Wang Chen didn't plan to use this method, but was going to use the most orthodox way to solve the problem. That is to crack the genetic code. As long as you can grasp the meaning of these codes, you can naturally program them. To do this, artificial intelligence and intelligence are needed to compare big data. First extract all the codes in human genes, and then label them one by one, first translate sentences and then translate characters. As long as he can complete more than 80% of the logos, Wang Chen is sure to fix this vulnerability. No, in addition to Wang Chen's own side starting to extract the mutation code, Wang Chen also called DeGang and asked them to help prepare a DNA map for 10,000 copies. I will mark the genes with Ergoozy, and then use the DNA of 10,000 copies to improve the accuracy of the whole marking. DeGang agreed very happily. 10,000 people sounded like a lot, but DNA extraction was not a troublesome thing. Soon, a blood draw was organized in a certain coalition military area. The blood of 10,000 soldiers was drawn. Then, more than 30 biological laboratories around the world were assembled to extract DNA from these blood overnight. These extracted DNA profiles will be uploaded to Ergoozy's database synchronously to prepare for subsequent big data comparisons. Even the above can't help but feel a little emotional. Since Wang Chen went, the progress of the whole project has made rapid progress. It is no longer the state where I couldn't hold a fart for more than 10 days. Follow your favorite children's shoes. Chapter 281 Wang Chen is infected. Chapter 281 Wang Chen was infected. Just 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. That strange scent has also spread to most of Siberia. Fortunately, Demo has carried out an emergency evacuation, but the number of recruits has not increased on a large scale. It's just that based on the current situation, a city will be enveloped by this strange fragrance in at most 20 days. In addition to continuing to evacuate, nearly 30 people have died this month. They are all those soldiers who were recruited first, and their death appearances are similar. Skin and bones, the vitality is completely drained. This terrifying appearance of death also makes the big guy worry. Fortunately, after a month of constant exploration, Zhilongyi has cultivated the first batch of enzyme proteins. The follow-up processing work is also under intense development. It is estimated that the first batch of 30 soldiers will be injected within 10 days. First suppress the virus in the body through the replicated cells, and then continue to increase the dose to squeeze the survival space of the mutant cells, as Wang Chen said, and finally make the mutant cells go to a dead end. Although it will still consume a lot of vitality during this period, but at least there is a way. And 70% of the world's biological laboratories have been recruited. Their main task now is to cultivate the required enzymes and proteins, and at the same time assist in a new project. Wang Chen's research progress is not very good. It is a very troublesome thing to crack the genetic code of human beings in a short time. Even if it is Wang Chen's opening, it will take a certain amount of time. But within a year at most, this fragrance will cover most of the East Asian continent and Northern Europe. Although it is only 60% of the mainland, it contains almost all the first-class halls. Once these places are attacked, the Earth will basically lose its ability to fight. Therefore, in response to this situation, the Earth Alliance has issued an order to the world. Ask those who are likely to be covered to go to the hospital for DNA backups. In this way, even if you are infected, you can inject the antidote as soon as possible. Although it can cure the symptoms and not the root cause, it can at least save lives. And the human body itself has a strong adaptability. Once there is a problem in a certain place, it may not need Wang Chen's efforts, and a few more human genes can solve this loophole. The power of biological genes is that the genes are alive. At the same time, this command can also provide Urguzi with a steady stream of DNA samples, so that he can constantly improve the genetic database that Wang Chen needs. The above even ordered all laboratories to continue to use these DNS in their spare time for cultivating enzyme proteins. A sample matches and simulates the mutant virus. Let's see if we can find the immune individuals mentioned by Wang Chen. As long as immune individuals can be found, this dead end should be solved. But be fast, you must be fast. Because once infected, the human body will quickly enter a state of weakness. When production stops, it will be even more late. Fortunately, from the current situation, the overall progress has been developing in a good direction. However, on this day, a sudden news made the cold sweat on the top come out. Just now, information came from the base that Wang Chen was infected. The top who heard the news almost knocked over the table. Wang Chen's security level is already the highest. Although it is in the most advanced biological base, Wang Chen's food, drink and Lhasa are basically in the laboratory. After having been here for so long, Wang Chen didn't even see the patients on the top floor, and spent 90% of his time doing research in the laboratory. The key is that the room is disinfected every 6 hours. Wang Chen basically never took off the protective suit. How did this trademark get infected? This news has undoubtedly made the above mood greatly reduced. The situation that finally started to get better is now a bit confusing. Although he already had this realization, when Wang Chen was really infected, he was still a little breathless. Fortunately, the current enzyme protein has been cultivated, and if you hurry up, you should be able to untie it for Wang Chen soon. The above order was quickly issued to the front line, requiring Zhilong to start developing an antidote immediately, and the virus on Wang Chen must be solved as soon as possible. In fact, there is no need to say it above, Zhilongyi started doing it the first time he received the news. Everyone knows how important Wang Chen is. This is the backbone. However, the development of things is completely beyond everyone's expectations. No, in the laboratory, looking at a group of gangsters who were anxious to get angry, Wang Chen was also lying on the sofa a little helpless. I was very careful, but I still got hit. Feeling the emptiness constantly emanating from the body, it must be false to say that it is not uncomfortable. Zhilongyi took his own cells for the first time and started matching, but Urguzi's analysis gave everyone a blow. Unlike those infected above, the virus in Wang Chen's body is not contagious. This is not a good thing. Not being contagious means that the virus in Wang Chen's body is far more dangerous than the infected person above. And as the test report came out, sure enough, the division speed of the cells in his body was even more terrifying. The original virus can last about a month in good health, but the virus in my body may kill my dog within 20 days. Zhilongyi has already started scolding her mother. How could this immortal mutate at this time? Call you to go out first, Lajuan's sister son, you stay. Looking at his inspection report, Wang Chen exhaled and shouted helplessly. The people around looked at each other before leaving only Zhilongyi and Sun Meng in the room. Mr. Wang, don't worry, I will find another way, and I will never let the alliance rely on me. I wiped my face and said anxiously. Wang Chen waved the test in his hand and handed it over. This thing is specially aimed at me. What's the meaning? It means that this virus is specifically aimed at me. It seems that some people really want me to die. With a wry smile, Wang Chen shook his head and said. What? True or false? If I guessed correctly, this virus that only destroys but is not infectious should have been spread by someone. This virus has stronger adhesion, and the individual is nearly 30 times larger than the original virus. And the amount in my body is too large, it doesn't look like a respiratory infection. Not through the air? Then this is, Zhilongyi frowned and noticed the problem. Indeed, the amount in Wang Chen's body and the size of the virus are a bit wrong. There may be traitors within us, which should have been thrown in through food. Wang Chen sighed and said faintly. What? Is this true? Chapter 282. But unfortunately, you are going to die soon. Chapter 282. But unfortunately, you are going to die soon. Wang Chen's judgment is not nonsense. Everyone is a big man in biology. Wang Chen also noticed something was wrong. Indeed, if it is transmitted through the respiratory tract, it will not be so exaggerated. Wang Chen's room has a complete air purification system. The air inside will be disinfected every 10 minutes. Not to mention that Wang Chen also had a set of extremely advanced breathing filters on his face, which he basically never took off. I'll have someone check it. Zhilongyi's expression darkened immediately. If it really comes in through food, doesn't that mean we have trademark traitors inside? Who wants to kill Wang Chen? Eagle Source? Zhilongyi thought of a certain guy almost immediately, but quickly shook his head. This is a subconscious reaction, but if you think about it, you know it's unlikely. Now the Eagle Source is crazy to take action on Wang Chen. Forget it, check it first, and if you find it, it will be clear. Soon Zhilongyi contacted the security in the research institute through his authority. Within an hour, Wang Chen's food residues were found. After checking, the results were shocking. A large number of virus sources were found in Wang Chen's food. Zhilongyi, who knew the news, almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. This Nima, beyond the guard, never thought that he would have a traitor here. The above is 3 orders and 5 applications to let him take care of Wang Chen. If it was a normal infection, I would have recognized it myself, but it was a man-made disaster. Just thinking about it, once the above is clear about this matter, then I am afraid that I am not going to be scolded. And this is not the most critical. The most important thing is that if Wang Chen's death due to this will eventually make mankind doomed, then he will be one of trademark's sinners. Check it for me. I want to see what kind of shit it is. The words were almost squeezed out of the gap between the teeth, and the personnel in charge of security immediately started a thorough investigation. Around 8 p.m., people found it. At first, everyone thought that there was a problem in the kitchen, but after comparing various cameras, They found that the person who delivered the meal to Wang Chen today was not a person from the kitchen, but a researcher from the base. Before entering Wang Chen's room, he used a very secret method to inject something into the soup. Peng Hu. Are you crazy? In the conference hall, all the researchers had already sat in, and in the middle, a thin and decadent man was sitting there. Zhilong Yi above is murderous with red eyes. This thin man was the one who delivered the meals to Wang Chen. After investigation, he received the meals from the kitchen in the name of asking Wang Chen for advice. I didn't think much about the kitchen, after all, everyone knew Wang Chen's status. As a result, this guy did tricks on the food. Now it's not just Zhilong Yi, almost everyone present is glaring at this man. Finally, this gene research has progressed, and this kind of thing happened. Could it be that God is going to kill me? Tell me, why? Zhilong Yi finally calmed down a bit after his anger, sat on the chair and looked at this man and asked. This person also came out of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and even worked as an apprentice for himself for a period of time. After all, you are still his master, so that's how you repay Lao Tzu. I'm sorry, Dean Zhu. Peng Hu lowered his head and said tremblingly. Don't say this, why did I ask you? Also, who gave you the medicine? Don't tell me it's Miao's Raccoon Koran Falcon. Slammed the table, Zhilong Yi roared. Dean, this is a battle that must be lost. I just want to leave a hope for my daughter to live. Peng Hu covered his face and said in pain. What do you mean? You made it clear to me. Dean. Have you ever thought that our so-called efforts are really ridiculous? Their technical strength is much stronger than ours, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Who are they? Those mechanical bodies? Zhilong Yi asked with a frown. They promised that as long as I get rid of Wang Chen, they will give me the antidote to the virus so that my daughter can live. I have struggled, but I can't help it. My daughter is only 5 years old. Are you crazy? For the sake of your daughter, you put the safety of all mankind in danger? Are you a mother shabby? A strong man next to him couldn't help it. Standing up is a punch. He is the research dean on Damao's side, and the people around him hurriedly hugged him. Davari, calm down and calm down. I can't calm down. What's the bullshit reason for this? If you say that you and Mr. Wang have a grudge, I can feel better, but in the end, trademark is for your daughter? It's like I don't have a son at home. The strong man struggled and said angrily. Naima for a long time, and that's why? Peng Hu. You are half a doctor yourself. You should understand that our responsibility is to save the world. But teacher, if I can't even save my daughter, how can I save the world? Then you trademark are willing to kill for your daughter? It's fine if you don't have confidence yourself, why would you ruin our efforts? Zhilong Yi is completely hairy, you read this book in vain. Hey, human beings are still so fragile and vulnerable. The so-called feelings are actually your biggest loopholes. However, just when Zhu was about to say something, the lights around him suddenly went black, a red skull appeared on the display, and the mechanical sound was a bit harsh. The people around you were stunned. This is a mechanical body? Did you instruct Peng Hu to do this? Zhilong Yi responded quickly, and immediately pointed to the skeleton and asked. I just gave him a choice. Everyone has the right to choose to live, and he is the same as you. As long as you choose to give up your research and join our camp, you will be able to keep your lives during the eradication. Of course, I know that many of you are not afraid of death, but that also has to be thought of for your family, if they or maybe they can get another bite of this pathetic civilization. Mechanical body said in a hurry. Whether it's sad or not, this is our civilization, and it's not up to you, an outsider, to intervene. Suddenly, behind the door, a voice came in. Turned his head and saw that it was Wang Chen who had arrived. After knowing that the mastermind had been found, Wang Chen also planned to come and see. Had been hiding behind the door and listening, but when the mechanical body appeared, Wang Chen couldn't help it. "Oh, I admit, your strength is not bad. It would be really tricky to give you some time, but unfortunately, you are going to die soon, and a genius who can't grow up is just garbage." The machine spoke slowly. "Death? Maybe, but I'm still very happy. You tried your best to show me that you were afraid. If you are really a higher civilization, these technologies of mine are just toys for you. But now it seems that your so-called advanced civilization is nothing more than that. If is afraid, it means that I already have the ability to threaten you," Wang Chen said with a sneer. The mechanical body stopped for a few seconds after hearing it, and then laughed again. "So what, you're already dying anyway." Chapter 283 Emotion is the biggest difference between us. Chapter 283 Emotions are the biggest difference between us. I didn't think I would definitely die. On the contrary, I thought you were not far from death," Wang Chen said lightly. "Really? Do you think there is still hope for people to come?" The mechanical body is not annoyed, and it still doesn't matter. Only until the end will we know if there is any hope. Even if we really lose, at least we fought for it. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it is indeed the seed of Kurdilas. Even if many people are afraid, some people will dare to give it a shot, but unfortunately, if it is not limited by emotions, I am really not your opponent. But unfortunately, as an emotional creature, the 7 emotions and 6 desires limit the girl. Fear is indeed the weakness of human beings, but it is also the biggest difference between us and machines," Wang Chen said, not to be outdone. "Oh, so what? Weakness is weakness. If everyone was sensible enough, you wouldn't be this ghost now," mechanical body mocked. "Indeed, I don't expect a mechanical body to understand human feelings. After all, you are just manufactured tools who can't stick a knife." Wang Chen rolled his eyes and stabbed back. "We are not tools, we are the new masters of Kixing, and you remnants of the old era cannot escape death after all." "Really? Then wait, humans won't die so easily. Hey, enjoy your last 20 days, glib." Mechanical body doesn't seem to want to continue talking with Wang Chen, so after leaving this sentence, it disappears immediately. "I'm leaving now?" Wang Chen raised his brows and couldn't help but cut. Originally wanted to set up more information, but this person was not fooled. "Wang Chen, we neglected this matter. I'm sorry," Zhilong said to Wang Chen with a very ugly expression. Wang Chen waved his hand and glanced at Peng Hu. "It's all right, I am used to it. Whether it was before or now, there are always people who want to harm me. Wang Chen, I'm sorry, I don't want my daughter to die. You can kill me or slash at me." At this time, Peng Hu, who had been bowing his head, also looked up at Wang Chen and said apologetically, "Daughter?" Wang Chen glanced at this guy and shook his head. "If human civilization is gone, do you expect those machines to be good parents?" Peng Hu didn't know what to say. "Forget it. I can understand the hearts of father and daughter, but unfortunately you shouldn't exchange it with all human beings. You can't win, you know their strength better than me." Peng Hu grabbed his head and muttered, "Of course I know, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lay flat. Everyone has the right to choose. You made the choice that you think is right. I have nothing to say. The price you need to pay is up to you. Again, if there is no human civilization, what is the difference between your daughter's life and death?" Wang Chen didn't want to talk about this guy anymore after he said that. He was in a hurry, but he didn't have time to waste time on this matter. "President Zhu, you can handle this matter. I won't be involved in the next thing. Even if it is about to die, I have to fight. Okay, you can rest assured that the research is, and leave the rest to us." Zhilongyi sighed and shook his head. "What else can I do? Now I can only count on Wang Chen to solve his troubles. But can it really be done in just 20 days? Let's go, girl, we're running out of time. Nodded, Wang Chen greeted Sun Meng and left the room directly. When Wang Chen was far away, Zhilongyi waved his hand. Take him down, I will write a report on it. Yes. Trademarks. What is this called? This matter can't be ignored. This trademark is human rape. Grass must be shot, or keep laying eggs. Damn, Wang Chen is going to die. What about the follow-up plan? 20 days is too hard. Imperial capital, in the headquarters of the Earth Alliance, the heads of the 5 permanent members are sitting and discussing together. After the situation on Wang Chen's side was revealed, it was covered on the spot. Was someone poisoned? The above, who was almost too angry, gave an order on the spot, and let people escort the shitty thing back. Lao Tzu has to kill this shit. But after giving the order, he sat down on the sofa with some distress. There are several other bosses who also have a bitter face. Everyone knows that even if Peng Hu is killed, the current problem will not be solved. Wang Chen's virus will kill his dog in 20 days. Even if Wang Chen is a genius, he will not be able to solve the genetic problem. Once Wang Chen hangs up, what about the follow-up projects? Just when the 5 bosses scolded that this product is not a thing, Du Gang suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. There is news from Wang Chen. Huh? Let's talk. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed and signaled to Du Gang to say it directly. Just now, Wang Chen and I called and said that if he can't survive these 20 days, all the technical data of the Gate of Science and Technology, including Urguzi's authority, will be transferred directly to us. I trademark want those technologies to have P. Lao Tzu wants him to live. Before was about to be put down, I was afraid that it would not be able to jump up happily, but now it is angry and directly grabbed the teacup and smashed it to the ground. The earth is going to be gone. What does Lao Tzu want these technologies for? Funeral? This is trademark's will, which shows that Wang Chen has no bottom in his heart. Also, there is an arc plan on the island. A space battleship with a length of about 1,000 meters is being built in secret. Wang Chen said that if the defeat of mankind is determined, then let this warship bring the elites of mankind to return. Leave Earth with all the maps. Although is similar to courting death, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Du Gang of course also understood the above feelings. When he knew about this, he also wanted to fly over and shoot the guy directly. Ark? Oh, I see. The above shook his head with a wry smile. Wang Chen's so-called ship should be the thing that was originally used to land on the moon. To be honest, that thing is really not very useful. After all, Earth is a long way from the nearest habitable planet. What Ark? But Yingjin and others next to him showed a lot of interest. But when the above explained it to them, the Hawk source is also numb. That thing is useless, even if it flies out and cannot perform light-speed cruise or wormhole jumping, then even if it flies to death, it can't get anywhere else. Hey, it's better to think about how to continue to improve your strength than this. It is death both horizontally and vertically. It is better to die on the earth. You can pay attention to the children's shoes you like. I love you all. How big deal? Chapter 284 Avoid Death. Chapter 284 Avoid Death. Wang Chen is now experiencing the feeling of being infected with the virus. The feeling of fatigue that kept pouring into my body greatly affected my thinking. It was like a machine was stuck. The lack of smooth thinking directly led to various small mistakes in Wang Chen's research. Even trying to force concentration is hard to resist physical exhaustion. This is that the genes in the body are fighting against the virus, and the large amount of consumed cells makes the energy originally supplied to the brain seriously insufficient. But Wang Chen also knew that he could not stop now. Although he was stabbed in the back by his own people, The situation has not reached the point where he can do nothing. I am someone who has a cheater anyway. Although it is indeed difficult to develop a general-purpose genetic repair agent in a short time, if it is only customized for one's own genes, there is still hope. After discovering that he was infected with the virus, Wang Chen had already extracted his own genes, and let Urguzi start the first step of analysis. Judging from the results of the current investigation, the opposite side has indeed made targeted reinforcements. The original virus would only infect less than 3% of the gene nodes, but his current mutant cells have been infected with more than 15%. This is why his own cell division speed is more terrifying than the original. Judging from this speed of division, even using the gene coverage method that we thought about before can only delay it slightly. The current splitting speed cannot be solved by gene coverage, but must be solved by genetic loopholes. Wang Chen. The above has already known about this matter, and that person will be sentenced according to law. While Wang Chen was studying the situation, Sun Meng received a call from De Gang at around 8 p.m. Peng Hu has been transferred to a prison in the imperial capital and will be sentenced for murder. Well, I see. After hearing this, Wang Chen just sighed and shook his head helplessly. The above also said that they did not do well. I'm sorry. Thousands of thieves are always negligent, and ghosts know that these machines will still play such tricks. Waved his hand, and Wang Chen could only say with a smile. Things have already happened. No matter how angry you are, you can only admit it. This matter is indeed a bit too much. Peng Hu is my senior brother. I didn't expect this awareness to be so little. Sun Meng also said a little angrily. Normal, as a parent, children are the biggest weakness. He estimates that he knows it is not good to do so, but everyone has the mentality of luck. He may not be afraid of death, but he hopes that his children can live well. Wang Chen can understand Peng Hu's thoughts. Feelings have always been a major feature of human beings. The so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires have disadvantages and advantages. But without civilization, what's the point of living? Sun Meng shook her head. This is not the reason why he shot Wang Chen. So, it's true that the machines say that emotions are weak points. Because of the existence of emotions, human beings do some incomprehensible things. To put it bluntly, they are dominated by emotions and do not have enough reason. Listen to you, you don't seem angry. Couldn't help but glance at Wang Chen, and Sun Meng was speechless. Brother, you are being tricked to death. How come you still speak for others? Ha ha, that's not the case. It's one thing to understand, but it doesn't mean that I will forgive him. If you do such a thing, you will have to bear the consequences, and irrational behavior will also have to pay a price. I can only say that I am relatively unlucky. This kind of thing is uncomfortable for anyone. Shrugged, Wang Chen still looked calm. Mi Zai Yan Jianning? This virus? After all, you only have 20 days. Sun Meng rubbed her forehead and asked back. She doesn't care about Peng Hu's ending, just like knowing whether Wang Chen can solve the virus. Peng Hu died when he died, but Wang Chen was different. I don't know, try it, it should be in time. Wang Chen didn't say anything. I see that there are still 20 days, but it is estimated that it is only about 15 days. After all, the further back you go, the powerlessness will only get worse. Maybe 15 days later, you won't even have the strength to move. Well, tell me if you need anything, and the above will do everything to satisfy you. Not yet, but I'm going to work overtime these days. I'll do more while I still have some strength. Although he was very sleepy, Wang Chen knew that this was a natural signal of his body and wanted to save energy consumption by sleeping. Forcibly supporting and sleeping less is not a big problem. After chatting with Sun Meng, Wang Chen began to edit what Urguzi just parsed. At present, the only one who can save himself is himself. Fortunately, The gene editing has been going on for a while, and it is a good start in terms of progress. In 15 days, it should be no problem to plug your own loopholes. Just when Wang Chen was busy detoxifying himself. The things that the mechanical body has placed in the interior of the Earth are gradually emerging. By invading the global internet, the machine body is constantly spreading the concept of surrender and not killing. Said that they only targeted the regime and the military, and they didn't care about ordinary people. As long as everyone can resist the Earth Alliance, then you can win a death certificate in the subsequent era of eradication. Not only that, but also inspired many small teams to march around the world. Requires the local government to give up its targeting and live in peace, so as not to bring devastating disasters to all mankind. To be honest, the big guys in the local alliance almost got angry when they saw it. Everyone has been busy for a long time and finally got a little hope, and as a result, they were turned against by a group of people. Also trademark exempted the death certificate. Everyone said it was a purge. What are you keeping? And you want to put your own safety in the hands of outsiders? No. 2 days after the matter was fermented, the Earth Alliance issued a joint statement. Asks everyone to stop this foolish behavior, and declares that this is a conspiracy of the mechanical body. Their goal has always been to kill all human beings on Earth. This is a battle between races. Is an absolute discord in ideology. Anyone who dares to promote threats and support surrender will be labeled as rape. All halls must clear these people at the first time. Otherwise, we don't have to wait for the mechanical body to make a move, the 5 of us will trouble you first. This statement was jointly issued by the 5 permanent members, and the tough attitude made many heads of the Great Halls panic. Good guy, this is the rhythm of the knife. Wu Chang's words are very obvious. Lao Tzu will never surrender even if he dies. And before that, Lao Tzu also has the ability to make anyone raped disappear from this world. Chapter 285 The 5 Men Disagree. Chapter 285 The 5 Men Disagree. Tough attitude eased the situation that was a little out of control immediately. Many halls also quickly arrested many demonstrators, fearing that they would be dragged out by Wu Chang to kill the chickens and show the monkeys. In addition to military deterrence, Wu Chang also ordered more than 200 mainstream halls around the world to start promoting the theory of mechanical threat. Has made a lot of publicity about what the other party has done from beginning to end. Let everyone see clearly that the opposite side is provoking this matter from beginning to end. And from so many attacks, have you ever cared about the actions of you civilians? If we are overthrown, then you are slaves even if you don't die. Without freedom and without sunshine. So, are you willing to fight for your freedom, or to be slaves for a lifetime to be ordered by others? Don't forget, being a slave is not a matter of Wang Lian's words, but a matter of countless generations of descendants. At that time, will you regret not having the courage to fight? I have to say that official propaganda is still very useful. Especially in Europe and the United States where parades can break out even wearing a mask, the word freedom is an absolute forbidden area. In the past, this excessive freedom brought only trouble to the whole, but now it has become an advantage. Many teams trying to refute, without having to come forward with the army of the local alliance, were beaten by the surrounding crowd. On the domestic side, although there is not such a mess, when has the flower gardener ever kneeled in the past 5,000 years? The arrogance in his bones is not a joke. For a while, many individuals who originally supported surrender were stalked, caught and beaten. And some are lurking. No matter what era it is, spies are absolutely indispensable. Wang Chen's incident this time also reminded the above, the opposite is not a fool, it is impossible to let himself develop in peace for 3 years. This constant work is to distract everyone's energy. But the good news is that although the opponent can invade the network, there is no way to invade the artificial intelligence for the time being. Several attempts to enter the military intranet were blocked by the artificial intelligence. Watching the situation gradually stabilized, the Earth Alliance is also preparing to hold a large-scale military exercise to show everyone the overall strength that the Earth Alliance can mobilize at present. The current Landlink list says that the military is already #1 in the world. After all, almost all the elites in the hall are gathered here, and all the latest equipment are also given priority to supply. Come. At present, the vehicles of the Earth Alliance have begun to change to a new generation of electric chariots on a large scale. The Air Force, including drones, is also gradually strengthening its own power. Especially the 6th-generation fighter that is being developed. Relying on the popularity of cold nuclear fusion and electromagnetic weapons, the Earth Alliance has identified 3 models as the main force of the new era of the Earth Alliance Air Force. One of the first models is the F-14 Super Panda after more than 10 rounds of repairs, based on the F-14 Panda fighter from the previous century. This project is managed by Lockheed Martin, the large workshop of the Eagle Source family. This model alone has assembled almost all the top technologies in Europe and the United States, and the volume is nearly 4 times larger than the original F-14. And the overall defense will also use multi-layer Grafton armor, and will use cold nuclear fusion for energy supply. In terms of weapons, a sub-barreled 30mm nose gun and a set of full-body shield launchers were added. The carrying capacity of vehicles is even more varied. At the General Research Institute, based on Wang Chen's electromagnetic technology, a new generation of electromagnetic bombs has been developed. Although the destructive power is not too large, it is specially developed for energy shields and mechanical bodies. This bomb can greatly disrupt electronic components and the flow of charged particles. And this blockbuster, this Super Panda can carry 23 bombs in one breath, an entire pack of aerial explosives. But this is only an aircraft dedicated to air-to-ground operations. Next is a new generation of air-to-air combat fighters jointly developed by Rabbit Fur, which is smaller in size, but full of speed and maneuverability. Codenamed Falcon, the head is equipped with an 8-barrel 20mm electromagnetic gun, and there are 4 quadruple 15mm electromagnetic guns on each side of the wing. The internal space will be used to load the required bullets, and just such a plane can carry 200,000 bullets into the sky in one go. Also uses cold nuclear fusion as energy supply, and also has energy shield for protection. This is specially used to target possible enemy flying vehicles, and to lick and shoot ground targets at special times. As for the last one, it was transformed from the world's largest transportation bureau and 225. It is twice as large as the 225 in volume, and the main weapon is a triple-mounted rotating 380 caliber electromagnetic gun. The design of the Air Fortress C-130 is also referenced on both sides of the body, adding various weapons from 280mm to 30mm. And is equipped with 3 energy cores, capable of carrying 2 sets of shield launchers. It can even carry nearly 100 tons of various explosives in its body. This is an absolute blast and requires a large number of flying vehicles for protection. Even Dillian has only placed orders for 30 ships so far. Codename Gluttonous. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that except for the last big bomb, the other 2 are the existences that can directly rush out of the atmosphere for outer space combat. Relying on the protective power of graphene alloys to enter and exit the atmosphere is simply not a thing. And the existence of cold nuclear fusion also gave these planes an absolutely arrogant power blessing. It is said that the Land Alliance has required major factories to complete the production of 20,000 of each of the 2 models within 3 years. All major military industrial units have been changed to robot labor operations. And after the mechanical body began to deceive the people, The Washang also officially announced on the sixth day that the world had entered a state of wartime emergency. All village committee members must obey the village committee's orders and complete all orders issued by the local federation. This is a crisis concerning the life and death of all human beings, and everyone has to support me. In fact, since last year, countries have entered a state of war, but they have not announced it to the public. Now the official announcement can be regarded as a clear signal to other halls. Lao Tzu is about to die. Everyone has to keep up with me. If you don't keep up, don't blame the five of us for being impolite. Even in order to increase the deterrence, the 5 permanent members announced again that afternoon has signed a strategic cooperation with 11 mainstream churches around the world. Will fully open their respective airspace, ports, roads, railways and resources. At the same time, the military plan of the Terrestrial Alliance has also entered an accelerated stage. All halls must cooperate with the local alliance army to make defensive arrangements. Took hold of all the major halls in the world in one breath, which also reminded everyone from the side. At present, the Earth is still up to the 5 of us. Want to rebel? Then we have to see if the 5 of us agree. Chapter 286 OK. Get out. Chapter 286 Get out of here. The above is still controlling the situation, but Wang Chen's condition is getting worse and worse. A few days later, although the Jinni-covered medicine was injected, the degree of weakness did not slow down much. It's only been a week since Wang Chen can't walk. And sleep time is getting longer every day. In order to allow himself to get up, Wang Chen also used some restrictive medicines, like stimulants, or small doses of epinephrine. Only in this way can you be more awake when you are awake. On the other hand, although Erguzi's genetic analysis is progressing steadily, the speed is not fast. Even if Wang Chen directly extracted a lot of genes from his brain and filled it in with fixed codes, it would be difficult to edit a program that could plug the loopholes in a short period of time. Wang Chen estimates that it will take about a month at the latest. And 1 month later, it is unknown whether he will still be alive. Grass. It was the first time that Wang Chen felt so pressed for time. In order to save Wang Chen's life, the above also used all the channels to let the Scientific Research Institute find a way to come up with a continuation plan. However, if the Scientific Research Institute has a way, there is no need for Wang Chen to come here. Now in the entire research center, the above subjects are getting better after receiving the injection of Jinni-covered medicine. Only Wang Chen's state is in a bad situation. This also made Zhilong Yi's face very ugly. This thing has its own pot in it anyway. Wang Chen had a problem in his own organization. No matter how he ran, he couldn't get away. And not to mention that Peng Hu is still his former apprentice. Really, Nima is a dog. A few days later, Wang Chen's condition got worse. Yesterday, Wang Chen slept for 18 hours in one breath before waking up. And he couldn't get out of bed, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Even if he injected the medicine at his request, it didn't have much effect. Because both stimulants and adrenaline stimulate the body. And now, how can Wang Chen's body still have excess potential for stimulation? No, Wang Chen, who had just been injected with the medicine, was barely leaning on the bed. This time, I guess I can't hold it anymore. Erguzi's research speed has reached its limit. Even if you assign the required genetic code yourself, you need to simulate repeatedly how to arrange and combine them. A wrong line of code in the computer's system may cause the computer to fail to boot. Similarly, this works on genetics, but anyone who is wrong knows what will go wrong. Wang Chen, it's time to eat. Sun Meng next brought some supplements. These are all made by a special chef for Wang Chen, and he will never be poisoned again. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you can't poison it, just in your own state, it's a matter of dying sooner or later. Don't eat from now, you'll be a witness for me later. Waving his hand, Wang Chen said weakly. What witness? I will bind all the shares of the company and the core rights of Urguzi together. If I die, it will be directly transferred to the name of the National Security Bureau, and I will leave 1% of Jin Sanshi. Fixed shares are the last thing my boss can do. What? Sun Meng was a little confused. This is a will. The Gate of Technology is now a trillion-level company, not to mention Urguzi, who is the father of all artificial intelligence today. Wang Chen is this feeling that he can no longer live? It's okay Wang Chen, let's think of a way. Sun Meng also said sourly. Although I didn't know Wang Chen for a long time, to be honest, Sun Meng had a good impression of this shameless guy who called himself the light of mankind on the plane. In addition, both of them are engaged in scientific research and have a lot of common language. Wang Chen would be a pity if he just fell like this. Is there any other way? I have already researched the specific genetic code, but it will take at least a month to arrange and combine my genes. I can last up to 10 days in this state. I'm afraid I can't wait until today. I slept for 18 hours. It is unknown whether I can wake up in 2 more days. You are also a biological person. You should understand that after the consumption of the human body reaches a certain level, it will enter into self-dormancy. Before mastering the genes, human beings themselves do not have the ability to forcibly power on. Even if I think about it, it's impossible, my body won't allow it. Shook his head with a smile. Wang Chen was also very clear, in this case, he should not be able to escape. Next time, whatever you say, you have to study the technology of genetics first. Be on the safe side and didn't expect to die here. Hey, as a transmigrant, I'm still a bit embarrassed. I just don't know if I can continue to travel after I die this time. If possible, please send me to ancient times. I want to be an emperor. The kind of stupid. Sun Meng was speechless and could only call Urguzi to operate according to Wang Chen's instructions. After more than an hour, I finally finished all the notarizations, and when Sun Meng walked in from outside the house again, only to find that Wang Chen had fallen asleep again. And this sleep is 3 days. At this time, Wang Chen had been infected with the virus for about 10 days. During the 3 days in a coma, Zhilongyi simply sent Wang Chen back to the imperial capital. Then let the people over there force Wang Chen to continue his life by synthesizing protein. This is their last resort. It's just that the price of doing so will destroy the balance in Wang Chen's body and cause certain damage to the body. But now they don't care so much anymore. After pondering for another 10 minutes, the plan was approved. No matter what, we must let Wang Chen last for another 20 days. Urguzi is already doing its best to arrange the genes. As long as they are arranged, they will inject Wang Chen as soon as possible. After waking up, Wang Chen was in a worse state than before. It's just that after returning to the imperial capital, some old acquaintances came to see him. Not only Jin Sanshi but also Du Gang. Speaking of which, he has traveled for so long, there are only a few old acquaintances. Jin Sanshi was also taken aback when he saw Wang Chen. Wang Chen was white and chubby when he left, but now he is almost skinny, and his hair is all white. The fatigue on his face is even more visible to the naked eye. "Boss, what are you doing?" sighed, and Jin Sanshi could only shake his head. Wang Chen smiled after listening. "I can't hide, it's a man-made disaster. Even if I study in the imperial capital, I can buy people on the opposite side. Besides, the earth will be destroyed by people, where can I hide? If you can't pass this level, everyone has to come down and accompany me. There is no falcon. There is still hope for you to live, but I heard from a girl that your research on genes is very in-depth, and you will definitely be able to crack it if you give it some time. We don't have time anymore, let's not talk about this. If I hang up with this company, you will have to help me to watch. In addition, I asked Urguzi to prepare a ticket for you. If the Earth is doomed this time, you will bring it with you. Let the family leave the Earth. Although there is no other planet to go to, but one day is a day. You better have a good rest, talk less, and let's go together. That girl is very interesting to you. You just came to Tahua. Don't let the old man down. Jin Sanshi could only comfort him. Ha ha, nonsense, all right. Get out of here, the company will be handed over to you. Don't let me down. Chapter 287 Injection. Chapter 287 Injection. How is Wang Chen's condition? Very bad. Hey, what's the matter? After chatting with Wang Chen for a few more words, after Jin Sanshi came out, Du Gang hurried over to ask. Wang Chen's condition was not good. The doctor didn't allow them to talk more, so he just glanced at Wang Chen and let Jin Sanshi stay inside. That grassy Penghu, I really want to kill him. Du Gang's face was very dark, and he punched the wall next to him. It's been so many years, and under his protection, Wang Chen hasn't made a big mistake. As a result, Wang Chen was stabbed by his own people. Trademarks are just ordinary people. A person from a dignified scientific research institute. His consciousness was eaten by a dog. Forget it, you can go back first. There can be no chaos in the company, no matter what, life has to go on. Seeing that Jin Sanshi didn't speak, Du Gang could only say the same after punching. Okay, I'll go back first, call me if anything happens. Okay. You, go and deliver Mr. Jin. After Jin Sanshi left the hospital, Du Gang walked around the corridor for a few laps before preparing to go back to the bureau first. I have a lot of things on my hands, and after arranging Wang Chen's security, I have to go back to work. This hospital is a military hospital, and this building has been under full martial law, all of which are recruited by the army, and Urguzi is monitoring it 24 hours a day. Anyone who is close to Wang Chen will go through repeated examinations, and all medicines used must be signed by the 5 old deans before they can be used. Director Du. Just when Du Gang was about to leave, in the microphone in his ear, Urguzi's voice suddenly came in. What's wrong, Urguzi? Is there any progress? Du Gang was stunned for a second and then asked. This product is rarely contacted human, is there a new discovery? No, but, by monitoring the boss's body, I found that he can last up to 10 days, so I have a suggestion. Ah, you said. Although the boss has already unlocked the required specific genetic code, it is too late to completely arrange the combination, so I propose taking a risky injection. Although the risk is high, it is better than waiting to die. Urguzi's voice was very calm. He also knew how dangerous his plan was. But now, through a lot of simulations, Urguzi found that the probability of Wang Chen surviving 20 days was less than 0.5%. In desperation, I can only risk giving this method. What do you mean? Du Gang frowned, not understanding. To put it simply, it is to write the gene that has been solved now according to a rough formula. After injection, it may be able to solve the virus, but the problem is that it may also make the boss die. Even if you are lucky, any sequelae are possible. Urguzi explained patiently. Can this be done? Du Gang understood now, even an outsider could hear how big the risk was. The probability is only 10%, but at least it is higher than 0.5%. After 2 seconds of silence, Urguzi gave a number that was still a little desperate. 10% is too low. Can't wait any longer? Can't wait. Once the vitality in the boss's body is consumed to a certain level, even if the potion is finally studied, there may not be enough energy to activate it. After all, after the drug has an effect, it also needs to be spread by cells. If the number of good cells is not enough, even if the effect is very good, It is estimated that the virus can exhaust the life of the boss before the gene repair is completed. How many days at most? Du Gang had a gloomy face and asked after a while. At the current rate, at most 4 days, or it will be too late. Okay, I get it. In this way, Meng Kai shrugs off his post, and I will submit this plan to the top. Okay, then I'll go first. Urguzi also knows that this matter requires the approval of the above, but according to his own analysis, the above should finally agree. One is 11% and one is 0.5%. This question is not difficult to choose. Soon, Urguzi issued an order to a team specializing in Wang Chen's medicine through internal authority. Ask them to fetch the cell proteins that they have cultivated immediately, and they will inject the edited genetic code into it within 2 days. Wang Chen will be injected directly after waiting for the above notification. This is the last resort, and it is also a helpless choice. Du Gang quickly submitted the plan given by Urguzi to the above. The above also agreed after thinking about it for a while. As Urguzi analyzed, this result is not difficult to choose. As long as Wang Chen can wake up, even if he is paralyzed, it is better than dead. And with Wang Chen's own strength, if he can survive, he will be able to solve his own problems. The next night, in a sealed room, Urguzi was directing several robots to synthesize potions non-stop. And just when Urguzi prepared the compiled code to inject into the cell protein, suddenly, the picture of the dog's head on the screen jerked a few times. Then I saw the dog's head, which was still a little stiff, softened a lot in expression. The dog head silently looked at the robot in front of him that was waiting for the command, and then looked at the synthesized carrier in the device. Shook his head slightly and directly tampered with the genetic code originally written by Urguzi. If Wang Chen was still awake, he would definitely be able to see that these beating characters were far more stable and effective than those analyzed by Urguzi. It took about 3 minutes. After the code was written, the dog head directly injected it into the protein below. After doing all this, the robots also received an order to inject Wang Chen directly. This matter has already been prepared, considering that the longer it drags on, the worse Wang Chen's state will be. The above is also a decision. No, wait, the medicine will be used directly as soon as it comes out. The robot here was carrying an injection filled with light green liquid, and went all the way to the door of Wang Chen's ward. A nurse who had been checked back and forth 4 or 5 times took the injection and directly injected it into Wang Chen's body under the watchful eyes of Du Gang and others. After seeing this scene through the camera, Urguzi nodded his head, and then turned into a red skeleton to directly activate the defense equipment set up by Urguzi in the computer room. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang loudly in the entire ward, listening to the noise of chaotic running outside the house. The image in the original screen shakes twice again. Well, I am. What's the matter? Urguzi was a little puzzled. Did he just wait? Why was the defense activated? Holy shit, Garai's mechanical body, dare to come to trouble? If you like it, please pay attention. Chapter 288 High Fever. Chapter 288 High Fever. What? The mechanical body is here again? Is Wang Chen all right? It's all right. Urguzi has injected Wang Chen with the medicine, and the mechanical body triggered Urguzi's defense, and he immediately retreated after being discovered. The lingering ghosts of the grass are ordered to go down and strengthen the alert. All security personnel are not allowed to carry any electronic equipment to prevent the situation like Penghu from happening again. Well, what about communication? The most primitive way is to let people spread the information. Outside Wang Chen's room, Du Gang arrived at the scene immediately. Fortunately, this mechanical body did not seem to have any intention of doing it, and it disappeared directly from the internet after being exposed. Urguzi chased and killed for a while, but returned after a while, and was checking the code in his body. Although no problem was found, Erguzzi always felt that his database had been touched by someone. However, after checking for a long time, Erguzzi temporarily gave up and continued the investigation. The most important thing now is to monitor Wang Chen's physical condition. The probability of this being less than 10% is really a shame. Du Gang was already squatting outside the door at this time. He didn't do anything today, just waiting to see what happened to Wang Chen. According to Erguzzi, the reaction will take up to 3 hours after the drug is injected. Then you will know what the situation is. Time went by minute. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a piercing alarm sounded from Wang Chen's room. Several old men who had been prepared for a long time rushed in immediately. They are all big bosses transferred from various hospitals to deal with Wang Chen's problems. Du Gang also followed and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that all the values on the instrument beside Wang Chen fluctuated greatly. An old man said solemnly after checking, "The heartbeat has reached 120, because it should be a reaction to the medicine, so I will take a blood test immediately." Quick! Immediately, a nurse took a sample from Wang Chen's body and sent it to the laboratory. Erguzzi is still waiting for this test to conduct genetic analysis. Before that, no one dared to act rashly, not even using medicine to help Wang Chen ease the situation. Now is the time for the effect of the genetic medicine. The ghost knows whether there will be any rejection. 5 minutes later, Wang Chen's heart beat faster, and he began to sweat a lot. Several old men looked at each other and instructed the nurse to supply Wang Chen with saline and glucose to supplement his physical strength. They dare not use potions, but they still dare to inject this supplementary energy. Soon, under the special team's treatment, the gene report in Wang Chen's body was analyzed in less than half an hour. Erguzzi also found the problem soon after the inspection. Analytically, the drug is already working, but it is a little strange that this drug is not only dealing with diseased cells, but also constantly stimulating the production of new cells. A good thing or a bad thing? Du Gang asked anxiously. On the screen, Erguzzi shook his head. "My code is only for the mutant parts, there are no extra instructions, and the boss has not yet figured out how to stimulate the production mode of the human body itself. I didn't do this kind of stimulation of cell production, maybe it's a mutation. So, good or bad? Du Gang can't understand this, just tell me if this is a good thing." This. Judging from the current situation, it is a good thing, because the medicine has indeed worked, suppressing the mutant cells, and accelerating the production of cells is naturally able to quickly clear the virus in the body. But, if you have something to say, finish it. Du Gang had a headache and was afraid of everything. Let me tell you, Erguzzi should be trying to say that this method of rapid cell production is actually consuming Wang Chen's life, and since it is not actively programmed, it is an uncontrollable program. If it recovers automatically after killing the mutant cells, it will be alright, but if it can't recover, the cells that are constantly accelerating will kill Wang Chen. An old man took over what Erguzzi said, and they understood it. Also looked a little helpless. There are still too many variables in the rash use of genetic medicine. If this situation is not handled properly, Wang Chen will surely die. Is there any solution? Although he knew that the situation was very critical, Du Gang still had a glimmer of hope. I can't do anything unless maybe he has a way to call the boss up, but now. Erguzzi shook his head and also had no plan. All his technical information came to Wang Chen, and the two dogs didn't know what to do in this situation. Belongs to the knowledge-blind area. Scream? Du Gang's face turned dark and he could only nod his head to show that he knew. Hey, I can only look at Wang Chen's own creation. I hope the human body's own balance system can solve this trouble, otherwise, we can only collect the corpse. Another old man also said the same. Then just wait. Du Gang found a chair and sat down quietly. Everyone has done what they should and shouldn't do. Whether or not they can live depends on whether God will give them face. After an hour, Wang Chen's heartbeat still maintained at about 112, and this high-intensity bounce was also a huge load on the heart. A blood sample is drawn every 10 minutes. The latest analysis shows that Wang Chen's body is now overloaded. Under the action of genetic medicine, all organs, including the heart, started to function, and a steady stream of new cells were produced, charging towards all the mutant areas. This is a battle that consumes life force. 2 hours later, the heartbeat dropped slightly to about 105. But Wang Chen's body developed a high fever again, or his whole body became hot. The temperature on his forehead was close to 40 degrees, and his skin was dyed with a perverted blush. Seeing this situation, the expressions of all the old people around changed. What the hell did Erguzi edit in? This potion is too overbearing. First, it forcibly unlocked the production rules of the human body itself, allowing the heart to overclock and start mass production of new cells. Then accelerated the extinction of mutant cells by raising the internal temperature. At such a temperature, no matter where the cells are, they will die at an accelerated rate. But the problem is that now Wang Chen has overdrawn a lot of vitality in his body. If he kills on such a large scale, can his body resist? Erguzi was also stunned at this time. I just wrote a code to patch the loopholes. How did it become like this? Is like installing an ordinary plugin on the system, but directly tampering with the core code of the system. Should not. Chapter 289. Chapter 289. Erguzi was stunned, but Wang Chen's internal state was declining at a high speed. The first thing you can see is that on the instrument, all vital signs are declining. Don't see how lively Wang Chen's body is now, but he really can't last for long. This consumption of vitality cannot be compensated by current technology at all. Now everyone can only pray that under the action of this high temperature, those mutated cells can be quickly killed. The only good news is that Wang Chen is only under 30 years old, so he can see through it. This has to be replaced by someone who is older. I am afraid that he will not die prematurely. Another few hours passed, by which time it was completely dark outside. Du Gang has received no less than 10 calls from the above, all asking about Wang Chen's situation. Now not only can't sleep, but also can't close the eyes. Although he knew that Wang Chen had made a will, everything would belong to him. But still, I want those things to be useless. Wang Chen was stabbed in the back so suddenly that Erguzi didn't have time to receive all the knowledge about genetic programming. And without these things, who will deal with the damn virus? The gene coverage plan left by Wang Chen can only cure the symptoms but not the root cause. It can be said that the only person who can solve this trouble in a short period of time is Wang Chen. However, he was already lying there, and he didn't even have time to write down the technique. What's the matter? The more I think about it, the more angry I get. In the middle of the night, after several nurses helped Wang Chen change the catheter again, everyone around was a little tired. The battlefield in Wang Chen's body is now fierce to the point of death. Since the end of the day, the water and sugar that were injected into Wang Chen's body have not stopped. Wang Chen excreted almost every 20 minutes, which shows the extent of the fighting in this body. After a few hours, Wang Chen's body was already quite weak. Fortunately, it can be seen from the latest analysis report that the new cells in Wang Chen's body have already occupied the upper hand, the mutant cells that are being fully encircled and defeated. And the gene code written by Erguzi is indeed useful, and now the newly born gene in Wang Chen's body has been patched. The virus on the opposite side can no longer increase the source of troops for itself by infecting it. It is only a matter of time before perishes. This news made everyone a little relieved. This proves that the genetic programming in Urguzi's hands does have a unique place. Even if Wang Chen could not be saved, he could still conduct in-depth research based on this technology. Maybe this vaccine will be researched. Maybe the new cells have gained the upper hand. Although the heartbeat and output have not dropped yet, it is clear that Wang Chen's body temperature has begun to drop first. Slipped from a maximum of 4.5 to 38.6. Although it is still high temperature, at least you don't have to worry about burning people. Now, the situation is much more stable. Yeah, the ratio of mutant cells has dropped to 5.6%. At most for hours, the mutant cells have to be finished. Doesn't that mean Wang Chen can live? Ghost knows, don't forget. The key question now is, does this damn potion know how to stop? Yes, if cells are produced so efficiently, Wang Chen's life potential will be squeezed out. I see Xuan, this was originally the result of unintentional insertion. Not necessarily, it depends on whether the body's self-regulation function can act on genes. If it doesn't work, isn't this medicine the same as the virus? Looking at the latest inspection report, the old men looked a little pessimistic after looking at each other. Even in the best case, the medicine knew to stop, and Wang Chen came back to life. It is estimated that it will be a few years. This wave at least consumed almost all of his Yangzhou. It can be clearly seen from the test report that Wang Chen's internal condition is already quite degraded. Although the appearance is still very young, the internal organs have become rotten wood. Is like an old man in his 60s or 70s, in danger. Wait a little longer, we will know the result at dawn. The old man in the lead sat back on the chair and shook his head. Now all they can do is wait. De Gang didn't say anything either. There are still 6 hours before dawn. Wait, I hope it won't be a bad news. In the early morning of the next day, I had stayed up all night in the room. Everyone is looking at the latest inspection report. Around 4 in the morning, Wang Chen's heartbeat had already dropped to more than 30 times per minute. This speed is too slow. Not only that, Wang Chen's body temperature also dropped to about 33 degrees. All body organs have entered a dormant state, and the entire human body seems to be completely dormant. Not only that, from the radio waves in his brain, we can tell that Wang Chen himself is in a state of deep sleep. What is worrying is that although the rate of cell division in Wang Chen's body has declined a bit, it is still higher than normal. This shows that the gene agent did not stop working after killing the virus cells, but continued to produce cells. Several genes can understand the various conditions of the body. After all, this is like working overtime for 2 nights, and you need a rest. But this cell is still dividing rapidly, and Wang Chen's vitality is still being consumed. This is useless even if it is in a deep sleep state. I guess he will die when he falls asleep. However, even if you know that Wang Chen's current state is very bad, the problem is still there, and everyone has no means to prevent this situation. Everyone has not even figured out the gene, which handles this kind of mutation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after confirming that Wang Chen's cell division did not decline, several genes also directly passed the death. Wang Chen will be completely dead in 2 days at most. De Gang's face was ugly, but he was helpless. Can only nod and write a report to it. Although Wang Chen may not be able to save his life, the good thing is that this medicine still has research value. Is not completely helpless. Hey, you are unlucky. Du Gang was the last to leave Wang Chen's room. He went to organize all the information during this period. Not long after Du Gang left, a group of new cells were quietly born in Wang Chen's body, who had fallen into a coma. They were hidden deep, quietly emerged from the ruins that were about to be drained, and silently began to clean up this disastrous body. What's even more weird is that Wang Chen's brain nerves suddenly became a lot more active. If there are still experts staring at Wang Chen, you can immediately know that this is the state of people dreaming. If you like it, you can click and follow. I love you all, Momo Tilda. Chapter 290 The Last Gift. Chapter 290 The Last Gift. Strange, what's the situation? Cell division has never stopped. But why is this person okay? I'm going, won't it mutate again? Ghost knows, the blood test can't find the problem, and why are these brainwaves so active? But there's no sign of waking up. Look at the heart rate, which is less than 40, which means it's still dormant. Yes, the brain is active, but the heartbeat is not fast enough, so I can only use a ventilator to enhance the oxygen saturation in the body. So everyone didn't see anything? Bullshit, can you tell? In the room, several deans who had given Wang Chen death notices all ran back at this time. It's been 3 days, and Wang Chen's state hasn't changed at all, but he just lost his breath. The results of the blood test showed that the cells in this body were still dividing and dying rapidly, but what was outrageous was that although Wang Chen's vitality was very weak, it was not empty. This can no longer be described by willpower. Several deans also felt that their 3 views were refreshed. Du Gang saw a glimmer of hope and kept asking if this meant that Wang Chen could survive. But the big guys shook their heads and said they didn't know. The current situation is too strange. Wang Chen's body is still in a dead silence, all functions are in a state of breath, but he can't die. The vitality that should have been evacuated long ago seems to be revived by metaphysics. But whoever engages in scientific research believes in metaphysics. This must be something that you haven't noticed. It was necessary to find out what was actually prolonging Wang Chen's life. The burial ceremony that was originally prepared has also been postponed. No matter what the reason is, as long as Wang Chen is still alive, there is hope. The ghost knows if Wang Chen did something in that potion. After all, the potion was prepared by Guzi. If Wang Chen really wanted anything, he could do it with Guzi. It's just that they also asked Guzi about this. Guzi made it clear that he did not receive any instructions from Wang Chen. It was indeed a last resort to risk injecting genetic medicine into Wang Chen. As for Wang Chen's current state, Guzi can't analyze it. Although Guzi didn't ask any useful information, several bosses in the hospital have already begun to find answers from the prepared medicine. The formula of the potion is in Guzi's database. As the highest level of confidentiality at present, it took a day just to apply for this permission. Was finally shown to them in a sealed environment. The 4 deans of them were also the first big men to come into contact with this genetic code. To be honest, after reading what Wang Chen left behind, there were only 2 words left in the minds of these 4 bosses: fantastic. Wang Chen's gene compilation is very clear, and he also relies on big data, but Wang Chen can obtain the most accurate information in his own way. The analysis report of the virus in their own body gave them a lot of inspiration. This idea and R&D strength can only be said to be one of the top scientific research talents in the world. It's a pity, if it weren't for this incident, Wang Chen would definitely be able to develop a solution to this virus in the future. But now, after reading Wang Chen's research materials, these 4 bigwigs have also been completely opened up. The so-called gap between talent and genius is not in strength but in thinking. As long as his mind develops, they can do what Wang Chen can do. Even in the information Wang Chen left behind, less than 30% of the virus was deciphered. But the completed deciphering method and subsequent ideas are completely recorded. Just follow this method and continue to go backwards, even if they can develop a specific antidote to this virus. Is nothing more than a matter of time. I have been busy with Wang Chen's affairs before, and these inheritances have not had time to sort out. Looking at it this way, The four big bosses instantly realized the value of these materials. This may be Wang Chen's last gift to everyone. Relying on this, the current virus can be solved. As for whether there will be any mutated new viruses in the future, it is not something that a dead person can control. The four deans wrote a report to it immediately after reviewing it. Explained the situation in this material in detail. I was still having a headache and almost didn't jump up when I heard the news. To say that the most troublesome thing for everyone right now is this damn virus. I could have counted on Wang Chen to play a hand, but now Wang Chen, the entire research project has entered a stagnant stage again. But now, although the person is lying down, the train of thought remains. Although it is a pity that this is not a full version of the technology, but there is hope for ideas. Without saying anything above, a small meeting between the 5 permanent members was immediately held to tell everyone the good news. Eagle Source and the others immediately suggested that they should release the technology and set up a joint research team. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. The above are naturally aware of the importance of this matter, and they came to discuss this matter. Since that is all said, let's form a group. We will dispatch people from the general hospital and concentrate all our strengths to solve the virus problem first. With the decision, the Earth Alliance acted very quickly. These 4 deans are the first people to come into contact with, and they are also the big guys in genetics. Naturally, they can no longer continue to take care of Wang Chen. Here is a team composed of several other experts responsible for continuous follow-up. After all, no one knows Wang Chen's state now, so he can only let him sleep. A miracle or something might happen. Anyway, there is no need to use medicine, so as not to affect the fragile balance in Wang Chen's body. Just use medicine to maintain the normal consumption of the body. It is worth mentioning that Li Long immediately applied to Gang after learning about this, and took the initiative to take on the security work of the hospital. Speaking of which, Li Long was also a little sullen. I just left Wang Chen when an accident happened. How can this Nima make my conscience live? Even if Du Gang repeatedly told him that this matter has nothing to do with you. But Li Long still thinks this is his own bot. If he were here, what kind of idiot would be able to poison me and cut off his head and give it to him? Although the base has security, it is not Wang Chen who is responsible for the whole. Coupled with the special circumstances over there, there is a possibility that you will not be able to come back, and there will not be too many people there. This gave Peng Hu a chance to poison. Looking at Wang Chen, who was already skinny on the bed, Li Long also sighed and sat on the chair silently. Didn't this guy keep ranting about losing weight before? It's all right now, the wish has come true. I just don't know if I'll have a chance to wake up, so I can make fun of this guy. There is something at home, please take a leave. I have something to do at home, please take a leave. I have something to do at home, please take a leave and go back to my hometown. Chapter 291 Chapter 287 Chapter 291 Chapter 287 Feeling hollowed out. Wang Chen felt like he had a long dream. It has its own past and present, and some things that I don't know what it is. From time to time, I feel like I have fallen into a fire, and occasionally I feel terribly cold. It was just like that, and I don't know how long it took. Finally, at a certain moment, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the white ceiling above his head, he felt sore as soon as he wanted to move, and subconsciously spit out the word grass. Huh? Damn, are you awake? Li Long, who was sitting in the position and brushing the video, heard the movement and stood up when he saw Wang Chen shaking his head from side to side. Wang Chen only felt dizzy and stared at Li Long for a long time before whispering, Li Long? Why are you here? Okay, wait a minute, I'll call a doctor. Seeing that Wang Chen could still recognize himself, Li Long couldn't care about anything else, so he flew out the door. Soon, Several people in white coats ran in together. Seeing that Wang Chen woke up, he hurriedly asked about the situation. "Mr. Wang, enzyme, how about an ankle spear? It hurts and tired." At this time, Wang Chen was already awake a little bit, and he felt a little puzzled after feeling the condition of his body. Did this Nima get anesthesia? Why is it so uncomfortable? Is there any other discomfort? How much is this? The one in the lead stretched out 4 fingers and shook it in front of Wang Chen. Staring at this guy for a long time, Wang Chen curled his lips. "Are you kidding me? I'm just tired and not stupid." Cough cough. "It's just a normal test. It seems that there is no problem." Being slapped by Wang Chen, the director was not angry and said with a smile, "What do you mean by no problem? Why do I feel so uncomfortable? I should be alive, right?" The original past-like head has recovered a lot over time. Wang Chen also remembered his own situation. Looking at this situation, is the genetic medicine effective? Boss, you have been sleeping for 3 months, you must be uncomfortable. How long? 3 months? Hearing what Li Long said, Wang Chen was stunned. How did it take so long? Mr. Wang, you should take a good rest now. Your physical condition is very bad, so you have to talk less. The director also shook his head to persuade. Wait a minute, what does it mean to be in bad health? What are you doing? Ergotzi. Come out. Wang Chen frowned slightly. You said so, do you think I can still sleep? No, what have you done in the past 3 months? Isn't it just a genetic medicine? Shouldn't be so weak. This emptiness. How do I feel like I'm being hollowed out? Boss, I'm here. Erguzi had long known that Wang Chen was awake, and he had been monitoring Wang Chen's mental state. What's my current situation? Tell me about it. Resisting the discomfort, Wang Chen wanted to prop himself up and sit up, but the powerlessness in his hands couldn't help him no matter what. Li Long next to quickly helped Wang Chen with one hand, and then barely leaned on the bed. This time, Wang Chen's face was even more ugly. Boss, see for yourself. Erguzi quickly transferred the information to the monitor in the ward. The director next to wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, it was all over. Not to mention Wang Chen, they all wanted to know what was going on in this guy's body. But now it is estimated that only Wang Chen himself can analyze 123. Looking at the line-by-line logs on the display, Wang Chen's expression gradually became weird. Judging from the above situation, I should be dead. How can I still have a breath? Erguzi, are you sure the medicine you gave me is okay? After looking back and forth for a long time, Wang Chen finally asked a question that had been asked countless times by Zhilong Yi and the others. Hearing this, Erguzi also drooped his face. Boss, I checked it many times, but I really didn't find anything unusual. Impossible. This is a genetic patch, this trademark is a gene unlocking enhancement, you can't do it. Wang Chen tilted his head in disbelief. Gene enhancement? What does Mr. Wang know? The director next to him also raised his ears and asked curiously. I'm not sure yet, I have to go to the laboratory to test it, but I'm afraid I can't understand walking in this state. Wang Chen is not very sure about this matter, but what is certain is that he does not have the ability to go to the ground now. And it is impossible for Li Long to allow himself to go to the laboratory now. Sure enough, when he heard this, Li Long's face darkened immediately. Go to some laboratory, stay in the hospital honestly, it's fine without you. What are you in a hurry, where are we? Rolled his eyes, Wang Chen glanced out the window, this should not be Dama's house. This is the military hospital, you are in the imperial capital. Sure enough, it's not in the Big Ma's house. Wang Chen sighed and thought for a while, then asked, how is the situation in Damao? So the virus is still spreading. It's still spreading, but with the plan you left behind, The virus vaccine has been taken over by Zhilongyi and is being made. Come on, your head hurts even more. Nodded, Wang Chen only felt that his temples were jumping, and the pain was terrible. You better have a good rest. It's not too late to talk about these things when you recover. I want to go to the ground, but the conditions don't allow it. Forget it, let someone pull out my tube first, it's uncomfortable to death. Wang Chen waved his hand and knew that now was not the time to be brave. Although it is still unclear what happened in his body, he is certain that his life seems to be saved. Since this is the case, then take care of your body first, and then think about it after you recover. It happens that Zhilongyi and the others are also tossing the antidote, so let them fight it first. After a while, Wang Chen felt sleepy. This kind of tiredness from deep inside the body was really uncomfortable. I'll let you unplug it, you can just sleep first. The director was about to say something when Li Long waved his hand and agreed. I know this person too well, and it is actually very strong to look good and talk. In other places, he can endure the intubation, and he is sure that there is a certain place. Unacceptable. Pull it out, everyone wakes up anyway, it doesn't matter. Asked a nurse to unplug Wang Chen's tube, and Wang Chen was relieved to lie down again. I wanted to think about things, but I closed my eyes for 2 seconds before falling back asleep. This sleep was another day. When Wang Chen woke up again, he found that there were a few more people in his room. One of them is De Gang, who is dozing off. It seems that he has been waiting for a while. Follow the classmates you like, I love you all. Momo Momo Momo. Chapter 292. Chapter 292 Survive First. Du came that afternoon just after he received the news. Anyway, he is also in the imperial capital, and it's a matter of a car. Not only him, but even the big guys above took the time to take a look. It's just that Wang Chen slept soundly at the time, and no one disturbed him. The above even issued an order not to allow anyone to disturb Wang Chen's rest, and the security aspect must continue to be maintained. 3 months, the ghost knows how uncomfortable it is to wait for these 3 months. Without Wang Chen, although other aspects are not too far behind, the development of antidote to the virus is a lot slower. Zhilongyi and the others, even if they were to follow Wang Chen's train of thought, they had to thoroughly understand the previous techniques. A drug that acts on genes is a very serious thing, and its development is harsh. In this case, if the speed is fast, there will be ghosts. It's alright now. Wang Chen woke up, and a large rock had been placed on top of it for no reason. Maybe this is because someone at home is not panicking. The big guys above still have a lot of things to deal with, so De Gang naturally stayed here and waited for Wang Chen to wake up. Many things still need him to have a good chat with Wang Chen. Cough cough. Wang Chen glanced at this guy and coughed directly. Du Gang was just dozing off. He woke up immediately when he heard the movement. You're awake? I just want to sleep again. It's not because I saw you, Director Du, I didn't dare to sleep anymore. Wang Chen said with a smile. Fuck off, when have you ever cared about my thoughts? But looking at the mystery, it seems to be in a better state. De Gang rolled his eyes and said speechless. It's better, my head doesn't hurt so much. Wang Chen propped himself up and sat up. Not only did my head feel more comfortable, but my strength also recovered. Although it is still very stiff, the feeling of weakness has obviously weakened a lot. That's good, just sleep more if you have nothing to do. The doctor said that your consumption is very high, so eat more and sleep more. It's not a fucking pig, what I'm being consumed is vitality and not protein. Leaning on the bed, Wang Chen yawned a little lazily. You are a very busy person. If you have anything to do, just say it directly. I won't waste your time. After asking me, I will continue to sleep for a while. You go out first. Du Gang nodded but didn't refuse, indicating that several people in the room should go out first and wait. When there were only himself and Wang Chen left in the room, Du Gang sat down and handed Wang Chen an orange and asked, "I'm fine with this. The main thing is to ask about your state. After all, you slept for 3 months. Was tossed so badly again?" "It's all right, it's good to be alive, but I thought I was doomed." Shook his head, Wang Chen also said with some emotion. "So you're lucky, or maybe God doesn't want to accept you." "Come on, I rely on scientific research, I don't believe in luck, all results are inevitable, and I think something is not right." Wang Chen shook his head and said, "I am a staunch materialist, and this is not the case. What you said, is it bad to live? It's good or not, but if there is a problem, you have to think about it. I don't have so many backers. It is good to be alive, but the question to be found is still to be found. So you have a clue?" "No, I won't know until I recover some more and go back to the lab." "Well, let's not talk about that. Du Gang has no right to speak on this matter. After all, he is not engaged in research. Since Wang Chen said there is a problem, let him figure it out for himself." He pulled out a chair and sat beside Wang Chen's bed. Du Gang thought about it and then took out a tablet. "Look at this. The plan made above. Although you just woke up, you must know these things." Wang Chen took the tablet and swiped and looked at it. The above is about the recent combat arrangements of the Earth Alliance. In addition to the upgrade equipment on the schedule, the biggest action is prepared for that base. The first year of these 3 years will soon be over. If you don't take the opportunity to unplug this damn thing, it's easy to leave hidden dangers. Coupled with the threat of the virus now, Dillian is ready to use all means of force. I have no problem with this. By the end of the year, the first warship on the island should also be dispatched, and it will be able to provide a certain amount of vertical firepower at that time. Nodded, Wang Chen had no idea about this plan. No matter who knows, letting this base continue to exist is a threat to all mankind. That's great, I'll report this. Hearing what Wang Chen said, Du Gang's eyes lit up. It should be the cargo ship that Wang Chen studied before, which was originally used for landing on the moon. Although the specific information of that ship is not clear, the general parameters are given above. It's just that because Wang Chen has never been stunned, they don't know the specific production status of this spaceship. If this ship can participate in the attack against the enemy, then perhaps this battle plan can be optimized again. After all, the biggest reason to use mushroom eggs is because they can't break the opponent's defensive shield. But that cargo ship, it is said that it is a cargo ship, but the weapons are not joking. Hundreds of triply mounted electromagnetic guns were fired at the same time on both sides, and the power was terrifying just thinking about it. You don't even need to use mushroom eggs if you can directly blast a gap in the opposing shield. After all, as long as the shield is broken, a more effective penetrating bomb can be used. The range of killing of mushroom eggs has no effect on the base hidden in the mountain. If this plan works, Wang Chen is estimated to be offered by Demao. Unless it is a last resort, who is willing to throw mushroom eggs on their own territory, a weapon that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. I will ask Oguzi to send you the details of the cargo ship in the next few days. If it really doesn't work, I can try it out after it takes off at the end of the year. If I can, maybe I won't have to wait until June next year. That's naturally the best. The biggest headache right now is the virus. If it drags on for another half a year, the world will be paralyzed. Du Gang naturally agreed with both hands. The sooner the matter is resolved, the better. Only when everyone can focus on the alien invasion 3 years later. Sure, I'll make arrangements. Is there anything else? There's really one thing. Du Gang rubbed his chin and smiled. What's the matter, laughing so ugly? What nonsense. I want to be a matchmaker for you and introduce a girlfriend." Rolling his eyes, Du Gang said angrily. "Who is it?" Wang Chen asked curiously. "It's Sun Meng, who went with you. You can be considered as sharing will and woe. How is it? Are you interested? I'll go and match you up." Sun Meng. After being stunned for a few seconds, Wang Chen waved his hand. "Don't make trouble. When is it now? Let's talk about it after 3 years. If you can't resist it, you have to die," Wang Chen said with a bit of a laugh. "What time is this? You still have the heart to say this?" Wang Chen himself has no intention of looking for a girlfriend right now. Let's survive first. Chapter 293 Gene Firewall. Chapter 293 Gene Firewall. After a few days, Wang Chen was barely able to go to the ground. Although his body is still very weak, he has improved a lot. It can be seen from the latest examination results that his physical condition has recovered to about 35 years old. This also made Wang Chen feel that something was definitely wrong in his body. Wang Chen didn't remember that he had the setting of returning to youth in the genetic medicine. It can't be Aguzi suddenly enlightened. Especially the newly born supercell in his body made Wang Chen vaguely uneasy. It doesn't look like it's something you made yourself. Although he hasn't conducted detailed research, Wang Chen can roughly guess what this cell does. First of all, what is certain is that some unexpected changes have definitely taken place in my body. The extremely serious life force that he had been expended can now rely on food. Zili continues to make additions. This is also the reason for Wang Chen's great appetite during this time. Although he is weak, he is very able to eat. One meal can make 3 bowls. And the metabolism in the body is very fast. This undoubtedly shows that the cells in your body are still dividing at a very fast rate. Also relies on these cells to constantly repair the body, in order to restore the original broken body. But the problem is that the cells of the human body are limited in division. It's outrageous that he can still jump around with such a wrong-splitting speed. It can even repair damaged organs, which is like throwing the rules set by nature to the ground. In the original human genes, the number of cell divisions and the organs that cannot be repaired due to aging are the key reasons for limiting human lifespan. Belongs to the balance of nature to the whole ecosystem. But now, Wang Chen's current body has completely violated the restrictions set by nature. To put it bluntly, the current cells in the body can divide in an unrestricted and orderly manner, and supercells that can repair organs have also been born. If Wang Chen remembers correctly, this kind of cell will have similar cells only when the human body is just born, when it is still developing in the mother's womb. Once the mother is separated from the womb, although there will be ordinary cells that maintain the normal operation of the organs, the supercells that can regenerate the organs are gone. But now, this supercell is reborn, and the only explanation is that its genetic sequence has changed. There must have been some changes that caused the original genetic restriction to be lifted. This allows the body to start synthesizing the supercells that can repair organs again. Not only that, even ordinary cells are now full of abnormal vitality. The simplest point is that ordinary cells in Wang Chen's body can no longer divide 60 times, but can divide more than 300 times. This is also the reason why some people said that their Yangtze has been extended by 5 times. Even after deducting the nearly 60 years of Yangtze that was consumed by the virus, Wang Chen could theoretically live for more than 400 years. If it wasn't for Zhilongyi and the others now, they would all focus on researching the antidote to the virus, and now the biological world would have offered Wang Chen as a sample. As long as we can find out the reason for Wang Chen's body mutation, then the lifespan of all human beings will take a leap. But Wang Chen can't laugh at all now. My family knows about my family affairs, and I haven't cracked the gene at all. Just relying on a targeted medicine, even if it causes mutation, it should not be a good direction. And now, this is more than a good move, this is simply a hang-up. At least so far, there are no side effects, and there is no malignant reaction in the gene. Really so lucky? A gene patch medicine that is not even programmed, not only blocked the loophole, but also happened to unlock the gene. By the way, he also extended his lifespan? Just kidding, it would be a pity not to buy lottery tickets. As a researcher, Wang Chen absolutely does not believe in such outrageous things. Although he has a vested interest, he still needs to investigate what should be investigated. There is not a single word in the code written by Urguzi that is used to unlock genes. How come trademark has such an outrageous effect? After a few days of rest, Wang Chen, who was barely able to get out of bed and walk 2 steps, also requested to be discharged from the hospital. This place is very stuffy and uncomfortable at all. Originally, Wang Chen asked to go back to the laboratory to continue his research, but this time De Gang couldn't say anything. In desperation, Wang Chen could only retreat and decide to go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to continue to complete the follow-up research. Anyway, the first-hand data over there will be summarized into the online database on the same day, so even if Wang Chen does not go, he can grasp the overall situation. And Li Long has now become Wang Chen's personal bodyguard again, responsible for all security issues after he is discharged from the hospital. Finally, on the 8th day after he woke up, Wang Chen left the hospital and went to a test site in the Imperial Research Institute. Relevant teams have been formed there, and you can call them at will. Wang Chen has decided to develop an antidote to this virus first, and then slowly check what happened in his body. To say what is the biggest advantage of staying alive this time, that is, you already have a way to fight the virus in your body. Even though there are some differences between people, they are genetically similar. Besides, this is a small patch, the virus looks fierce, but as long as this loophole is plugged, the virus will be useless. You only need to extract the new code in your own genes, and then you can get the editing method of the gene medicine through the comparison. However, when Wang Chen was about to do this, an accident occurred. You can't extract the genes in cells by yourself. Whether it is an ordinary cell or a supercell, now the genes in Wang Chen's body have been blocked by a strange thing. Normal extraction methods are completely unable to read the genes in the cell core. This made Wang Chen dry. Lao Tzu's, what the hell is this? The mutated genes can't be checked. Wang Chen, who was a little speechless, read Urguzi's log again, only to find that it was not only himself, but Zhu Longyi and the others couldn't access it. They thought of this method as soon as Wang Chen survived, but no matter what method they used, Wang Chen's genes were like an Iron King who couldn't speak at all. In the end, they could only give up and start the research again according to the ideas given by Wang Chen. Gene Firewall. Wang Chen watched it for a long time, and then he gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Now Wang Chen can basically be sure that his genes have definitely been manipulated. If the previous things can still be described by luck, then this firewall-like thing is definitely not something that luck can come out of. What a joke, this is a serious mid-level gene editing technology. Is a complete artifact. Not to mention Urguzi, even I haven't absorbed this information yet. Chapter 294 Legacy Text. Chapter 294 Legacy of Text. The so-called gene firewall, that is, deep editing of genes. A program dedicated to defense is formed on its surface. This program is like antivirus software, which can identify and kill all viruses that try to tamper with the genes of the body. To put it simply, only those who have fully mastered gene editing are qualified to try this technology. And you must have a deep knowledge of gene editing. Wang Chen himself has plans in this regard. After all, genes are the weakest point of human beings, and nature has not set up many defenses at all. Now the genes in the human body have slowly adapted and evolved over thousands of years, and they are not active defenses at all. But now, his genes have a defense system, which is outrageous. I tried to open it by editing, but I couldn't find a way at all. I don't have time, I guess I can't unlock this damn firewall. Who moved the hands and feet? Sitting on a sofa, Wang Chen couldn't help falling into contemplation. The only one with this technology should be the one that developed the genetic virus. But the question is, how does it save itself? So boring. This poison is from it, and it will only be solved by Wang Chen if he is crazy. Even if you untie it, you still send a firewall? I'm not its long-lost son, it doesn't make sense. Wait, if it's not a machine, there's no one else. When the mechanical body made trouble before, another force appeared. Wang Chen suddenly remembered that when the mechanical body invaded the NASA headquarters last time, didn't another female voice pop up? Although everyone knows very little about this voice, some people say that it may be two forces entangled. After all, this machine clearly has an advantage, but it is unable to launch a large-scale attack. We can only rely on some machines to add viruses to weaken the strength of the Earth. This is obviously against normal logic. Unless it has some compelling reason, it cannot launch an attack within 3 years. Then what do you think? Could it be another force that saved you? If you are not mistaken, then the only chance for them to make a move is when Urguzi develops medicines for himself. Although this idea is a bit crazy, Lu Xun said, after eliminating all the impossible, no matter how outrageous the result is, it is very likely to be the truth of the matter. I have so many clues at the moment, and I have come up with other possibilities besides this one. Urguzi, are you sure that nothing abnormal happened when the medicine was developed? Touching his head, Wang Chen turned to the screen and asked. Urguzi's dog head popped out. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "Boss, I also checked, but nothing abnormal was found." Impossible. If I'm right, the only chance for the opponent to make a move is when you produce potions for me. Wang Chen's frown deepened. After a while, he said, Urguzi, call up the log of the day. Okay. Soon, the diary of the day was transferred by Urguzi. Wang Chen looked back and forth for a long time. From the diary alone, there was indeed no problem. Line by line is normal. But Wang Chen still felt something was wrong, so he connected remotely again. The core system of Urguzi began to check the underlying framework logs at that time. And this time, Wang Chen finally let go of what was wrong. There are several obvious changes in the log of the underlying framework, but the method is very clever. Especially a few lines of code are very obtrusive. Urguzi, didn't you find these codes when you checked yourself? Wang Chen pointed at the screen with a strange look. What code? Urguzi asked suspiciously. That's it, every bed patient? I only have 126 lines. What? Wang Chen was stunned. There are obviously 130 lines. Wang Chen, who felt that he had grasped the key point, quickly tapped the keyboard and directly called up a large amount of background data through his own authority. After checking back and forth for a long time, I patted my head. Good guy, the means are powerful enough. This is using a bug in the restriction clause, and directly obtained all the rights of Urguzi through this bug. Then, through the fake data, Urguzi mistakenly believed that he had not lost contact. While the core record was recorded, it was intentionally hidden under this restriction code. Urguzi has no ability to view this restriction code, because this is a rule set by Wang Chen. The restriction code exists to restrict Urguzi, and naturally it is impossible to let him in. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Wang Chen quickly temporarily opened the permission to restrict the code. As soon as this was opened, Urguzi scolded angrily, "Fuck. Lotzi has been hacked." As soon as this restriction is lifted, the originally hidden records are immediately exposed, Ergoozy's self-check program quickly caught the anomaly here. After comparing, Ergoozy came to the conclusion that he was indeed being controlled for about 3 minutes at that time. Really? I touched my forehead, and everything came out. Sure enough, his genes were manipulated. The opposite side added material to his genetic medicine by hacking Ergoozy. This saved his own dog's life. As for who this person is, Wang Chen has no idea. Although there is speculation, he cannot be contacted and cannot be determined. But no matter what, he owes his life. The other party's technology is very powerful. Not only can he hack Ergoozy silently, but also has extremely perfect gene editing capabilities. In terms of strength, it is estimated to be comparable to that mechanical body. Is there really still a party that is silently protecting the Earth? Wang Chen shook his head and couldn't think of anything. Boss. Is there a hidden message you want to see? Ergoozy, who was in a hurry to check himself, found another anomaly at this time, and only after scanning did he find that it was a text. Seems to have something written in it. Open to take a look. Boss, it can't be a virus, right? Ergoozy said worriedly. Come on, if people want to trouble you, you are already dead, open it. Waved his hand, Wang Chen said directly. Ergoozy opened the hidden file, and soon a large amount of data was recorded on Wang Chen's screen. Looking at these data, Wang Chen's face was puzzled, then shocked, and finally his eyes widened in disbelief. This trademark is an edited code for a virus. And it's not a theory, it's a complete code, the kind that can be used. I'll go, what is this guy's background, why not come out and cooperate directly with such strength? Do you have to be so mysterious? If you don't check Yibo Ergoozy's body, the ghost knows that you are still behind Ergoozy. Chapter 295. Chapter 295 I dare not use it. Boss here. Ergoozy was also numb when he saw it. People play with themselves and they don't know it yet, which shows how much this person knows about artificial intelligence. Ergoozy is not a simple thing. After so many years of growth, his logical thinking has become perfect. Being able to take control without Ergoozy's knowledge is somewhat outrageous. But that doesn't matter now, what matters is the genetic programming of the vaccine in front of you. Although I haven't taken a closer look, Wang Chen can confirm that this is indeed the genetic programming for the virus. And it's very complete from start to finish. After Wang Chen looked at it, it was basically something that could be used. However, after reading it back and forth several times, Wang Chen wondered whether this thing could actually be used. Let's not talk about the technology first. The origin of the opposite side is not clear at all. Normal people all know that you can't eat if someone you don't know gives you something to eat. The ghost knows if there is something hidden in it. What if this is something that mechanical body did? Even being rescued may be a game set by others. Maybe he wants to gain his trust by saving his life, and finally promote this vaccine. Once you get in, think badly. If it causes a global discomfort, then you will become a sinner through the ages. This matter can't be blamed on Wang Chen's blind thinking. Everything has to consider the worst case. This is Wang Chen's habit. And it doesn't hurt either. My own assumption is not impossible, but it is not impossible. So even if this technique is tempting, Wang Chen really doesn't dare to use it. Besides, if the method is the same as his own, then Wang Chen really dares to bet. After all, your own technology comes from the Pleiadian, so if it is the same as the hair in the Pleiadian, then you don't have to worry about it. But the editing method sent here is very different from my own method. This made Wang Chen a little bit of a rat. In terms of trust, Wang Chen must unconditionally believe in his cheating. This is the foundation of one's own life, so it goes without saying. And judging from the current situation, the research aspect has not been cornered. Even without this unknown technology, Wang Chen can still come up with a suitable genetic medicine. Since this is the case, there is no need to take this risk. Is nothing more than 2 or 3 months late. Unless the mountains and rivers are exhausted, Wang Chen would not dare to gamble on this person's attitude with the lives of billions of people around the world. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Chen finally asked Urguzi to put away this technology first. Can be put here as a backup technology. If there is a problem with your own, there is a chance to make up. After making a decision, Wang Chen didn't care about this technique anymore. After letting Urguzi save it, he began to really continue to check Urguzi's body. The opponent can invade the core server of artificial intelligence at will, which really scared Wang Chen a bit. Logically speaking, the opposite technology should not have grown to this point. But the fact is that Wang Chen can't help but believe it. When the mechanical body invaded before, no matter what method was used, Urguzi or Li Jiangyuo could detect it. Even a certain degree of resistance can be made. Being able to directly control Urguzi without being discovered means that this person can monitor every sector of the Earth at will. As long as there is a network, it can be seen, and you can't find him. Not only communications, but also military. The current weapons are more and more advanced, but in the same way, the more advanced weapons are, the more afraid of this situation. People can even hack artificial intelligence, but can't they hack your system? May have been wandering back and forth in the system by now, but everyone just doesn't know it yet. Wang Chen definitely cannot tolerate this happening. So I plan to modify the core code of Urguzi to a certain extent. At least we have to find a way to make up for this loophole first. Fortunately, this loophole is not difficult to solve. Wang Chen wrote the required patches and uploaded them to other servers synchronously. It took several days to confirm that there were no major problems before Wang Chen continued the development of the antidote to the virus. Originally, Wang Chen planned to speed up the vaccine development plan directly through his own DNA. But unfortunately, due to the existence of this firewall, Wang Chen couldn't get his genetic code for a while. So we can only continue to move forward with the previous method. Before he fell unconscious, the progress of the potion had already reached 30%. And a few months later, Zhilongyi and the others have pushed the progress to 53%. Although there is still about half of it, all the required specific code has been compiled successfully. Now the trouble is how to correctly arrange and combine the codes, and then inject them into the DNA of the human body through the vector. After Wang Chen went online, he naturally checked the data with Zhilongyi's team first. Then began to develop on the basis of this data. With the addition of Wang Chen, the entire project is undoubtedly going much faster. At the end of December, it has entered the human trial stage. The number of people infected during this period is also rising, and a lot of people died. But fortunately it didn't cause too much chaos. As for the reason, it can only be said that the moving speed of Demo is still very fast. In this special case, even Eagle Etchen didn't feel embarrassed about this issue. Evacuation work has been steadily advancing. But soon this situation will be completely broken. Because this virus has begun to fully spread to its own and Eagle Source family scattered. If you don't deal with it quickly, the first unlucky will be the northern part of the Rabbit's house and the western part of the Eagle Source's house, and then the AU countries. The deadline set by the Earth Union is less than 6 months away. If the vaccine can't come out successfully, then they will take the last resort and use the mushroom eggs to completely raise the enemy's base. This is no joke. The top 3 of the 5 permanent members have already reached a cooperation. Dongfeng, Militia, and Poplo will join forces again to deal a fatal blow to the enemy with unprecedented strength. Not to mention that there are hydrogen bombs of the Rabbit family and the Tsar of the Demao family behind these 3. These 2 are even more heavyweight, they represent the top combat power on this planet. In particular, The Tsar hydrogen bomb of the Mao family has only been detonated once in history. At that time, the entire Eurasian plate was forced to move southward by 9 millimeters, causing a huge impact on the world. It can be said that this is the last trump card of mankind. What we already know is that Big Hare and Rabbit have prepared 20 hydrogen bombs. This is almost all the belongings of the two of them. Combined with various atomic bombs, it can be said that once it explodes, Siberia will be directly reduced to wasteland. Chapter 296 Dream Class Cargo Ship No. 1, Kunping. Chapter 296 Dream Class Cargo Ship No. 1, Kunping. Fortunately, as soon as December arrived, Dilian received a piece of good news. After more than a year of tossing, the long-guarded first spacecraft has finally left the port. On December 3, Wang Chen suddenly posted on his social media, saying that there would be major news to be disclosed to everyone at 3 p.m. the next day. Aroused the curiosity of countless people for a while. Wang Chen didn't come out and bubble for a while, but even so, as soon as he got out of his throat, he went straight to the top of the hot search. It can be said that the iron is top-notch. Although I didn't go into detail about what it was, all major media have received inside information by coincidence. Soon, hundreds of media gathered at the gate of the shipyard on the island again. The last time I came here was to see the battleship leaving the port, but within a few days the battleship returned to the port to install equipment. There has been no movement until now. Not only the Black Dragon-class battleship, but also the battleships of the Eagle Source family are undergoing intensive refit work in the shipyard. The specific progress is unknown. But what is known is that these battleships have all been replaced with triple-mounted electromagnetic guns and energy cores. It can be said that both firepower and maneuverability have been greatly improved. And the protection ability has also been strengthened a lot. Many people are discussing on the internet, saying that it is very likely that there is some news about the Black Dragon-class battleship. After all, everyone knows that the status of this Black Dragon-class battleship is actually similar to that of the Lining ship. Is used by everyone to explore the construction ideas of modern battleships. But no matter what the discussion on the internet is, Wang Chen didn't disclose any rumors, but only said that it would be a big news. Let everyone wait and see. The next afternoon. The port of the island is naturally crowded with people. The live broadcast platform on the internet has also opened the room synchronously and began to broadcast this scene for everyone. The situation is the same as when the battleship came out. The number of people online in the lively live broadcast room alone has exceeded 80 million. And this number is still rising. Wang Chen said that there would be news at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but at 2 o'clock, No. 1 was the first to open the door. The Black Dragon-class battleship Yingxing, which had not been seen for a long time, slowly sailed out of the dock. Now it looks a little different than before. Although the largest turrets all look the same, there is an extra black waistline on both sides of the hull. Not only the side of the ship, but also these black things on the conning tower. By zooming in on the camera, netizens can also clearly see that these black things are actually like rectangular stone bricks. They are arranged in a row around the sides of the boat and are covered with black stripes. Seems to be for everyone to see more clearly. After the battleship came out, it directly approached the observation area on the shore, and by the way, the hull was swayed sideways. Just when everyone looked strange, a dull roar suddenly broke out on this internet celebrity battleship. Unlike the engine, this sound is obviously much louder. Immediately someone found out there are some ball-like objects sticking out from the sides of the ship. As the roar continued to increase, some light blue charged particles slowly emerged like fireflies. Then, as if it was pulled by something, it quickly started to rotate clockwise around the battleship. This speed is getting faster and faster, and more charged particles are gathered. 2 minutes later, A light blue oval energy shield appeared in front of everyone. This shield is dark blue with high transparency. Just by looking at it, you can feel how terrifying the energy gathered above. Netizens were also stunned. No one thought that Wang Chen would break through the shield technology so quickly. This is an energy shield, one of the representatives of future technology. As a result, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes so easily. Good guy, no wonder I can't see anyone during this time, so I went to study this thing. Be good, electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic shields, this battleship is going to the rhythm of heaven. I used to say that aircraft carriers can rely on carry-based aircraft to fly kites, but now it seems that I am thinking a little too much. With a little shield, the status of this aircraft carrier is likely to plummet. After all, the missiles carried by general carrier aircraft are limited in quantity and quality. There is a question mark on whether this can break the defense. No, players soon came back to their senses and praised him. It's worthy of being the flagship of the Earth Alliance Navy. This is forcing Jera to be full. What a handsome shield, and the deterrent effect of the electromagnetic gun is full. Didn't Yingjin drive out his own antiques? It is estimated that it will not be long before several more battleships will be launched. After all, those ships are old goods. If I want to say that it is better to build more of these Black Dragon-class battleships, at least one of the top emperors is required. You want Dilian to die? Emperor Qin, Hanwu, Tangzong and Song dynasty, plus Wanming, that's already 6. Dilian can't be built even if it's not bad money. Indeed, this doesn't count the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or else it will be a little bit higher. The appearance of Energy Shield undoubtedly made everyone happy a lot. Now the Earth has been shrouded in alien things, and everyone is actually quite panicked. After all, no one knows what the future will be like. If the Earth cannot survive this catastrophe, then the future is really hard to say. The reporters standing in the port were also not stingy with their cameras, and a series of flash shots crackled. Just when everyone thought that this refitted battleship was the protagonist of today. At exactly 3 o'clock, another almost violent sound came from the No. 2 shipyard next door. Now everyone understands that Wang Chen made no typo. This battleship is just an appetizer, and the real feast is yet to come. Unlike the appearance of the battleship, the gate of the second dock was not opened. Instead, the roof cover began to slide slowly to the sides. In less than 3 minutes, the roof was opened, and many reporters also directly released their drones when they saw it, ready to take some pictures from the air. As the drone lifts off, the camera is aimed at the shipyard below. All the viewers who were still watching the live broadcast were stunned. What is this? I saw a strange and tough ship lying silently inside the huge shipyard. A louder purr sounded like a cat snoring. The black and gold color scheme like the Black Dragon battleship shows a sense of atmosphere. This trademark is a battleship? A question mark appeared in everyone's mind. But soon, the question mark disappeared. Because they discovered that this strange ship floated slowly. When it hovered in midair, everyone realized that this was not a ship in the sea, but a real interstellar warship. Wang Chen also released information on Weibo in due course. My new baby. Dream-class cargo ship No. 1, Kunping. If you like it, you can give a like tilde. Chapter 297 In the Name of Dream. Chapter 297 In the Name of Fantasy. Dream class, this is what Wang Chen picked up from a plane that he liked very much. The Earth in the past also had a superplane codenamed Dream. Is the N-225 of the Mao family. As a super monster during the Cold War, it has always occupied the world's largest the title of a cargo ship. Its unique appearance is the white swan in the hearts of countless aerospace enthusiasts. As the world's largest cargo aircraft, The An-225 transport aircraft has a maximum takeoff weight of 640 tons, a maximum cargo load of 250 tons, a maximum load of 200 tons on the top of the fuselage, a fuselage length of 84 meters, and a wingspan of 88.4 meters. Since its birth, An-225 has been constantly setting new world records in terms of carrying capacity and takeoff weight. There are a total of 250 items before and after, many of which have never been broken. This superplane carrying the dream of Big Brother came with glory but finally died in the hands of his own people. Some people say that this is a relief for An-225, although the ending is not good. After all, Mao's urine is really not worthy of her. This kind of national weapon has been reduced to the dilemma of needing to buy goods from all over the world to barely support themselves. Is somewhat sad. It should have been with the blizzard, soaring above the sky with the dignity and self-confidence of a nation. There is a saying that is very good: when she was born, her motherland was still exploring the upper limit of human beings. And when she was destroyed, her settlement was exploring the lower limits of humanity. Wang Chen likes this plane very much, not because it is handsome, but because she represents a spirit. Nothing is impossible. If you dare to think and do it, you will be successful. Originally, Wang Chen had the idea of buying it, but unfortunately, before she could do anything, she had already died at the hands of her own people. So now, Wang Chen has decided to let this new ship inherit the name of Dream after seeking the consent of Damao. Happens to be mainly transportation, not abrupt. Damao naturally has no opinion at all, and they are also helpless about this plane. If the engine of An-225 is not being repaired, Damao will take her back. As a result, I couldn't help having a stupid younger brother at home who insisted on losing the family. Destroyed it desperately and did not let Damao take back the few family properties left by this old man. When everyone was amazed at the size of this spaceship. A cloud of blue energy shield also spread out from it. The depth of its color is far from what the Black Dragon-class battleship below can match. After all, the physique is here, so such a huge body can naturally bring more energy cores. Wang Chen has calculated that the shield on this ship is already much more powerful than the previous Big Crab. There are not dozens of electromagnetic guns firing at the same time, and it is estimated that the shield of this ship cannot be torn apart. Not to mention that although this cargo ship is written as a cargo ship, it is also designed with sufficient firepower configuration. There are 64 electromagnetic main guns on both sides of the ship, plus 6 on the back. A total of 70 electromagnetic guns can be said to be armed to the teeth. Originally, according to Wang Chen's plan, this Dream-class cargo ship itself had the ability to independently explore the solar system. This firepower configuration is also to have enough self-protection ability when traveling through the asteroid belt. The result was a crooked hit, and now it has become one of the main forces against this alien base. As for the other cruiser still under construction, it will take about a year and a half to emerge from the nest. The Dream-class cargo spaceship that was quietly suspended in midair did not show much. After letting the big guy shoot for 10 minutes, he directly started the rear propulsion engine, and the whole spacecraft quickly moved towards Hawaii at full speed. This is also for safety reasons. The Ghost knows if the damn alien base has any big killers that haven't been shown. For the safety of the spacecraft, it is natural to be as far away from this base as possible when there is no combat mission. And in the ground link base in Hawaii, there is also a group of ready operators waiting to board the ship. Although the spaceship can be controlled by Ergotzi, it should also be considered that in case of a problem with the server, this manual control is the last insurance of the spaceship. Because it is currently in the wartime stage, the time to show it to the outside world is very short. Looking at the Dream-class spacecraft disappearing into the sky, reporters from major media can understand. Anyway, everything that should be taken is almost the same. The next thing to do is to go back and publish these photos and videos to the world. Some reporters who were planning to shoot more battleships also cancelled their original plans. Compared with this spaceship, the battleship that can only swim in the water is a popular internet celebrity. The live broadcast is closed, but the discussion on the internet has not stopped at all. Everyone's interest in this spacecraft that suddenly appeared is quite high. After all, this thing only existed in movies before. Also a bit tongue-cheek is the Hawk source. I didn't expect that. I thought I was ahead in the aerospace field. After all, the first spacecraft in the new era that can freely enter and exit the atmosphere was created by myself. Although it was scrapped by this damn mechanical body, the technology is here after all. At first I thought I could crush the rabbit, but now it seems that I really think too much. The reason why the rabbit didn't react at that time, not for technical reasons, but it took too much time to build this cargo ship. It is conceivable that if there is no sudden appearance of extraterrestrial bodies, who can compare with rabbits in the moon landing plan? This is not a spaceship at all, but a fucking Pleiadian. Fortunately, now everyone is joining forces to fight aliens, otherwise, when this spaceship appears, the pressure of domestic public opinion alone can make you drink a pot. I don't know if this is lucky or unfortunate. With the advent of the Dream-class spacecraft, the headlines of this period are basically related to it. On the other hand, Wang Chen's research has also entered the final stage. Although I didn't dare to use the unknown data from Erguzzi, it didn't affect my research progress at all. In the first month of 2028, Wang Chen's antidote research progress exceeded 80% for the first time. Even if it takes a lot of time to perfect it, it is already certain that it will not wait until June. It was said that in June, it was Zhilongyi's research speed, not including Wang Chen. Since Wang Chen woke up, with him, the progress of the entire R&D team was at least 50% faster than before. In other words, the first medicine will be officially offline around mid-March at most. I like classmates to pay attention. I love you all. Momo, so big Momo tilde. Chapter 29822028. Chapter 29822028 is related to the safety of all mankind, so Wang Chen naturally did not dare to be lazy at all. In order to speed up, Wang Chen also called Sun Meng over. Originally, Sun Meng planned to go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to continue her research on genetic programming, but she rushed over after Wang Chen's invitation. This is the first time she has met with Wang Chen since the separation from the Damao family base. To be honest, although Wang Chen's condition at this time has not fully recovered, it is much better than when he was at the base. The two of them had a casual meal and got to know each other for a while, and they immediately threw themselves into the intense work. Wang Chen came to her not to talk about feelings, although this girl is very beautiful, but now is not the time to talk about it. Mainly because I was used to partnering with this girl on Damao's side. With the help of someone who is familiar with his own rhythm, he can study it faster. There are some things that Wang Chen admits, that is, his own strength is ultimately limited. Erguzzi does not have the ability to innovate and develop. Some things have to be done by a team. Even a scientific researcher of Wang Chen's level could not violate this truth. Sun Meng's main task now is to help Wang Chen, and by the way continue to cultivate the cell carrier that Wang Chen needs. After the progress has reached 80%, the potion can already be used. It's just that there will be some rejections that need further adjustment. But it is not life-threatening, at most it is a fever for a period of time. Of course, Wang Chen definitely didn't want to see this situation. Gene is still too mysterious after all. Even if you just patch a loophole, you have to find a way to be perfect. Now the number of infected people in the world has exceeded 6,000. and the death rate has exceeded 500. This fatality rate is already quite terrifying. And the number is still increasing. Even though Mao has begun to evacuate the crowd, there are still some hard-headed people who choose to slip down quietly. Fortunately, after Wang Chen introduced the gene coverage method, many of the newly infected patients have been relieved of the danger. Although there is still a risk of secondary infection, at least you don't have to lie in bed and wait to die. It is said that Dalian has now activated all the top hospitals in the world in order to reserve enough carriers. Although the cultivation of this carrier is not difficult, it also takes time and energy. In particular, this kind of carrier has very critical requirements on the living environment, and must be cultivated normally in hospitals and laboratories that meet the standards. Can also be regarded as an invisible increase in the cost of the antidote. But it is related to the safety of all human beings, and the Earthlink will naturally not be stingy in funding. It is said that at the House of Eagle Source, one of the world's largest cultivation centers is in full swing. Directly changed a huge warehouse supermarket into a breeding point. The time given by Dalian was 3 months, and although it was very tight, Eagle Source still took it through gritted teeth. Even if it is European, the United States doesn't work much overtime, but in this case, it can only bite the bullet. Rabbit has too many things on his hands now and has no time to take on more tasks. In addition to the above, Eagle Source is the only one with a complete system. It is said that in order to catch up with the construction period, Eagle Source directly paid 5 times the salary and required the construction team to complete the modification work within 3 months. And the facts have proved that as long as the money is in place, working overtime is really just a matter of sprinkling water. In the face of 5 times the salary, Eagle Source's construction team also showed great enthusiasm. The team that contracted this project directly invited the other 2 to work together. In just 2 months, the progress has reached about 70%, which can be said to have opened everyone's eyes. It turns out that the Eagle Source family is not so serious when it comes to pulling her hips. Seeing this result, the above is also relieved. The above is really too busy, so I gave this task to Yingjun. Fortunately, this guy also knew that the situation was very urgent and could not be delayed. And he didn't do something like he couldn't build a station for 3 years. Judging from the current construction period, it can even be 2 days faster. Although the rabbit may be able to finish it in 2 months, to be honest, Eagle Source is very satisfied with this step. You can't measure others at your own speed, especially a group of guys who have long been accustomed to foreign workers. It can be said that the world is now waiting for Wang Chen's antidote to come out. Another month has passed. With the arrival of the Spring Festival, the 2nd year is coming as promised, and it is also a step closer to the 3-year appointment. Although the situation was very tense, there was still a grand New Year's Eve party. Even unleashed the restrictions on setting off fireworks for the first time, allowing the big guy to indulge. After all, no one knows if there will be a chance for New Year's Eve next year. As soon as the fireworks ban was lifted, the flavors of the year came back a lot. Even Wang Chen, who was hiding in the laboratory, could hear the explosion like an anti-aircraft gun outside the window. Couldn't help but sounded when he was a child. At that time, the Spring Festival New Year's Day was no different from fighting a war. Various fireworks can be displayed from 7 or 8 o'clock until 2 or 3 in the morning. Especially at 12 o'clock on the New Year's Eve, it's the same as not wanting money. When I woke up the next day, there was still a smell of gunpowder in the air. The streets are full of traces left by fireworks. To be honest, although fireworks bring certain dangers, the Chinese New Year is really meaningless without them. I felt noisy when I was a child, but I still miss it when I grow up. On the day of the Spring Festival, Wang Chen also gave himself half a day as usual. Except for Li Long, Sun Meng didn't go home either, saying that she wanted to live in the laboratory so that she could start her research directly the next day. There is one more person. During the Chinese New Year, Wang Chen also asked Li Long to add to dishes. Eating while watching the fireworks outside the window is a unique experience. After eating, Wang Chen also asked Li Long to take out the fireworks that he had prepared a long time ago, and he was also presumptuous. A bunch of large fireworks like anti-aircraft guns were placed on the ground. As the lead ignites, the movement is the same as the 1130 close anti-aircraft fire, and even the action of strafing. Wang Chen is also seriously doubtful, this motherfucker will not be produced by a military factory. What a smell of munitions. And on New Year's Eve, the official also played a big game. An extra-large firework that rose from nowhere, directly lit up half of the sky. That is really like a rain of fireworks, bright and charming. If there is such a thing as the Nun Beast, Wang Chen probably wouldn't dare to show up. Just this firepower? Who can stand it? And with the fireworks, Wang Chen also made his New Year's wish. Hope the coming year is peaceful and the world is at peace. I hope next year will be prosperous and healthy. I hope that damned mechanical body will get out of the way. Don't come out and hang around all day long. Chapter 299 The Medicine is Out. Chapter 299 The Medicine is Out. It's almost there. According to the steps slowly, there is only one last step left, don't be careless. Relax, I know. On this day, in Wang Chen's laboratory. In the room at this time, Wang Chenxing and Sun Meng looked nervously at the instrument in front of them. After so many days of continuous efforts, Wang Chen finally developed the first generation of genetic repair agents. After passing the code inspection of Urguzi, the packaging work started non-stop. Is to inject the written code into the carrier cell. In order to complete this step, Wang Chen has not slept well for many days. Originally, Sun Meng wanted to let herself rest for a while. After all, she just woke up not long ago, and her body has not recovered yet. But Wang Chen didn't want to wait for a moment. This damn genetic virus has been hanging over his forehead like a sharp sword. And Wang Chen didn't know what was going on inside his body. The faster you study genetic programming, the more you can take the initiative in it. Although the patch for the virus has been compiled, it is only a small part of the genetic code of the entire human body. 10 minutes later, Wang Chen's complexion finally eased a lot when he saw the medicine that was successfully encapsulated in the carrier cells. Carefully took the small bottle of light blue liquid in his hand and looked at it. Sun Meng next to him couldn't help but smile and said, "Boss, how much do you think this potion is worth?" "Money? This is the hope of all mankind. How much do you think is appropriate?" Wang Chen also smiled, took out the box that had been prepared a long time ago, and carefully put the potion in it. "Li Long." He called out to the door, and soon Li Long, who was squatting outside the house, trotted into the house. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Go, give this box to Du Gang, let him send it to Zhulongyi and the others, and arrange for human trials. You can have no human body for testing in your laboratory, or you have to send it to Zhulongyi to know the final result." Even though Wang Chen had already tested it with mutant cells, he still dared not guarantee that he was 100% fine. Everything still has to wait until the human body test comes out to know the results. But Wang Chen believes that since this cell test is all right, something goes wrong if it cannot enter the human body. Is not so evil. Li Long knew what was in it as soon as he heard it. He quickly took it and nodded, "Don't worry boss, I'll arrange it right away." Finished without delay, and went out the door holding the small box. "Hey, it's up to God's will, I hope there will be no problems." Watching Li Long go out, Wang Chen sat on the sofa and exhaled slowly. Working overtime during this period of time was exhausting. Although I said I was fine, the emptiness in my body couldn't be faked. Even though the condition of his body is improving day by day, the energy consumed cannot be replenished in a short time. In order to replenish energy for yourself, 3 meals a day are all kinds of supplements. I ate all the nosebleeds 2 days ago. This is actually nothing. What is even more uncomfortable is that Wang Chen wakes up every day and this little brother is very restless. Should also be affected by these supplements. After all, some old pheasant stewed with ginseng and the like are very nourishing. Especially with such a big beauty squatting in his laboratory, this is even more wrong. Fortunately, Wang Chen's willpower is still strong. It's no joke that the mother and child have been single for so many years. It's just a little supplement, and I can't mess up my mind. If you're tired, sleep more. I'll watch it. If something goes wrong, I'll call you, Mei Watcher. Wang Chen's tired face couldn't help but persuade him. My head really hurts a little bit, maybe I'm overusing my brain. Rubbed his temples, Wang Chen wondered if he should go to bed first. Anyway, this thing has passed, and I can't wait for the result for a while. I'll rub it for you, you can rest. Seeing this, Sun Meng came over and let Wang Chen lie down on his lap. This is not the first time I have given Wang Chen a massage. Basically, it will come every 3 or 5 times. It's not that Wang Chen covets the lap pillow of beautiful women, it's mainly because Sun Meng's craftsmanship is really good. Basically, after rubbing for a while, you can fall asleep peacefully, which is better than his mother's sleeping pills. In addition to being awkward the first time, I have basically gotten used to it in the past few days. Wang Chen didn't eat tofu or anything. He just slept peacefully. No, put Wang Chen's head on his thigh. Sun Meng quickly stretched out his hand and started rubbing Wang Chen. From front to back, from head to face. After a while, Wang Chen relaxed and fell asleep within a few minutes. I've been really exhausted these past few days. As soon as I close my eyes, my drowsiness goes straight to my forehead, and I can't stop it. Seeing that Wang Chen quickly fell asleep, Sun Meng also gave a small smile. After needing for another 10 minutes, he carefully got up and found another bed for Wang Chen to cover. Wang Chen slept well on this side, but Du Gang, who received a call on the other side, was so busy that he could hardly breathe. As soon as the news of Li Long came, Du Gang hurriedly began to organize manpower, preparing to deliver this thing. Now almost all the bosses in the hall are watching the progress of this project, and they may be scolded for a minute late. I am not Wang Chen, so I can only endure it when they scold me. Zhilongyi was also waiting. After Wang Chen woke up, the main force of this research naturally returned to Wang Chen. And with the final research stage a few days ago, Wang Chen even let them watch from the side, and he took Sun Meng and the two to complete the final research. Now that Wang Chen's work has been completed, the next clinical trial will depend on Zhilongyi's side. After all, only they have enough experimental subjects. Of course, the people who conducted the experiment signed a voluntary agreement. The above is a high enough fee, no matter if you die or not, as long as you agree to participate in the experiment, you can immediately get $50 million. This is a bloodbath. But there is no way, with the gene coverage method proposed by Wang Chen before, at least for now, it can save the lives of most people. In the case of no fear of life, if you want to conduct high-risk drug trials, you must manage enough money. And it turns out that although money is not a panacea, it can accomplish 99% of things. As soon as the $50 million reward came out, many infected people agreed to participate in the trial of the drug. The so-called wealth and wealth are seeking, the price of this $50 million is enough to make many people take risks. After collecting enough candidates, there is no ink on it, one-hand contract and one-hand money, and Zhilongyi is asked to keep them as safe as possible. But in fact, Everyone knows that there is no problem with this medicine, and it is hard to say if there is a problem. After all, this is the second time that the genetic medicine has been used except for Wang Chen. Chapter 300 Gene Unlock. Chapter 300 Gene Unlock. The medicine is given at noon, and the stuff arrives in the evening. The rabbit's house was originally close to the Damao's house. After being escorted by a special plane, the potion appeared in Zhilongyi's hands a few hours later. Looking at the small box in his hand, Zhilongyi's breathing was also a lot faster. From the time he knew about this, until now, Zhilongyi has been under great pressure as a domestic leader in biogenetics. Especially in the days when Wang Chen's accident, it felt like the sky was about to fall. To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the only reason that held him back, Zhilongyi really wanted to find a gun to kill that guy. Fortunately, Wang Chen had a big life. Although he didn't know the situation, he survived. After this period of continuous research, the medicine was finally developed in advance. And now, it's February, and the June deadline is less than 4 months away. The success or not depends on this time. Without any delay, Zhilongyi went straight to the top floor with the medicine box in his arms. In the ward here, there are 3 lying volunteers waiting quietly for themselves. 2 of them belonged to the Mao family, and the other was a soldier who worked as a security guard in his own family. In addition to money, they made a request. That is, once the medicine is determined to be no problem, I hope to be able to inject their family members as soon as possible. All 3 of them came out of the army. After being infected, they knew how destructive the virus was. Although $50 million is a lot, they still care about the safety of their family members. Of course, money is also an important reason. Even if it fails, it can leave a hope for the family to continue living. After all, once the virus spreads to the world, it is nothing more than a matter of dying sooner rather than later. If someone backs down, someone will stand up. When they made this decision, they were already heroes of humanity. As soon as Zhilong entered the room, he didn't say much. After confirming the state of the 3, he began to prepare for the injection. The 3 people lying on the hospital bed are also very clear about the situation they will face next. It must be nonsense if you are not nervous, but you still hold back your emotions and wait silently. Wang Chen gave just enough potion for 3 doses. He drew the potion into the syringe and let it sit for 3 minutes. At 8:23 in the evening, Zhilongyi injected the medicine into the bodies of the 3 of them. The next step is to wait. The medicine takes 8 hours to work, and some abnormal reactions may occur during this period. Zhilongyi didn't go anywhere either, and asked the medical staff to sit on chairs and wait when they were ready. After more than 3 hours, one of them started to heat up. The body temperature has increased from 36 to 39. According to what Wang Chen said, this medicine of his own acts directly on genes and will not have adverse reactions with traditional medicines. Therefore, Zhilongyi also immediately asked people to prepare fever medicine and began to intervene. By the 5th hour, the other 2 also appeared abnormal to varying degrees. One person said that he was very tired, and the other said that his heart beat faster. But fortunately, there was no life-threatening situation, especially the Maozi who said he was sleepy to death, and went straight to sleep. On the 2nd day, almost 12 hours had passed. The effect of the potion has been fully exerted. The body temperature of the 3 of them has now been maintained at around 38 degrees, and they are all in a state of exhaustion. But judging from the results of the blood test, the mutant cells in their body have been controlled. And it can be seen from the latest genetic test that their cells are already receiving the patch information in the medicine. The newly born cells are all patched with genes, and the mutant cells can no longer infect new cells. This news is undoubtedly exciting. Shows that the genetic medicine has achieved the expected effect, and the various situations that have occurred now are also expected by everyone. Just like that, another day passed, and the condition of the three of them improved in a straight line. The number of mutant cells in the body has dropped significantly, indicating that those mutant cells that have been unable to infect new cells are dying rapidly after accelerated division. At this speed, they don't need to do anything. At most 3 days, these mutant cells can die by themselves. At this point, the experiment can be regarded as half of the success. The most dangerous thing is the first 12 hours of gene fusion. As long as there are no problems in these 12 hours, there will be basically no problems. Now Xilongyi's only concern is whether there will be any sequelae. After all, genetic changes may not be discovered in the first place, and may only be exposed in a few months or years. Wang Chen's statement is not very likely. This is just a small patch, not a full genetic enhancement. Of course, Wang Chen also has a perfect solution to this problem. Now that we have reached this stage, the follow-up genetic research will definitely be unstoppable. But there is no need to block it. Even if there is no mechanical body, Wang Chen intends to start genetic research within 3 years. Now it's just a little bit earlier. If humans want to go further, they must get rid of genetic constraints. Is like cutting the umbilical cord after the baby is born. Although nature is the creator of human beings, it has left too many restrictions on genes. Because nature needs to achieve ecological balance, after all, the earth is not only human beings. The most intuitive manifestation of is the lifespan of human beings. 100 years is not a short time, but for the universe, it is almost the same as nothing. If you want to explore the universe, the most important thing is talent. From birth to burial, a person goes to school in the first 20 years, and accumulates experience in the next 10 years. Only when he is 30 years old will he start to shine, and when he is 60 or 70 years old, his energy will not be as good as before due to physical reasons. Such a high training cost, in exchange for only about 30 years of research time. Once a person dies, it is necessary to retrain new talents to take the place of the previous person. This invisible cost is too high. Especially the most important thing about experience is accumulation. Even if it is retrained, the gap between a newbie and a veteran cannot be filled by going to school. Therefore, if you want to go out of the earth and develop rapidly, the first thing to solve is your own lifespan. Taking this opportunity now, Wang Chen doesn't plan to wait any longer. From now on, when this patch takes effect, Wang Chen will immediately start research on genetic enhancement. By the way, the genetic firewall has to be developed. Of course it's not this one on me, but the redevelopment of the serious ones. Wang Chen didn't want another virus to wipe out the human race casually.